that is seen is created by that which is unseen. We are a 3D projection of a 2D reality, bro. Or 2D plane, to be more precise. That's why people call it the Matrix, even though they don't know the exact meaning of why they use the word Matrix. The Bible, funnily enough, the Bible actually tells you how everything was created and the entire physics of the flat Earth. Did you know that?
Yeah, but I gotta roll now. I gotta get to work.
that idea. I think that the reality is how you've described. We have we have a one-dimensional space, we have 2 dimensions of space, then we have 3 dimensions of space, and that's here. But by default, there has to be a 4 dimension and a fifth. Do you know what I mean? So for me, it's almost just a logical conclusion that I haven't heard a good argument against it yet.
Right. So I'm not sure if I think I'm on the same page with that for the most part. I'm again very tired, so I might later on say, hey, actually, I think this or view it like this, so we can have a discussion if that arises. But have you noticed when you look at the Platonic solids, all of the Platonic solids, their degrees add up to 9?
Yeah, that's why the ninth. The octahedron then is a representation of a human. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
basically,
Right.
because um, 9, it can be both higher and lower consciousness, or Satan and God, right? Depending on how it's shown and used, depending on the vibration and frequency, basically, right? And all of this is in essence you, right? Because you are consisted of everything that the earth has itself. You are both air, earth, water, fire, and ether, which is spirit. Ether is also known as spirit. Made out of mud, right? Blood through your body, water, air, oxygen, fire representing the drive, the human spirit, human sight, temperature, photons, nitrogen, right? All of those things. While the ether is going to represent both touch, love, dimensions, angels, dielectricity, energy, consciousness itself.
So the octahedron that represents air. Did you say?
Yes,
So our nature is air.
you could say that. Even though, right, you're born of earth, baptized in water as well as fire and air. So, and it's if you look at the way it goes, right? So you have ether, which is it's above everything else. Then fire, aka the sun, air, where the sun is located, water, and earth containing the water, the lowest point. So again, when you look at the Sephiroth or the Caduceus staff, the fall of Zeus, Caduceus means literally the fall of Zeus, or Lucifer falling from heaven, right? Like a lightning bolt. And that's what it's referring to: low vibrational light descending and becoming high vibrational matter, aka the hexahedron. The hexagon is profound with Saturn and Satan. That's why Satan is hated, because he's the bad guy, because he's Kronos, father time. When you look at the Prima Mobile, Saturn is the first planet that you enter before coming to Earth. So he's the Lord of the Rings, right? Now, you are a hex. Molly. Molly, got that. No. One second, please.
Yep.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so the hexahedron, that's why it's called the hex, right? Because you're literally being hexed into physical form, matter. And Kronos, Father Time, is the best teacher of all, but unfortunately he kills all his students. That's why he's evil, right? Everybody hates death and is afraid of death. And that's why all of this connects to a very, very deep level. Just absurdly deep. It would take me truly like
Yeah, I'm starting to find the connections that you're leading me to.
there we go. That's all I want.
Yeah, because
I'll give you one more thing.
I'm not saying I agree with everything, but it does make sense. I am a big believer in alchemy. I do believe there is a shape for every frequency and a sound for every frequency. So it would make sense that there would be, I don't know, for example, a chakra for the representation of, the octahedron or whatever.
Can I stop you right there for 1 second?
Yeah.
As you mentioned chakra. I just have a few questions for you. How many chakras do we have? Primary chakras. The most important ones.
Oh, I can't remember. Is it 9?
No, 7.
7. Yeah, okay.
Now, for the first 6, you have like Lam, Vam, Ram, Ham, Yam, Lam. Those are like the first 6. And then it's the sixth one is Om, right? And then it's silence. How many days of creations do you have?
6.
7.
No,
And the 7th day was, yep, or aka silence. Now, watch this. When you meditate, you have different mantras depending on which style of meditation. What is the international measurement for electrical resistance?
Or amps?
No, ohm. It's ohm. Now, watch this. Not only the monks say Om, right, when they meditate, but the 7 chakras are actually referring to the 7 central nerve centers within your spine, also known as electrical resistors or capacitors, if you will, however you want to phrase it. And as you pronounce these different mantras or words, right, you help open up those central nerve centers to allow the Kundalini energy, aka electrical energy, the serpent. Why is the serpent found in all like doctor places? Because it's cohesive with DNA, right, and your spine itself. That's why it's Jacob's ladder, 33. Christ, crucifixion of Christ, 33.
Yeah.
That's what it's referring to. Freemasonry, highest degree, 33. And it goes a lot deeper than just that. But I'll tell you this: angels and archangels. It's just angles and arches. Archangels.
Oh, bro.
That's what all the.
Have you seen
What?
the original forms of angels? They look like 4D shapes. If you was to type in a 4D sphere and watch a video, and then you type in the angel wheel, the original depiction of angels, they just look like a 4D entity. Like a wheel within a wheel within a wheel is the same what you would need to represent a 4D shape. you would need those angles inside connected, and it would be moving. The inside would
Yeah.
be eventually on the outside. The outside could move to the inside, and it would all be.
Peruvian man.
Yeah. And every time I look at these photos of angels, I think angles. That's always. I know there's a connection between angle and angel, but I can't.
You
I
want me
haven't
to give
made
you the
that.
connection completely?
Yeah, because I'm already thinking about this. So yeah. Yeah. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Fine. Get ready for a book, for your mind to be blown in the best way possible.
I
Remember
love
how
it
I
when
said?
someone says that. Let's go.
Remember how I said low vibrational light becomes high vibrational matter, and vice versa, right? Now,
Yep.
all the angels are named Gabriel, Michael, Uriel, Raphael, right? The Elohim, electricity, right? You're seeing the connection now?
Yeah, it's all L.
Yep.
Yep.
And because L is the it's light itself, right? It's God itself. Even in Babylonian mythology, you have a Babylonian god named El, which is man, God in flesh, right? Which the
Canaanite.
Bible talks
You mean
about.
you mean Canaanite?
Yes,
L was a
yes,
Canaanite
Babylonian
god.
Canaanite. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, that's what Israel stands for. Isis, Ra, El. Isis,
You're
feminine,
right.
moon. Ra, sun, masculine. El, pineal gland. Jacob called the place pineal. It's right there in front of your eyes. Arcs and angels. Archangels. It's all about the angle of light that light hits your arc of horizon, your personal dome that surrounds you. That's why everybody perceives the sun in a different place. And that's why there's thousands of suns, not just one. Because everybody has their own personal sun. Right?
So I was with you until you said there are hundreds of suns. You're gonna have to elaborate a
Okay.
bit.
Hey, we cannot triangulate the sun first and foremost. If me and you were to stand side by side and point at it, and somebody would look from the back, we'd be pointing in two different directions. Doesn't matter how many people we get there together, always same result.
Oh, like a
That and
reflection. Yeah.
yes, and whenever the sun is setting, and you're by the river, ocean, or any large surface of water, you perceive a straight path of light coming towards your feet, but you're the only one that can perceive that light. Nobody else can, yet everybody has that light. How is that possible if there's only one sun? It's not.
I put that
And
down
that's why,
to the sun could be a reflection. It may not be the
well,
source.
it's not a reflection, it's a projection, because it's not actually physical.
Okay. Yeah. I see where you're going.
Right? Right? And neither is the moon physical. It's cold and hot plasma, right? Now, that's why the Bible says everybody has their own personal connection to the Son of God that saves us every morning, that walks along the among not atop the water, right? etc. etc. That's that. And it's about going within you and attaining that inner standing and connection by hemisyncing both sides. The 10% that you pay to the church isn't the physical church, rather your body, because you are the church, you are the temple, right? Everything, the kingdom of God is within you, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Now, your 10% is your 10% conscious mind, while the 90% is the subconscious. You have to let go of the conscious and allow the subconscious to take control. And that's when you enter your right hemisphere. That's why you have to cast your net on the right side. That's why the door to the kingdom of heaven is found in the middle on the right side. Solomon's temple on the right side. It's always about you. It's always about you. Never about anything else but you yourself. Because you are the universe. You are everything.
Very well explained, my friend. I think I agree. I think I agree with your metaphysics, my friend. I think I'm on the same page.
Awesome. I'm gonna this is the most basic way I can explain it with very, very low battery mentally, right? So I'm happy you understood. Or no, you
Still
didn't
scary.
understand anything.
Still scary. There's still part of me that doesn't like the simulation theory, and I think this sets you up for simulation theory.
Simulation
And
or stimulation?
Well, this is it. I think the idea is being hijacked, like any true knowledge gets hijacked and then rediverted down a path of deflection. I think that's possibly what's going on. But I do pretty much agree with almost everything you've said there. But it means that we are a resonant frequency.
Yes.
It means that everything here is an illusion based on the observer. And we've got like a shared experience realm or matrix that we're all sort of plugged into, that I don't know, it just sort of opens that door up to being the logical standpoint now.
I get that understanding, but here's what I want you to now think about. You know how everything they tell you, it's 180 degrees opposite direction, look there and then figure shit out, right? And they also tell you a lot of things that are actually true. You just have to figure out which ones are true. The reason why they call it the Matrix is because it gives you automatically the movie The Matrix, computer simulation, everything programmed, everything fake, nothing real. Yes, in essence, reality is not real itself, right? This physical reality does exist, but only within our physical form, right? Now, here's the fucked up part now. The Matrix is only implied for those who still go down this mainstream narrative, which is holding you back slightly a bit right now, because that's the fear part. And that is it's evil, it's satanic, it's bad, it's this and that. When in essence, it's not. Just the way they've shown it, right? Just like alchemy. Alchemy is not bad. Divination isn't bad, or black magic. One of the disciples of Jesus Christ did divination in cups. So, like, how is it evil, right? That's what Matrix is. Only the Matrix when you don't realize the true essence of reality itself and how everything functions, right? That's why it's the Matrix, because it's all in your mind, and all is atum, all is atom, all is Adam, which is the toroidal field. Everything is the toroidal field. Everything. Think about it this way, my brother.
Yep.
You don't have a soul, bro. Nobody has a soul. Rather, the soul has a body. You are not your soul. That is the I am. That's why God says, "My name is I am." It's singular form. Me. I am. It's not who I am, not what I am, not what I do, what I like, not what skin color I have, but everything. When everything's gone, when you just have you, that is the I am. And when you get to understanding the I am and understanding and connect to it, then you're connected to God. Then you've awoken and you've become a creator of your own reality, where you can do literally anything and nobody can fuck with you. And how do we do that? I'm sorry for this monologue, so please shut me up if need be. How do we do that? As Jesus Christ said, pray in secret, so in privacy, not in public. Secondly, meditate. Let your eye be single, and your body will be filled with the light of the kingdom of heaven. I'm paraphrasing roughly, but that's what he says, right? That's what you have to do. It's meditation, look inwards, shadow work, everything. Become just as a person sitting by the river, observing the river and its beauty, right? Or chaos, whatever it may be, but with no labels, no condemnations or anything, right? Not just observing and experiencing. No thoughts. You have to get rid of thoughts.
I want to yes and what you're saying really quick, just by simply stating that in order for a good picture to be taken, one must take into consideration both brightness and contrast. Not just one or the other. It's kind of like people pick black or white as though both aren't important. They're equally important when taking a picture. Otherwise, it's just going to be black or white.
Yep. And that's why, because of what you just paraphrased, right? So the polarity of emotions and the mind, right? of how they're supposed to work in tangent and not be devoid of each other. Because of those ways of thinking, St. Patrick's Day is a celebration of the genocide of the last shamanistic Druid tribe in I think it was Ireland or Scotland. I can't be sure right now. That's why Gnosticism, Hermeticism, and all the occult things have been demonized and villainized, and astrology, all of it, to steer you away from the truth.
Like
Yeah.
magic, misdirection, right? They give us
Yep.
half of the story.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. For a lot of people, the Empire basically turned their ancestors into boogeymen. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink real quick.
Alrighty, man. And there is definitely terms known as black magic, right? But everything, again, is on how you use things. It's never the tool, it's always the user of the tool that makes something good or bad, right? So, in the end of the day, that's what it is. There are definitely things that people have turned and made into a more demonic not worshipping, but I would say self-fulfilling style of magic where it's all about personal gain and not the benefit and gain of all. And those things can be very, very dark because you need a heavy toll. You always need a sacrifice for whatever you do. And guess what? If you wanna get connected to God and attained, let's call it Godhead, Christ consciousness, whatever, then you're gonna have to sacrifice something. But sacrificing isn't evil. It's just the way you perceive it. You're gonna have to sacrifice you. You're gonna have to sacrifice who you are right now in order to be what you want to be. And that's still a sacrifice, right?
I'm going to ask this question. Are you into Freemasonry?
In which sense, am I a Freemason? Are you asking me that?
Yeah? Or would you be
No, I'm
one if
not.
they asked you to be one?
Nope. I have plans. Why I'm here. My last sorry, as you can see, tired. My last reincarnation, I mastered everything from spirituality to occult, metaphysics, finances, and so on. And in this lifetime, I'm supposed to now bring all of this information out there, correct the wrongs, get people on the right path, as many as I can. That's not everybody's going to have the awakening at the same time. It's all about the individual, right? Again, it's personal. And thirdly, I'm going to make I don't want to say this, but fuck it, who cares? I'm going to make an organization that is going to basically be what the 13 founding families that control everything right now, or the 10, if you will, are, but in vice versa, in the complete divine positive form of things. So yeah, all I need is 12 more motherfuckers who have the same vision and will and path that they chose for themselves to start this shit.
Yeah, I'm going to
I'm
add you
gonna
as a friend. There's a server that we started for these types of discussions called Dot Connectors. It's not very busy, I must admit. A lot of the guys from there end up in Earth Awakenings more. But yeah, there's a few guys I think you'd like me to introduce you to, or I think you know would really enjoy speaking to. So I'm going to add you as a friend.
All right, bet, man, gladly. Please do send me your friend request. I love talking to you. And if I'm not mistaken, you're also American. Uh, I might be able to talk to you guys not just over Discord in a couple of months because I'm planning on moving back to the States.
I'm not American. Can't you tell?
Hmm?
I'm from the UK.
So you're closer to me right now than I am to America than we are to America. Dope. I'm in Germany right
Yeah,
now.
where you from? Oh, Germany. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not German. I'm Bosnian though.
Oh, okay. Yep. Yep. How's Germany? I love Germany as a country.
Um, honestly, man, it ain't what it used to be. Germany is falling apart slowly.
Well, where isn't, brother?
Yeah, that is true. Well, hey, if I can, if only, and that is a possibility. You just gotta go to a first world country, make something there to always, where you basically after 10 years don't have to fuck with it. You can go on autopilot and just move back to your country. In my case, Bosnia. I can do anything there. Bosnia is amazing. The only issue is money. Everybody's poor. So when you got money, Bosnia is amazing.
Yeah, nice. I know very little about Bosnia, apart from the big war that you guys had, which was very dodgy in the 90s.
Yeah, don't get me started on that shit, man. I'm still pissed off about that shit.
Yeah.
Just
No, I
because
won't.
people are stupid. But I can tell you this, here's some cool information about Bosnia. Bosnia and Herzegovina has the largest pyramid in the world. It's called the Pyramid of Sun in Bosnia. It's close to my hometown, actually. Um, the the sides of the pyramid also face the cardinal directions north, south, east, and west, and they're even more accurate than the ones in Giza. So, like, I, I can't exactly. I had the numbers. One is so one sixth of a degree, and the other pyramid is two sixtieths of a degree off. I think something like that. It also has the largest EMF ratings ever taken on Earth, anywhere on Earth, 60 times higher than anywhere else ever taken. Um, Also, people have many people have claimed that they were healed from certain illnesses or aches and diseases
Hey
just by.
brother, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I'm like 3 minutes late for a meeting. I've been engrossed in
Oh,
this too much, so I have to go now. So I'll catch you later.
no worries, man. Much love. Take care. Hey, the floor is open for anybody else. I need to shut up and drink some water. My mouth is killing me. And throat.
Reckon Roots had to head, he'll be around. I hope all is well with everybody.
Besides being tired from work, man, I'm doing amazing. I can't have a bad day. How about you?
Doing pretty good so far. I'm probably going to go quiet for a little while because I have to turn my fan on and it takes a while for it to turn back off, as you can hear.
No worries, man.
I'm going to chill for a minute and finish working on what I'm working on, and I'll be back.
I'm probably gonna going out to my place. I'm at my brother's right now. I need to take a shower desperately and eat something, so
Word.
I'll be back online.
Yeah. But yeah, this is why I'm not going to talk for a little while because it sounds like a wind tunnel when I have the fan on.
Yeah, that is just horrific, man. I barely hear you. Yo, Dove, you there? Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Quick. Emok. Igen. I'm not about to go to Hanover. All cakes have gluten inside them unless you actually make it without gluten. Perfect. Perfect. Hey, frate. Jesam li ja slučajno by any chance, no? Did you see a couch, a brown couch for scanner in your house? I don't fucking know where it is, man. Yes. Bracken.
Can anybody hear me? Hello? Anybody? Well, I guess my audio is messed up.
Hey, what's good, niggas? Man, fuck y'all niggas.
What up? The unequinox. What up? We gain one or we lose one? Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. And somebody parked their truck in 2 lanes. Big truck when you got to take up 2 car spaces. Potato peel coffee. Get your potato peels, pull them out of the dirt, soak them in water, drink it. Potato coffee.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
What's going
potato coffee.
on?
The water's brown and dirty and black.
Suck juice.
And then hot dog water you boil right next to it and just mix a little bit. It's like potato and hot dog water. It's a good combo. It's a good combo for nobody. How about tea coffee? You get a pitch, you make tea a million times until it's black, and then the last time you don't put anything in it but water and scrub it. And then it'll be tea coffee. Yeah, if you don't clean the container, it'll be full of tea on the edges. So much so that you just wipe it and you're like, tea coffee. You're not supposed to do that, it's just a joke. Always clean your containers. Yeah, being funny about the dirty containers. said if you want to learn good Chinese, first you got to learn German. If you want to learn good German, first you got to learn good Spanish Chinese. They said, what? Yeah, they said you got to learn Chinese, Arabic, German, and Spanish. And that's the one language. It's just all one. It's the Optimus Primer. So the primer reminds me of a dirty, rotten rhymer.
There, boy! There's so little of you.
What
There's
is going
almost.
on? What are you
There-
doing?
This is the first time I've seen so little people in the flat Earth server.
Sometimes it's only 2. Sometimes it's 30. Yeah, it depends.
How much people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should
You're,
I include myself? Probably.
are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
A globe.
The globe. That's good. I'm happy for you.
Yay.
So did you want to make fun of us and say how silly we are? Because you can do that. That's all right. Are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Where are you from?
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria? Really?
Yes.
That's crazy because we've got a guy here from. Where's he from? I can't remember. Czechoslovakia, I think. There's another guy from Romania. There's guys from England, Australia. We had a dude from Turkey. There's people from all over the world here. It's really nice. It's really Americans and stuff. Yeah, it's good.
Is there a gypsy here?
I don't think gypsies free. I don't think there are any gypsies here, mate.
Okay. So what do you do here?
We just talk about the nature of Earth.
Something else?
No. That's what it's called. Flat 24/7. I think
Okay.
he's gone. Oh no, he's still here. So yeah, that's the title of the service: Flat Earth Debate, or globe versus flat kind of thing. So anything else is just interested.
Okay, but by the way, I'm just going to tell something. There is a pastry that is called that is called the N word. It's called a nigger.
Oh, okay. So there's my N bomb for the day. Thanks.
What?
So thanks for the N bomb. It's just like it seems that every time I come in here, there's some person wants to come in here and say the N word for some reason.
No. The pastry.
Why do you want to say that?
The pastry is called nigger.
I wish if you were in Harlem at the moment, I wish you were in Harlem at the moment, in the street, saying that out loud.
The chocolate cake is called nigger.
That's great.
Yeah.
Okay,
way,
so
Actually, not. Dude,
your mum already told me that.
It's called Negro. It's called Negro.
Okay, so Actual Speed actually came into our country, and someone in his chat told him to ask the people of Bulgaria how is book in Bulgarian. Do you know that like there's a lot of shorts about this? Because in Bulgarian, book is kniga, and he just thought we were saying the N word, but we are saying the Bulgarian word for book.
That's great. There is a debate channel here. It's called Bulgarians Are Stupid. Maybe you should go there.
Yeah. Where? Where? What? I swear.
It's a group chat. It's Bulgarians who have mental issues. So maybe you should go there and have a chat.
Okay. Ask a fan. There's a chat called Ask a Fanboy. Oh God.
Yes, there is a chat called Ask a Bulgarian Who Has Mental Issues as well. You should go there.
Oh, come on, please don't insult me.
You insulted half the people on this channel.
if there's so much people insulting you, at one point you gotta ask the question: Are there? Are they right?
I'm just wondering if there's anyone here who can kick your ass out. But I can't, because I'm not a mod. But
Okay.
that's all I'm wondering. Unless you got
Okay.
something, unless you have a brain to use to have a discussion, then yeah.
But bro, what the hell? I'm just talking chill and you're so. Take the disrespect elsewhere. Thank you.
So far you're from Bulgaria, and you like insulting African Americans. So is there anything else you'd like to add?
Oh, I am unmuted. Thank you. So, what do you think about season 4 of The Boys? Hmm. I recommend it. So, how did you become flat earthers? Why? Because I became interested in reality. What do you mean by reality? What? I cannot hear you. What are you doing?
So how do you know what someone is when they
What?
say the word reality?
What?
Someone is talking about when they say the word reality. What else?
Sorry, but you're like glitching horribly.
Check your internet. Hey, what'd you say? Oh, I don't know. Maybe you guys bring pallets through sometimes. I'm just leaving it open.
No, that little fence thing there is there.
Oh, that's a bike rack.
Bike rack.
I'm not gonna dare from that one. Thanks. Yeah, I never noticed that. Up the front.
Go from this one.
Yeah, right there. I'm all about that. Good morning.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm thinking about a coffee. Yeah, thank you. Hey.
Thank you.
as the conclusion that it's a big problem for the globe, and if that you could keep repeating those experiments in different places, it would be very strong evidence against the globe. They said it's not. ChatGPT said it's not. There's no type of refraction that would account for that much discrepancy, because it's 3 inches off the ground, and you can see 13.8 miles over 1,000 foot of drop over that distance. Killer. And it's up on a cold mountain where there's not much refraction or anything like that as well.
This is why we take the observations over water. For God's sake, Globers. Stop it.
Yeah, it's so annoying they just use the word refraction as a blanket statement.
Just like gravity before.
Yeah, exactly. But the refraction one's even worse because they don't have any idea what the actual refraction and stuff's doing during that observation. They're just like, oh, that's refraction. They have no idea. That's what I was actually talking about with Rich earlier as well. There's like a type of refraction called sinking refraction. And that could be what's taking place when you can see these battleships stuff, and it looks like it's like really exaggerated Earth curvature, and it's kind of like the battleship's just sitting over what looks like a step of water. Thinking refraction explains that, but they only like to use refraction when it makes things apparently appear higher than they should be.
Thinking refraction, I heard you mention it earlier. I just want to make sure it's clear in my head. So are we basically talking about the same phenomenon where obviously refraction will make things bend up traditionally, but if you get that inversion, like for example when you get a gradient inversion, it can make things bend down? Is that what you're talking about? And seem lower?
It doesn't say. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I'll post the link to it here. It says
I know there's
what is
probably
sinking
more than
refraction?
one way to get that effect, but I think one of them is a temperature inversion, where instead of hot air below, it's hot air above for some reason. But like, is that sorry, I'm not trying to hijack your point. I'm asking the question here because this is what I've been racking my brain around since you said it. When you get, like, for example, Jesse, path of light, and he gets his theodolite observations, and not just that, when everybody from fucking Gem Panda's channel and that claim boats that are below the horizon. Do you think that could be part of some of the reason why we're seeing things so low below that, like a boat below the horizon, for example?
Yeah, I think it can be a combination of all sorts of optical illusions, atmospheric effects, as well as perspective and temperatures. And there's no way to factor in all of those different things because it can be different combinations of them all. We see so many crazy things when we look out at the horizon, and it fluctuates constantly. So there's no way of like testing it. What is specifically going on, in my opinion. Like when you look at the Skunk Bay time lapse, it's just warping all over the place, and the things behind the horizon are just jumping up and down and warping all over the place. Like when I was researching refraction, it says it can make things appear to higher than they should be, or lower than they should be, or warped, or combinations of those three things. But then there's all of the other optical effects and things to take into consideration as well, like mirroring, and then you've got ocean swell. Like if you've got a camera at a low level and you've got a little bit of ocean swell, even if, like, just say you're at a bay and there's no like beach or anything to form waves, you can just have ocean swell over that bay, and it'll be hard to see, but it'll, like, a small swell in the foreground will block the bottom of a ship due to all items in the foreground can block big items in the background. And we can have false horizons, the mirroring, and all sorts of different things. There's so many things.
Yeah, there's I think. Do you think do you know how he brought up that observation that they all like to bring up with the fin, the really big fin hanging over the horizon?
Mhm.
And they
I know
argue
the
that
one.
it's can't be due to angular size because it's so big. Do you think that could be due? I'm beginning to think that's lensing
Yeah,
or
I think look,
magnification.
yeah, I think definitely it's some sort of optical illusion. Have a look at this one. Surprised they don't use this one more often, to be honest. It's like a video. He's zooming in, he's zooming out, and there's this big battleship that's like looks like it's over a step. It's like the water like steps down. It still looks like it's perfectly level, but it's like a really extreme, like tiny earther. It'd have to be a tiny earther if you think it curves away like this. You know how they use that Lake Pontchartrain that looks like the it's like it's curving in that Lake Pontchartrain thing they show. I think this is a sort of similar, some sort of similar effect to that. But definitely some lensing taking place.
So this is the
atmospheric
basic. You know what you just you're describing the opposite of superlooming in it. Is it superlooming? Or
sure.
inferior mirage? Sorry, inferior mirage, where it's floating above the horizon. Pretty sure it's either called superlooming or inferior mirage.
Yeah.
So this would be the opposite, wouldn't it? Not the opposite, but like the inverted version of it.
A lot of those ones where they claim like, where the boat's way like looks like it's floating in the sky, most of them claim that's a Fata Morgana or something, but then when you look a bit further into it, that's completely false, and it's just some kind of mirroring effect. Even the fact checker sites also say it's not a Fata Morgana. It's actually some sort of like mirroring, lensing type effect. I forget or looming or something like that. It's
lensing,
where the
lensing.
Yeah, where the waters looks like turns into a mirror basically, and your eyes aren't able to resolve the difference between the sky and the water or something like that, and then you have a completely false horizon.
I seen an example of this with butane gas on a really cold day, and it was literally making an object that he put in front, and he was pouring gas in front of it, completely like just disappear while the gas was there, and then the gas would disperse and then it would reappear again.
Yep, exactly. I think that Sky Free channel shows a lot of examples like that, where they'll have a camera sitting on the ground, and they'll have some toys or something, and then they'll open a door, like it'll be air conditioned in their house, and they'll open a door and let some heat in, and all of a sudden you'll see like the bottoms disappear. Objects.
Yeah, with the tax, I've seen that one. Yeah. Well, I haven't seen that one, but I've seen those examples.
Have a look in the side chat. Like you can see, I just took a little screenshot from that main image. I think it's like 9 minutes 40 into the video, and you can see there's a gap between that fin and the horizon.
Yeah, let's check this out. I think I'm getting it. So the temperature inversion, creating the heat from the bottom up, is what causes that lensing. It's that.
It says here. It says it occurs when air density decreases with height at a lower rate than normal.
Yeah. Just at a lower rate than normal, so not an inversion then.
Not sure.
There's far more turbulent effects present too than refractive effects. And that's almost always the case. Look how grainy, look how warbly the image is. It's distorted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying to Rich earlier. I'm like, when they show these, it doesn't look natural at all. It looks like some sort of optical illusion or atmospheric effect. Same thing, really.
So here's another piece of consideration too. For those images that appear stable and clear, where objects appear to be sinking behind them, I mean, I think what's going on is you have a wave or some kind of obstruction in the foreground. It doesn't have to be very big. And it can be actually in the foreground, it could be like miles away from you. And that little bump obscures, tens of feet or hundreds of feet of far distant objects, 10 to 20, 40 miles even beyond that. Those effects compound over distance. And with longer distance, you have more opportunities for such obstructions to obscure more from the bottom up. And then combine that, you have different kinds of terrain features, whether it's dirt or water. You're going to have heat retention occur differently over those surfaces, which creates opportunities for temperature inversions and reversions.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the longer the distance, the more crazy it gets.
Yeah, exactly. Like have a look at the screenshot that I just took from that video, and what the hell's going on in the sky? What is that?
Oh shit! I missed that.
Yeah, that looks like a superior mirage of some kind, like a Fata Morgana or something that might be taking form or dissipating.
Yeah, like you can see like buildings and stuff like that up in the sky.
Yeah, it's like a sanctuary in the city, in the clouds, I mean.
You know how they say, okay, so this is something that happens on larger ships, less on smaller ships. Do we all agree?
Yeah, larger ships have a bigger angular size.
Right, and there's also a lot of surface area, which means there's more reflection. Do you think that this could have something to do with why, like the fact we're seeing this? I have never seen that kind of inferior mirage like that. That I didn't see that the first time. So what I'm saying is, like, you wouldn't get that kind of effect. Would you get that kind of effect if this boat was a tiny boat? That kind of imperial. Do you think that big boat could have something to do with that mirage that we're seeing there?
You mean the boat itself?
Area?
Yeah.
Producing temperature
the boat
changes?
Itself. Yeah, is it affecting all of the atmosphere around it, the water in front of it, to the point where it's part of the reason why there's more of an inversion on that large boat and larger boats in general?
I think so. I mean, if it's like really, really cold and the boat's outputting all this heat energy, I mean, this is an extreme case. Icebreakers, they've got heated elements in front of the boat that just melts the ice in front. So I don't know where this is, but if you're talking like Arctic region ice breaking ships and stuff like that, it's those ships. I mean, the front of those are hot.
I was just wondering whether the sunlight itself being reflected off the water, but also the surface area of the boat being so large, could actually change the temperature of the atmosphere around it.
Yeah, probably
giving that atmospheric lensing and making it look bigger than it is. So then the horizon with the inferior mirage is higher than it should be or would be if that boat was smaller. I don't know. That's how it feels like. I don't understand why we're seeing an inferior mirage of. I mean, what the hell is that on that bottom shot there? Is that meadows?
And what's that above? It's a superior mirage and an inferior mirage at the same time. I've seen some crazy stuff like that. So, I mean, this is a good lesson as to why just like pictures without data are worthless. A picture alone is not going to be enough to accuse somebody in court of a crime.
Oh,
you need to discuss the provenance of that image, how it came to be, who took it, who passed it on to who, where were they when they took it, what were the circumstances around the day in their lives in which they took it, what they take it with, how far away is the subject, and so on and so forth. that backs up the photo. But the photo itself is just a claim. It's kind of like a speeding ticket. A speeding ticket is not evidence of a crime. It is a claim. Claims are not evidence. What backs up the speeding ticket is the officer's testimony, the laser gun or the radar gun that they used, and other circumstances. So same thing with the images that Globers send us like this all the time, right? It's like, yeah, what is that? I need to have the data. I need to have all the contextual information to go with it. Otherwise, anybody can make up stories. I hope that helps elucidate.
100%, brother. Yeah, 100%. And I think what you're basically saying as well, without saying it, is we can't literally just attribute what we're seeing in this picture to any one phenomena. We know that for sure. There's multiple things going on. And that screenshot that DJ's posted there is unbelievable, because you don't see that in the footage. You don't see that on any of the other screenshots. So what's happening here is very temporary. It's very temporary and very circumstantial. And you're getting a moment of almost like, I don't want to say it because the Glovers will go crazy, but it's like, it's a unique, like, magical moment where there's so much reflection, lensing, heat, temperature, inversion happens. Boom. Now you're seeing this for a minute or for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm babbling.
So what they've done is they've cherry picked. They found a certain image that tells their story, and they stripped out all the context and want you to fill in the gaps for them. And they want you to say, dang, I guess it's a globe, guys. A perfect case in point, a very popular one. You guys seen the windmills over the horizon, right? That's part of a video. Have you seen the video of the windmills in action? So the Globers post this video. It looks like windmills out at sea, and there's a big hunk of water between you and the windmills. And they say, see, there's the globe curve. Never mind that, like, if the window's scaled properly over the curve, then it must mean Earth, like, has a cliff on the other side of that hump of water, because those windmills sink down really fast. But if you watch the video, you can see upward refraction. You can see as the windmill arms turn around and around and around, when the windmill arms get close to the surface, they start stretching out really long, really down. And when they swoop up the other side, they shrink again. They never show that part. They show the most stabilized image they can from that to mitigate any telltale signs of upward refraction and turbulence. And then they submit the best possible case that they've got. And they don't give you size or distances or anything to any of the windmills. So it's all this dishonesty that they do. And that's what pisses me off. Like, they're liars. And most of them know they're lying.
Of course, brother, yeah. Yeah. As soon as they're not willing to take into account or admit things like perception, depth perception, point perception, things like refraction, things like lensing, as soon as they start to deny that these things exist, I think that's your sign, really. Where they're going to try and go with this. They're going to try and straw man one image and say, well, it can't be angular size because, look, the angular size doesn't match what we'd expect. Or it can't be this refraction because, look, at this point in the image, we're not seeing this. Completely ignoring the fact that it's a dynamic thing. So I think photos should be off limit. I think if you haven't got a video, you haven't got a claim.
Yeah, videos certainly help. But if you also don't have contextual information that can be verified, and you just have an image, then you got nothing. You got a speeding ticket. You got an accusation without evidence.
You got a meme. That's what you got.
Yeah. I've been using the speeding ticket analogy recently, and it's been working out well. Because a lot of people understand what that is, and they understand how to fight them in court.
The speed ticket analogy.
Yeah. The speeding ticket is not evidence. When the cop issues your speeding ticket and submits his copy to the police precinct and it goes to processing, that is not evidence. That's a claim.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's an accusation. Yeah. The evidence is in all the context. It's why you have to be able to face your accuser in court. In which case, the officer has to be there and be present for you to cross-examine, so that you can ask him for all the context that is missing from the ticket itself. Sir, was your radar device calibrated? Yes or no? Sir, where were you located approximately and what time of day? Where was the sun? Where were other cars in the vicinity? And so on and so forth.
Exactly. Their arguments wouldn't last in a like a play court of law or whatever it's called. It just wouldn't work because that is necessary. And it will be cross-examined by the other side. So I don't know who they're fooling. I think it's themselves, bro. Literally.
Yeah, very likely. Or, a lot of them feel like that they're morally justified to be dishonest because they know for a fact that Earth is a globe. And so they feel justified by employing any means necessary to make sure that people don't fall for the flat Earth tricks.
Oh yeah, I thought this earlier when we were talking about Rich. I think people with egos act more like Rich, where they refuse to accept things, they refuse to give any ground, they play silly games. You know what I mean? They'll try and work on agitating you, and then claim victory if they succeed. I think it's ego coping. I think that's just their way of coping. Other people will run away. But ego people
Ego
won't.
coping.
Yep.
There's a good screen name for you. Ego cope.
Yeah. Seen it before.
Yeah, we're dealing with narcissistic liars, some even sociopaths. A bunch of nerds that were beaten up in high school. Now they spend their adult lives in their basements playing games and dressing like furries on Gem Panda server.
Is that a thing? I hope that's not a thing.
That's what Gem Panda server is. It's a furry hangout.
What's a furry?
Grown adults putting on animal costumes and going on dates.
Thought so. I shouldn't have asked.
Yeah, that's why when you go in there, you see like Happy Hippo and Smiling Panda and all these like animal names.
Holy shit!
And they're all rabid anti-flat earthers. That's who we're dealing with.
Is that what Jim Panda's into?
Yeah, isn't he a turtle or something?
Okay, I am not a part of that. Just wanted to throw that in there.
LOL.
Holy shit.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that we're literally up against these degenerates? And look at the other server. We have a presence in the politics server. I mean, 50% gay dudes trying to get knocked up.
Actually, and my proof is that Miggy gave me my name, so I am not part of that.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, the fact that you're speaking up now makes me wonder.
No.
Dude, that's hilarious. Oh, actually, my mind is blown. Is that what these guys are into? That's embarrassing. Extremely.
Yeah, and they come in. Yep, they come into our server from there, and then they go back there to complain about us.
Yeah, I was telling Kemba, man, like, we give a lot of guys credit on Discord, but there's a lot of special guys on here. I've only just started to realize.
Yeah, just like Rich earlier, I had to come out and tell him stuff like, don't come around here and complain about mods abuse again. Next time we're gonna ban you, Poma ban. Next thing we know, we ban him.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, I just ignored him.
Well, the problem is this: they reset every freaking time, every day, every other day. This guy Rich He went to 24/7. He went to politics. He came here, and anywhere he goes, he got pretty much beat up, right? And
Yeah.
he come over here and talk about the same thing over and over again, over and over again. Like it's pretty annoying. Yeah, and nobody has time for that.
Yeah, like,
I ain't got no time
come
for
on,
that.
guys, it's all in good fun, guys. I gotta go. I'll be checking in and out.
All right, bro, take it easy.
Yep, catch you
You too,
later.
man. Thanks, Timbo. See you, DJ.
Yes, sir.
Catch you later, man.
Yep. Rest of you, yep. Dubs, too. So, dude,
Bye.
Ether Gross. Okay, fine. The whole room.
Have a good one, man. Look forward to you returning.
You got it.
Still blown away by that screenshot you took, DJ. I can't believe we're seeing meadows and bushes.
Yeah, man. It's like those there's some pictures in China and stuff like that, and it looks like there's a city up in the clouds. Some sort of crazy optical illusion. I like that. You know, it actually discredits the boats over the curve claim in that image because we can see that there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the background. And that boat is part of that background.
Exactly. My mind is going 100 miles an hour just thinking about how this is a globe killer in itself. You know, remember they're claiming this terrestrial refraction thing, so we're supposed to be seeing everything like that, to then just get that momentarily in a freeze frame image, showing you just how temporary these effects are.
Yeah, and that image that I posted with the meadows and stuff in the sky, like that's when he zooms like really far away. He zooms over to the right, and that's when everything starts to like warp out like that in the background. The further he looks, okay, so yeah, like you said, it could be lensing, like atmospheric magnification, something like that, because when he zooms over to the right, it's a huge distance longer. And so much more atmosphere that he has to zoom through, so it's causing like this massive like magnification effect.
Yeah, because remember, as you're covering more distance, you're dealing with, like, I suppose, I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it in a loose term, like other mediums, because if you go over land, for example, we're getting a superior of mirage all of a sudden over land. So now you're going to get like, if they're actually, this is where my head's going, DJ. In that image, what we could be seeing is something remarkable, but the inverted gradient due to the surface area of the boat and the atmospheric conditions creating that lensing effect. But then you're getting in the distance, it now the light from the camera is now going over land. So that's a completely different medium to what is going to be the atmosphere around that boat with all that heat, with all that distortion, light, temperature inversion that we think is going on in that picture. Now, at the back of that frame, the light is now over land where the temperature gradient is probably back to normal. It's probably a lot cooler. Do you know what I mean? So I think what we're getting is two completely opposite effects of this lensing, and also with normal refraction going on towards the back of where we're supposed to be seeing. So what we're seeing is like what should be a blockage, but actually in reality the back is confirming that the light is reaching there and going over there, and now it's looming back up like standard refraction would.
Yep.
Do you get my point? Because I genuinely can't think of any other reason why we're seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the atmosphere is also acting like a giant magnifying glass.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I think it
Blown away.
it
Yeah.
could be combinations of different effects. Like you said, it's over a vast distance, and there's all sorts of different. Yeah, like you said, with the different mediums, like not it's all the same medium, but like you said, it's like different
Gradients.
densities and different
Yeah.
different temperatures and all that sort of thing.
So if you was to like draw a line of sight, like for like in reality, you're just seeing, you should be seeing for, I don't know, maybe I don't want to put a number on it, but very far. But due to the atmospheric conditions of the day, it looks like there's a hard cut off horizon very close to you. But what you get to see are glimpses of what we see behind the lensing, because lensing is like temporary, it's sensitive. Do you know what I mean? So looking at it long enough, then you'll see that whole video will change, won't it? That horizon will completely move as the gradient changes. I think you captured that in a snapshot there, evidence that behind that horizon, we are seeing the light, we are seeing the land behind. But globers will try and invoke terrestrial refraction, but like you said, well, where's the boat then?
Yeah, exactly. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go on Google Earth, go to this place called. I'm going to go see what it actually looks like. At vantage point. Hope Cove. Actually, I want to go to the place, that beach where the guy takes the black swan observations as well. See what that looks like. Google Earth. I found the exact location. In the UK.
Oh, nice.
I'll post the on a computer or your phone, but post the Google Earth link, the coordinates and everything.
There's a guy who I think understands this really well called Plain Truth. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was first sort of getting into flat Earth, I remember watching his videos and I remember putting a comment saying, "I wish I understood what you're showing." But I'm going to go back to his videos because I'm pretty sure this exact argument of different gradients as we go over land from the sea on a very hot day at a certain time of day, especially with a big boat around with a lot of reflective surface area. I'm pretty sure he showed images similar to the screenshot that you got, and I was looking at the background like, what the hell are we looking at? Couldn't make heads or tails of it. But I'm sure if I looked at it now, I think I'd understand what he was trying to say. But the thing is, he got banned. Oh, sorry, bro.
He got banned, did he?
Yeah, I don't know why, but he ended up, his account got shut down about 4 times. I think he's on like Plain Truth 8 now, but he doesn't necessarily upload all his old videos.
Crazy that these people are getting banned when all he's really doing is uploading observations.
I know, I'm not sure why. I know he had a go at debating back in the day once or twice, but he's not a natural
It's
debater.
just crazy, bro. Like, people get banned left and right. I never got banned anywhere before. Since I joined Discord. Never. Not from any server, VC, none of that. So
If you have a flat Earth channel, YouTube, it starts to do well. First they'll demonetize you, then they'll start like removing subscribers, and they'll take away your super chats ability, and then they'll just ban you. Crazy.
Yeah, on YouTube, it's more like a badge of honor, isn't it? Ban you for hitting the nail on the head.
It just takes so long to make a good video. You know, these people should be getting that. They should have their channels monetized. It should be, you know, if Flat Earthers were getting their channels monetized on YouTube, there would be so much content out there. But it just takes so long to make a good video that, you know, if it's not going to get monetized, you know, you have to earn money somehow.
Yeah, if I was a YouTube shill agent trying to take out influential people, there are definitely people you want not earning money so that they can do it full time. You would definitely want to keep them working full time so they can make one video a month rather than a video a day. That makes sense. Can't have Witsit out here making so much money off YouTube that he doesn't have to work or anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, his channel gets great views. You know, he should be earning enough to survive each month just off his ad revenue, but you know, and his memberships and stuff. But they took all that away from him. It's bullshit. So now he has to rely on donations and stuff like that.
Which nobody wants to ever have to do.
Lalo, you make a good point. Yeah, the ad money fuels them, doesn't it? On YouTube. That's why we all need to probably get behind what is it, Patreon? That seems to be popular. Start directly funding people.
Yeah, that's what I was
Sure
thinking.
they-
Like, because we
They
all
shut
want,
down. Go ahead,
we all
Layla.
want our influencers to make money off of this, but you're kind of saying the ad revenue, right? Which is funnily from these companies that don't want you to speak up, but you want their money still. Because of course we
Well,
want
it's
all that.
all sorts of companies. I mean, like that's just advertising companies, and YouTube gets half the money, and you get half the money. And it's like whatever company, you know, chooses to pay
Kinda
the
like
ads,
tax.
you know, depending on what the genre. whatever the genre is of your channel, you'll get advertisers from that genre, looking to sell stuff to your audience.
Right. So if I'm a company and I want to be behind this person, is that like a sort of censor?
What do you mean, sorry?
Well, the reason, like you say, people don't get paid for flat Earth because these companies do not want to be behind the idea of that. But that's kind of like
No,
their
absolutely
decision.
not. It's that what happens is YouTube blocks your ability to be able to have ads on your channel. It's not that people don't want to advertise on your channel. It's that YouTube removes your monetization ability from your videos. So every video you upload will say cannot be monetized.
So is the topic not the topic being set for this topic?
What's that, sorry?
You cannot make money off of this topic, right? Well, that kind of goes back to
you can make money off it. You just, if you want to make money through YouTube, you're gonna get you're gonna put in a whole lot of effort, and then they're gonna demonetize your channel, and they're probably gonna end up banning your channel and completely removing it, and all your hard
I'm
work's gone
sorry.
down the drain.
That is true. Can I just, sorry, really quick interject? Hey, guy, my man, you can't be fucking serious. Do you know what the burden of proof is, man? Nobody in the entirety of this universe right now, in its generality, thinks that the Earth is
I
flat.
love Michael
If that was
Jordan.
the case, if the case was that everybody thought it was flat, right? And then you wrote 24/7 Globe VC. That doesn't mean that you're making the claim, oh, the globe is the Earth is a globe. Come prove me wrong. No, it's just so that people can come there and tell you why it is or isn't. Because the positive claim is that the Earth is flat. In this case, the positive claim is that the Earth is a globe. That means all burden of proof falls solely upon you, not us.
so the consensus is that it's a globe then. And so when we say it's flat, then now that's a claim.
Oh, everyone's base reality that everyone experiences is a flat, stationary Earth. So if you didn't know anything and you looked outside and you observed objective reality, you would see a flat Earth. You'd see a flat Earth that doesn't move. So that's like the base axiom that is obvious reality. It's like the baseline. So if people want to come out and say, well, it's not actually what we experience, it's something completely different, and that means that the burden of proof claim is on them.
You got two valid answers.
A guy knows this, by the way, bro. This is definitely something he's aware of.
I'm really losing hope in talking to Globe Earthers. When I set up my shit, I'm not even gonna focus on this on any type of debate or any of that. I'm just gonna be putting information out there. I don't have time anymore for this. This is just truly a waste of time. The more I see this happening, how many people, especially online, within these types of servers, have actually said, "Okay, you know what? You're right. I concede. That is true. Yo, I was wrong
Hundreds,
here."
brother. Hundreds. In fact, I don't know if he's still in here, but the guy who has been in today, he's not here at the moment. What's that guy who we were speaking to earlier, who said we woke him up last conversation?
You mean Kim?
No. Hold on, I'll get you his name. We were speaking to him earlier, the guy from London, UK.
Yeah. I forgot his name, but I know who you're referring to now.
Yeah, he basically came in, cocky
Really?
Glober.
Oh, it's a different guy?
No, the guy who was in earlier. I'm sure I added him as a friend. Let me see.
Oh, X? Was it X?
No,
From
Lay or
last night?
something. It's Lay or something.
Okay.
Do you remember him, Blood?
Yes.
Anyway, there was a lad in today who basically said that we woke him up in our last conversation, and that was probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And he's come back today, and he's been like, guys, since then I've been on a rabbit hole. He asked some of the most interesting questions we've been asked for a while.
Really?
Rilla.
What's his name? Rilla. That's it.
Rilla.
Yeah,
R-Y-L-L-A.
That's it.
Ryla. Sorry, Ryla.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. You said no, so I'm like, yeah, I
I
talked to
thought
him.
you said something else.
No, I said Rilla. Yeah,
my
he's from I
Ryla.
think similar region, or maybe like close to you where you at.
I think he's
He
from
came
London.
here. Yeah, we talked to each other a few times, and then he talked to you. Yeah, he seemed like a very cool guy, very open-minded. You know what I mean? And now it's just that he started to question everything, which is good. Stuff, and not blindly believe just like the globies.
The globulist.
So yeah, it's a cool guy.
All right then. Hey, I haven't seen many of those. Like every time I've joined the VC for the last couple of months, it's always just been back and forth, endless circles, word salad. So I'm like, is there ever anybody that says, "Hey, thank you, I'm wrong. Now I understand."
Yeah, we get them, bro. We do get plenty of those types. Yeah, maybe not as
Right.
much in the politics rooms, because I think in the politics rooms there's a lot of similar archetypes in these places. But you know, you need a humble kind of attitude, don't you? But they come through. That's why we do this, bro. We wouldn't do this if it wasn't, you know, worth it.
All right, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just like, from what I've been seeing, it's always whenever I enter a room, it's just arguments and ad homs and no like actual progression, right? So it's like, is it just whenever I am in the VC that there are nobody that is like, hey, we've got it, right? I understand now, or what?
Well, let's see. We got some new people in now. We've got Fear Song. I know Zen's not new. He's been in the channel for a while. How you doing? Fear Song, Zen. We got Lone Rat as well. I'm not sure if anyone spoke to Lone Rat. The Honourable Shlomo Moonbuggy. Oh, I know who that is.
So the last time I was here in his room, it wasn't like what he was talking about. Like at least what the other guy was describing was a conversation, right, where people talk about, oh, here's an issue, here, let's look at it. The last time I was here, it was more along the lines of like an indoctrination camp, right? Like every time I would like to talk about any issues, it was like somebody else was chiming in. I get to maybe like half a sentence in and be like, "You're stupid," and I'm like, "Well, are we going to talk, or are we going to?"
You remember the name of the person?
I'm not. I like I said, it's been a while. I'm just here to play some Animal Farmer.
Maybe Demok was in here.
You sure this room, bro?
Demok.
Are you sure?
Very sounds like Demok.
Oh, is that the politics? Are you sure?
I'm blaming Demok.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
I don't remember the names. You know, like I'm I guess you would term me as a glober, and so like I don't know all the globe stuff, right? I just know there's a lot of math that's dependent upon globe math, and there's no real way to replace them.
Okay, it's your point.
I mean, like that is the point, right? Like, so
Yeah.
whatever assumption, it just comes down to this, right? Like in a big, 10,000 foot overview, if there was a fundamental disagreement upon like how the shape of the Earth and like the math and the science behind it, right? This would have been detected like literally thousands of years ago. because the maths won't work. We wouldn't be able to send stuff into space. We wouldn't have been able to like do flight. We wouldn't have be able to calculate trajectories of like, munitions that would fly from one continent to another. There's a whole bunch of things like that, right? Like,
1 second, I could just cut in real quickly. Pilots are actually trained to treat the Earth as a flat plane and non-moving.
I agree. Like I've been through this before, right? Like I'm talking about specifically the math.
Right. So the globe Earth is a mathematical theoretical model, and the math kind of works. But what we're doing is we're actually going out and putting that math to the test. By measuring large bodies of water. So if the math is correct, there's a specified radius value, and there has to be a specific amount of drop over distance. And nobody on the globe side through all of history has actually been able to measure any curvature. You're going to have to appeal to things that you can't verify, like outer space and NASA and things like that. But if you take the time to look into those organizations, you'll find a lot of inconsistencies and evidences against them.
I don't doubt that at all, right? It's just that the math works. It's good enough.
But that's what we're doing. We're testing the math, by doing practical experiments that anyone can go and test and repeat. And we're never able to validate the math. The math doesn't work. That's the problem. The math only works on paper. It doesn't actually conform to reality.
Unfortunately, like there's literally industries that are based upon this math, right? So, for example, if the math was wrong, when you talk about the idea of the tire meets the road, there are literally people who don't understand the math and they use the math and it works.
Yeah. So, what are you talking about? Space math, like to send things to space, because
aircraft, anything
that's,
continental,
again,
communications.
Celestial navigation for hundreds of years.
Yeah. Hold on a second. 99% of all communication is done via undersea cables.
Yes, and that also takes a lot of math, right?
So they're not. It's got nothing to do with the globe Earth. It's undersea
absolutely
cables
does, right? Because they're trying to figure out the shortest routes between like two continents.
And 100% of satellite TV broadcasts come from space.
Yeah, but Matthew, you've already conformed. I mean, you've already conceded that you just have blind faith in these types of things. You can't actually prove it.
Sure. No, hold on. I never said blind faith, right? I said that, like, look, there's math, and these are abstracts that are reflected in reality. That's what I said.
No, I was just because Matthew chimed in, and Matthew's admitted multiple times that nobody's ever actually measured the curvature of Earth. And his belief in NASA and space agencies.
So
Matthew,
I'm going to read.
About Matthew learns.
So that's something you added, right? So, for example, I do agree.
No.
Right?
That's something I was saying to Matthew. You see Matthew learns down a bit lower in the chat. He said something, and then I was replying to him.
Carry on.
Right. No, you're right. Matthew kind of like jumped in, but you were talking, so.
Just to be clear, I've said that the curvature of Earth has never been directly measured, but then the height of Mount Everest has never been directly measured either, so it doesn't bother me.
So the other guy was talking, so Fear Song?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wanted to continue?
Oh, no, that's fine. Like, if you're going to address Matthew, that's okay, because I'm like in between work and playing farm.
Well, he interrupted you, so I just wanted to just...
No. Like it's like the big idea, right? Like, for example, there are math, and then they may not be 100% correct, right? Because it's the best of our knowledge. But I don't think there's a cabal that's sitting there and like trying to reinforce something that doesn't work, because that would have been error corrected for like literally thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're kind of using a blanket statement. You're saying there's all these things, but you really need to be specific if you want to make that claim.
I don't, right? Because we're talking.
A lot of people say, all the scientists. How could all the scientists be in on it? And all of science says that Earth's a globe. No, that's just a fallacy. It's a blanket statement. People need to get specific. Like most people have never tested the Earth. They've never questioned the globe Earth model. They've never had any reason to. So what we're actually doing is getting out and testing it, and it doesn't actually. The math might work on paper, but math isn't reality. You know, math is just math. It's just a language to describe things. But if you're using math to describe reality and you have some presuppositions in that math, then that whole math equation can be thrown in the bin. Like if I said you have $1 million in the bank,
not true.
And you get $1 million. You get $1 million interest every day. How much will you have after a week? And most people will say, "Oh, I'll have $7 million, whatever." But there's a presupposition in there. You don't actually have that $1 million to begin with. You know, that's what the globe Earth does. They have the 3959 mile radius value that nobody's ever validated.
Sure. Hold on
The
here.
math is
because,
based off of that.
So here's the thing I mentioned, right? Like, so there is, for one thing, you may think it's weak in terms of testimony, right? But there's the idea of like testimonies. It's also more than just testimonies, right? Because I agree with you, math is an abstraction, and then you do have to make assumptions in math. One of those assumptions is that like the symbols, the symbology, and that like the way we do math is an assumption that it works. Now, here's the thing where I highly disagree with you, right? You're saying that like there's all these things that aren't reflected in reality, except that it is, right? When they talk about the circumference of the globe and all these things here, there's other math that's based upon it. And there's literally navigation, there's literally communication, there's literally all these things that I know are dependent upon that math. If that math was wrong,
you said
we would see error.
and
We would see all sorts of papers published showing this error, because it is very important, right? For example, when space satellites are sent into space, that they are exactly in the position they're supposed to be in. And if the world was flat, that would affect how they would do that math.
All right, look, try to keep points somewhat specific, like, you know, rather than having to give me 20 things to answer when I reply to you.
There's a reason why I don't want to keep things specific, right? Because if we start looking into very specific things, there's two things that happen. One of them is that like I am not an expert on like any of those things, okay? The second one is that like there will always be some sort of like, it's like this, it's the idea of precision, right? There's a difference between a precision up to 1.0, and there's also the difference between a precision of 1.00000. Even though they're the exact same thing, but depending on the context where you use them in, one of them will work and one of them won't.
Right, but you're just kind of using blanket statements that there's all these things, but you're not able to name anything specific, and you're saying, "Oh, well, I don't know, you know, anything specific to talk about." But so what I'm getting from you is that you have faith in the authorities, okay? So appeal to authority, that's another fallacy, and appeal to majority, perhaps, or all the people, you know, all the people think it's a globe, and not able to like get into specifics, and you're saying you don't want to talk about anything specific, but you're mentioning things, and as you're mentioning things,
nope.
Yeah, like you're kind of mentioning things, but you're not letting me respond to any of them. So you're mentioning things, and then you're not. When I say, okay, let's specifically talk about one of the things you mentioned, and you're like, oh, I don't want to talk about specifics, but you mentioned things specifically.
So I mentioned three industries: the satellite navigation industry, the satellite TV industry, and
So the reason why I don't want to go down, like, I'm sorry for interrupting, right? Because like I understand where you're coming from, right? Because I did also mention the idea of like space technology and whatever, all those things, and I want to keep them general, because. So are you an expert on any of those things you mentioned? If you are, then I retract everything. I'm sorry.
I'm not. But the general knowledge.
See, you're being very fallacious right now. What you're doing now is another fallacy. It's called an appeal to credentials fallacy.
Sure. The point that it's not so much of the appeal to credentials, right? It's the idea that like I would, in terms of explanations. For example, I don't necessarily know how a coffee machine works, right? But I do know that there's an abstractions and there's all these calculations somebody already did. And so if I put my coffee grinds in a specific place, right, and I do certain steps, out comes coffee. I can verify those things. I don't need to necessarily
construct a coffee machine. You can learn how to build a coffee machine and all that sort of thing. So
absolutely
asking,
right.
Okay, so what you
so
guys
now
are doing,
we're talking about something in which
hold on. Holy shit, dude! Can you calm the fuck down real quick, bro? DJ trying to respond to you, man. Can you control yourself, dude?
I haven't finished what I was going to say yet, right? Like we talked about the idea of abstraction, where I don't need to understand how a coffee machine works. It's also true when we talk about.
This is the reason why the mock called you as a name.
Go ahead, Ken Boy. It looks like you want to say something really quickly. Go ahead.
No,
no.
like
I'm
DJ was
gonna.
trying to respond to you, dude. Like,
Right.
bro, you
So
keep
I
talking over
understand.
him.
No, hold on here.
Like,
I wasn't
just
talking over him.
sit down
I
real
was
quick. Sit down.
literally in the
Yo,
beginning
sit
of my
down real
soliloquy.
quick, dude. Sit down real quick. It's gonna be okay. All
Look.
right.
All right.
Okay,
So
go ahead, DJ.
let me. Would
All
you
right,
like
man.
me to
We're not
finish?
gonna
Because
play
I
your
was
game.
in the middle of my sentence
They
before
do
I got
not want
interrupted.
you to finish.
All right, DJ, go ahead.
Yeah, so you guys are appealing to outer space. So you guys, it's fair for me to ask. You need to validate that outer space, as you're taught, as you're explaining it on the globe model, can exist. The first thing you're going to have to do is validate how you can have a gas pressure system wrapped around a floating ball adjacent to a 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum without a container, stopping the high pressure from instantly equalizing with the low pressure system of outer space. You guys are going to have to prove that that's possible.
Yeah, the weight of
before
air
you're
is
allowed
sufficient.
Hold on a second, man. You just let me finish. You guys need to validate that. You guys need to demonstrate that it's possible without going to the thing that's in question, without begging the question, without being fallacious.
Yeah, the weight of air is sufficient to cause air pressure without a container.
Right, but
we can
we've
validate
been
this
over
by
this a
looking at the
whole
pressure
bunch of
gradient.
times. Yeah, obviously nobody's denying a pressure gradient. But the gases are produced at ground level, right? And then the gas particles go out and move in all directions. You can't have, if you want to talk about a pressure gradient, once again, you're going to need to validate the base claim. You're going to have to be able to provide that you can have gas pressure adjacent to a space vacuum. Or actually, for that particular claim, you're going to have to validate you can have gas pressure without a container. You can't do that. We already know that. You have to, make the question. You have to appeal to the thing that's in question.
Yeah, gas pressure is basically just pressure that's caused by a gas or force caused by a gas. So that's all you need is force and an area.
But that's not what you're skipping the part of the definition of gas pressure that doesn't work with your open system Earth.
What do you need more than
is
a force and an area?
Okay, so are you able to demonstrate that you can create gas pressure without a container?
Yes,
Or without
stick your
begging
head
the
out a
question of
moving
the
car.
thing? Sorry? That's what?
You're driving in your car, you roll down the window, you stick out your hand. There's more pressure on the front of your hand than the back of your hand. Easy.
That is completely no, because there's
pressure
already
caused by a
gas
gas.
pressure. That's the gas that you're using, the atmosphere that's blowing, that you're feeling. That's what's in question. I said, can you demonstrate it in a lab where you're not begging the question?
Right, so
You
there's
need to be
more
able to
pressure on the
have.
front of your
You
hand
need to
than
be
the
able
back.
to have that atmosphere in the first place, and in order to have gas pressure, which is what the atmosphere is, you need a container.
You just don't need a container. That's a fallacious thing you're adding to the definition.
Are you able to demonstrate? Okay, you just said
a pressure.
You just said
a
we don't need
container
a
is not an
container, so
antecedent to pressure.
it's literally in the
point
very
it is.
definition. So
No,
are
it's
you
not.
saying the
The
definition of gas
is
pressure
force
is
over
incorrect?
area. Which
Oh,
definition?
I'll give you
No,
the
the equation
definition.
for the equation for the gas pressure is PV equals nRT.
Right. So that's one way to get gas pressure is to put gas in a container. That's one way. So for that situation, that equation is valid. If you're just talking about gas pressure in general, you need pressure and area. It's right there in the PSI, pounds per square inch. It's pounds, which is a force, per square inch, which is an area. That's all you need.
Square inch
Yeah,
of
but
what?
how do you achieve pressure?
A square inch of some surface on which you're, measuring the force.
Yeah, but pressure can only be achieved through a volume. Yeah,
That's
and a
one way to
volume.
do it, or the weight of air, or moving air. There's several different ways to do it.
Sorry, DJ, I don't
Already
mean
have
to
that air to
take
begin
over.
with. No,
Yeah.
you're right, Roots. Jump in. Anyone jump in over at me anytime.
Yeah, we're having a discussion. Anybody, we're not having one-on-one. So my point is that our using our definitions and our mathematics and our ideas of a gas having weight, it's internally consistent to say that the globe Earth mainstream model has a sufficient explanation for gas pressure without a container. I know you
I'm
dispute
not saying
some of
gas
that.
doesn't have weight. Gas has weight, but gas particles don't. If gas had weight, gravity existed, then it would have to show a downward bias.
It does.
Gravity's close. Gravity. You can't demonstrate that.
Yeah, you can.
Show me a demonstration, like
Sure,
or a citation or something like that.
Use a sensitive barometer and measure the pressure at the top of the ceiling in the room you're in versus the bottom of the floor that you're in, and you'll see that the gas in your room that you're sitting in right now has a slight downward bias.
That doesn't prove that gas has a downward bias. That proves there's
What's
like
the
a
other
temperature. There would be would there be a temperature differential in the room?
No, even if there's no temperature differential, you'll notice this.
You have a demonstration of it.
Yes, I've done it myself with a barometer.
And you provide your experiment or someone else that's done the experiment, all of history.
Look, that it's not. I mean, this isn't up
Something
for debate.
anyone's
This is
done.
something everybody agrees on. I'm surprised you're disputing it because this is just a raw observation. This isn't saying why it is. I'm just saying with that raw observation.
Why does the definition of gas particle movement state clearly that gas particles move at random in all directions?
Yeah, they move in all directions, but as they're moving up, they're slowing down. As they're moving down, they're speeding up a little bit. They're moving in all directions. But there's a slight downward bias.
They're saying they have a downward bias.
Right, as evidenced by the pressure gradient.
No, that's not evidence that they have a downward bias.
That's evidence.
You're saying that the
density. Yeah, density gradient. That's just a natural property of weight. And when you create a gradient, then yeah, you're going to get molecules of gas like you'll get in a compressed container. Some gases will turn into a liquid at the bottom of the container. That's just a property of that containment being in a small volume.
Yeah, you're right about that. If there's a mixture of liquid and gas, I'm talking about in containers where it's all gas.
Yeah, but I'm saying
does gravity only affect? Sorry,
go ahead. No, I'm just saying even some gases will create that gradient. You'll sense the liquid in there, but obviously once the container's opened, it's no longer a liquid, right? So that liquid is only possible because of the pressure. So you're creating a gradient due to the pressure, changing the pressure.
Yeah, and typically gases are transported that way. I'm talking about when there's no liquid at all. It's all gas.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
If you have a vacuum, like if you have a chamber and you pressurize it with gas and you poke a hole in the top of the chamber or release a valve, all of that gas is going to it's all going to distribute out of the container.
Yeah, that's right.
I can show you a demonstration of that.
I mean, everybody agrees that's what happens.
Right. So so you have the same problem. I mean, you have outer space is a vacuum, right? Vacuum chamber, basically the same thing. And you have a ball of gas inside the vacuum chamber. That's what you're claiming, basically, on a big scale.
Yeah,
you have a floating ball of gas inside a vacuum chamber. You need a container to create a vacuum chamber in the first place, and you can't demonstrate a floating ball of gas within a vacuum chamber. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
you're saying the only way you're saying on a
kilometers.
planetary scale it's possible, but on a small scale you're having to rely on faith.
No, it's not faith. It's just simple measurements in mathematics and physics. But on a planetary scale, things do work differently than on a small scale. You're right about that.
But why are you claiming a gas pressure gradient isn't possible in a contained dynamic system?
No, it is. In a container, there is a gradient. And outside of a container, there is a gradient. There's a gradient in both cases.
Right,
Again, due to the downward bias of gas.
So a gradient isn't a validation of the globe Earth or a debunk of flat Earth. With that?
No, you're right. Because gradients happen inside of a container and outside of a container.
I would actually say the only thing that's telling us is it's suggesting that the atmosphere is contained. That's the pretty much only point we can make out of this. That would be a logical next step. I would say, that would be your burden to prove you can have gas pressure without a container or a gradient without a container.
Yep, and I offered as an example the room you're sitting in right now. The pressure at the top of the room is slightly lower than at the bottom of the room, and with a sensitive enough barometer, you can see that measurement. And there's no container between the top of your room and the bottom of the room.
Yeah, but that's heat.
How would that be evidence?
That's
no,
heat.
I'm talking about when it's all the same temperature.
How would that be evidence of a globe?
It's not. It's just evidence that disputes this thing that atmosphere requires a container.
Would you agree that what we're claiming is demonstrable on a small scale, and what the globe side is claiming isn't demonstrable on a small scale?
That's
in
right.
relation to having a vacuum and an atmosphere?
Yep,
Listen
you're
to each
exactly
other?
right about that.
Right. Because most globe earthers would argue with me to the death about that. That's I like you better than that.
Yeah, I mean, I would still say we see evidence on the smaller scale, like the gradient and that type of thing, but I don't think this proves it one way or the other. Just because you can get gradients in a contained system and outside of a contained system, it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe.
It suggests the opposite, doesn't it? It suggests that the Earth's contained.
It doesn't suggest either, because it's possible on both.
It's like
Yeah, but the
more
fact
likely,
you can't,
though.
Yeah, the fact that you can't really demonstrate this, and this is what we understand about gas pressure, would suggest that we're in containment, some sort of containment.
I suppose it might suggest to some people, but the other interesting fact about this, which we haven't even discovered or talked about, is that no container has ever been observed or measured anywhere.
Did you say no container's been measured or observed anywhere?
Yeah, nobody's ever touched, measured, or observed a supposed container. So, it's probably Occam's razor. It's probably.
Yeah, but I could say
exist.
back to you, right? But we're not claiming to have.
So you're claiming on faith that a container exists, even though nobody's ever seen it. Is that?
We're claiming
nobody claimed the container. We just said it suggests that it would be more logical.
Okay, fair enough.
To assume. And what Matthew? What have you heard of Operation Fishbowl? What do you make of that?
There's so many operations, I forget which is which.
When they shot rockets directly up into the sky to try and they spoke about a glass ceiling, I think. I can't remember what they did, but they fired rockets to try and. I can't remember actually. DJ, do you remember the exact?
Yeah, I don't remember the details either. Sorry.
But anyway, it was an official military operation, right? And they were shooting rockets directly up at the sky. I mean,
yeah, but none of those military people thought there was a glass ceiling. They weren't trying to bust through a ceiling up there.
So why were they shooting rockets into the sky in a military operation?
To see how high it could go and see how far they could go, probably. I don't know. Test their equipment.
Yeah, we don't know. We can't confirm what their true motives are. They're not going to tell the general public what they're doing.
I know. I just thought I'd ask.
No, it's a good question. I've heard of all these things. I generally stay away from kind of military theories and operations of the CIA or people 50 years ago, or whatever. I don't know what they were doing. Who knows?
Would you agree that to make a vacuum chamber, you need to have a container?
Yes, of course. Especially here on Earth, because there's so much atmosphere around us. You can't even get the vacuum very good. You can get 10 to the -6 torr or something.
Yeah, they can get it pretty high. Don't they have some crazy one where they built 8-foot thick cement walls or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard that. Sounds familiar.
NASA or something. But yeah. So would you say that the natural antecedent to a vacuum chamber is a container?
Yes. Again, we're talking about the small scale here on Earth. On the small scale, necessary antecedent to a vacuum on Earth is a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. So that's all we can check and all we can test and all we
Yeah,
can
fair
know
enough.
without. Yeah. So I mean, how would you speculate that space would be a vacuum, a chamberless vacuum?
Well, I think it's because we've sent equipment up there and haven't discovered any barrier between here and low Earth orbit. And then up in low Earth orbit, they've had equipment and measuring, scientific instruments to determine the pressure up there, and they've determined the pressure is pretty low. So there is a low pressure 100 miles from
Right.
200 kilometers from here.
Right. No.
Without a container.
I'm just for this. I'm granting you the globe Earth model. You've got a 10 to the negative 17 torr deep space vacuum.
Uh-huh.
So once again, because you asked us, like nobody's ever measured the firmament or seen the firmament, but you just kind of have a space vacuum that you can't find any container. Do you think there would be a container for the space vacuum?
No, I don't think there would be.
Okay,
But they've
so
they've measured the vacuum, so they know the vacuum exists.
well, according to your faith, they've measured the vacuum.
According to the scientific instruments on satellites. But I mean, I guess I'm having faith in those
Right.
scientific
But you
instruments.
can't validate that. That's definitely a faith-based belief.
Right. Just like your belief that Mount Everest exists is a faith-based belief in the same way.
No, because
No?
it's not the same. That's a false
That's
equivalence.
Have you seen it with
verified
your
by
own eyes?
millions. It's verified by millions, bro.
Right.
It's different. False equivalence.
Yeah, it's verified by millions, but you haven't seen it yourself. And then this scientific instrument is verified by maybe dozens, but I haven't seen it myself. It's a
Yeah,
difference.
but anyone can save up some money. Not anyone, but you know what I mean. People can save up some money and go to Mount Everest. It's not in question.
Right. Until I go there, what should be my attitude towards Mount Everest? Should my attitude be that I say it doesn't exist, or is it okay to trust?
Yeah,
that,
you could say there's countless evidence that it exists. You don't know 100%, but you're like, it exists. So you don't need to go there to check, where it's a completely different situation when it comes to a dozen people or something like that you're having to trust.
Yeah,
These
fair enough. It's a
organizations.
difference in scale.
And
Yeah,
also
you're having to
you're-
have faith in a government organization.
Exactly. When
Right.
you're dealing with the public, you have a lot more leeway than you give a single government with potentially an agenda.
Right. So I'm trusting a government that potentially has an agenda and potentially dozens of scientists who say that these instruments are actual and valid and all that type of stuff. That's what I'm trusting. And that is a way different scale than trusting millions of people who've seen Mount Everest with their own eyes. So I'll grant you that. But I'm saying it's a difference in scale, not a difference in kind.
And you're just kind of like believing their data rather than, we can just, we've got videos and all that sort of stuff. It's, terrible.
Well, I mean,
so
wouldn't you say the same
disregarding
thing about
space? Okay, go ahead.
Wouldn't you say the same thing about the height of Mount Everest? People say it's 48 meters high, but there's only several dozen people who have validated that height, right? It's not millions of people have seen it, but how would you validate that that's the actual height of Mount Everest?
I didn't claim it.
No, I know, but do you believe that that's the height?
Probably off by a bit. I would imagine they can't tell the exact height of it.
Sure. I mean, how about plus or minus 2 meters? 48, 48 plus or
Probably
minus 2 meters.
I haven't looked into the methodology behind that.
Okay, well, I'm saying that I actually believe that it's 88, 48 meters, plus or minus 2. Even though I haven't seen Mount Everest myself, and even though, only several dozen people have validated that measurement. Look, obviously, all this is just like the question of how do you know what you know, and how do you know who to believe and that type of thing. And I generally have a slightly more trusting attitude towards what governments say. And I get it, you have a slightly less trusting attitude, or maybe way less trusting attitude towards what governments say. So fair enough. But you can see why I would trust them about this thing in space, because I already believe that the Earth is a globe and that space exists. So if they say, "Oh, this is the measurement up there in space," I'm like, "Okay, sounds right to me." It's not a big stretch for me.
It's an awesome religion. Enjoy it.
Oh, I wouldn't call it religion. I'd just call it belief.
Oh, I would. It's nothing you can prove, is there?
A religion is where you like pray to
You have faith.
deity.
You have faith in these people. You said it yourself. You have faith in your model.
Yeah, I would define religion as worshiping.
So I would say it's your religion. That's what I would say.
I would define religion as something that you worship. I don't worship these models.
You worship that ball. Where you go around Discord channels worshiping your ball.
No, I believe it's true, but I don't worship it. I believe that Mount Everest exists, but I don't worship Mount Everest, so I'm not a Mount Everest.
What's your best globe proof without appealing to outer space?
Oh, I think it's easy, and this is probably why billions of people say that the Earth can't be flat, which is that sunsets happen. If you watch the sunset, it clearly looks like the sun is going below the horizon of the Earth, or below the level of Earth where you're standing. Yet people say, "Oh, time zones exist, and so it's still noon somewhere else."
I'm on a ball. The sun enters and exits my view. Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Bingo.
What?
That's what billions of people believe, and that's why you guys are going to have so much trouble convincing people the Earth is flat, because everybody sees sunset. Dark at midnight.
It's flat.
Would you agree, Matthew, that like we see in a dome of vision, like the celestial sphere model teaches?
I would say that you could describe your area of vision as kind of in a polar coordinate, using polar coordinates. If you want to call it dome of vision, that'd be one way to put it. Sure.
Right, but are you familiar with the celestial sphere model and the way it's taught?
Yeah, yeah, the right ascension and declination.
Do you agree with that, or do you not agree?
It's just a description of where stars are, right? Right ascension and declination. I mean, it's a good way to describe
those stars are just in apparent locations due to the way your vision works. It's like you've got a big dome over you. So the celestial sphere model, it assumes a flat plane, infinite flat plane where you're in the center. And you're looking up and you've got like a dome of perspective over the top of you, and everything's moving east to west around that dome of perspective. It's not where it actually is. It's just appearing there due to perspective. We're talking about the lights in the sky. We're also including the sun in that dome of perspective. And things converge into the horizon. So as does the sun as it moves around, as do the stars, as do streetlights, as does a hallway when you look down it.
Yeah, the dome of vision is a way to describe what we observe and the locations of where we observe things. Sure.
But it does explain why we would see things apparently converge into the horizon once it's outside of that angle of view, because, obviously when you're standing down on the Earth and you're looking straight forward, you're seeing a horizon. That's the limit of your perspective.
Yeah, so I would generally say the stars and the moon and the sun, when they're high enough in the sky, are where they appear to be. When it gets close to the horizon, it might change a little bit. But another reason that the sun could be blocked is because if something is physically blocking the sun, and that seems to be a better explanation than it's just going out of the dome of vision. Like it looks like it's being, if you've ever watched the sunset over the ocean, which I have because I live on the west coast of California and the sun sets over the ocean all the time, it looks like the sun is being blocked by the ocean. And so that's the assumption I take, is that what appears to be happening is happening.
But you don't, like, what appears to be happening is also the Earth is flat and non-moving.
Right. So you start with what appears to be happening, and then you keep that as your assumption, unless there's some other good reason, some valid reason for believing otherwise.
The way we are taught even on the globe model, that the sky that we see the sky is that we have a dome of vision and things converge on the horizon. Like it's literally how it's taught. I mean, that's
Yeah,
works perfectly on a flat Earth.
The idea of perspective is interesting because with perspective, things converge and get smaller and smaller as they go farther and farther to a vanishing point. The interesting thing about
It's not how they
sunsets
teach the celestial sphere model. They don't say
Right.
that things get smaller due to perspective. It's just that you're seeing them at that particular location due to your perspective.
Yeah,
Things
so the
on a small
interesting
scale
question
close
is,
to you get smaller. Like if something's already outside of that range of perspective, and it's just like you're seeing like a light, you're not seeing the actual star. You're just seeing the light from the star or the light from the sun. That's why the sun is like kind of works like a reflection. You know, it's like personal to you. It's in a slightly different spot depending on who's looking at it. Sometimes it appears in the clouds. It's lighting up what appears to be a section of clouds. And then someone else that's 100 miles away, their sun, and it's in a completely different cloud. So it's not in any clouds because they don't have clouds near them. You know, they're seeing it in a different, place. Just like if you've got a line of light coming to your feet across the ocean, due to the reflection of the sun, and someone's 10 meters down the beach, they have their own light. They can't even see your light. It's the sun that we see kind of works like that, it seems.
yeah, the different light rays go to each different person. But the interesting thing with regards to perspective is that the angular size of the sun, when it's noon right over you, is about half a degree, and then as it sets right before sunset, it's still the same size, and so it hasn't shrunk in size or anything, which you would expect if it was moving farther away. But that leads me to say that I think the sun is not moving farther away as it rotates around.
Right, but atmospheric magnification is definitely a thing. That's why in more humid environments, you're going to even see the sun appear to increase in size sometimes as it gets lower towards the horizon, and you're having to look through basically a big magnification, caused by the density of the atmosphere, and then some places, the sun appears, to actually get smaller as it moves away. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying it appears to. There's tons and tons of videos where it looks like the sun shrinks in size. It doesn't look anything like a typical sunset. I grew up next to the ocean as well, so I'm used to seeing it as well.
Yeah, whenever I've seen it, the sun is the same size, morning, noon, and evening, sunset.
You've not seen the videos where it appears to shrink? A little dot
I have seen those, yeah.
moves away. Yeah, but that doesn't look anything like what it looks like when you're at the beach in, it's like 25 degrees and you're watching the sunset at the beach, and it appears to sort of stay the same size or like even get a bit bigger. It doesn't look anything like that. Usually these are taken in like places where there's very, very low humidity and not much atmosphere. Magnify the sun. I'm not saying it's shrinking, I'm saying it appears to shrink.
I would say that the glare appears to shrink, and in fact it does shrink because glare is much bigger when it's brighter, and as it sets it's getting dimmer, and so the glare shrinks. So the interesting thing
Right,
to
but
do
those
would be to put a
pictures that
solar
you
filter
like to
on this.
post, yeah, I know, but a solar filter blocks out most of the light. It's like
There you go.
literally you're not even blocks out most of the light. You're just seeing a little dot, and in the globe model they say the sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky. You don't see
About
the
same size.
little dot moon.
Yeah, that's a
We've
good
had
point
this
because during a full moon, the full moon stays the same size all night from moonrise to moonset. There's another example.
See the little graphic that I put in the side chat?
Yeah,
Do you agree that that's the way that the celestial sphere model is taught?
Yeah, that's how it appears from an observer on Earth.
Would you say the sun could if you add the sun into this diagram, it would do the same thing?
Yep, it would. It would rise and
there
then
you
go across the thing and then set underneath the Earth.
Right.
Make a complete circle.
So it would exactly on a flat Earth. It would look exactly the same. what you
It
see
would,
in reality.
from one point. The problem is that at the point when the sun is at midnight and it's set in on the circle that's beneath you, there are people in India that see it when I can't.
Yeah, but just say this was a flat Earth, okay? And you still have this same dome of perspective, right? And the sun would just move away from you, and it would go, just say you had a smaller local sun. If it was moving straight over the top of you, it would still see in this same dome of perspective. Basically, it would still do the same thing, and the sun would move over to the people in India, and they would have their own dome of perspective that they're viewing it through. Or it would appear to rise and set.
Well, yeah. So in ancient cultures where they didn't have any idea of how time zones work and stuff like that, they had this idea that the Earth was flat and the sun rose in one end and then went overhead at noon and then set in the west and then went in the underworld underneath them at nighttime and then came up on the east side. So it made this complete circle. Now we know that
That might have been how one
midnight,
culture thought of it, but I think it's like the Hawaiians or something like that. They believed in this same celestial sphere model that the globe teaches.
Yeah, and where did they think the sun went at midnight? Under the ocean.
That's what they thought. I don't think all ancient cultures used to think that. I don't know. I think most of them depicted a flat Earth.
Well, the underworld. They call it the underworld. We now know that the underworld actually has other parts of the globe there. So even though it was midnight in Hawaii, in the underworld that was over in Africa, it was noon. And so they, of course, the ancient Hawaiians didn't know about Africa, and they didn't know it was noon at the same time it was their midnight.
Nah.
But did you kind of agree then that, if we had a local sun and it was moving around the Earth, just, how the flat Earth would still have that same dome of view, would still explain.
No, I 100% agree that the thing you posted at 40 past the hour with the dome of local vision and all that would work on a flat Earth for that observer. The only problem is that time zones exist and you can't have more than one observer with that model.
Right. What was the last sentence about the time zones? And you like, why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth?
So this works for one person at one place at one time. However, because when the sun or when the stars set, somebody else can actually see them at the same time. So even if you can't see the stars,
they're not
somebody
setting.
else can.
But they're not setting.
They're going under
They're just appearing
under the Earth.
Oh no, they're just appearing to set due to perspective, due to this dome of vision. On the globe Earth, they're setting because the Earth's spinning backwards or whatever, it's spinning away from you. But this also works on a flat Earth with them just moving away from you. Like it works on a flat Earth, just in a different way.
And there's also more than 24 time zones in the south and less than 24 time zones in the north.
But those are just political. There's 24 hours worth of time zones in the north and 24 hours worth of time zones in the south.
Mm.
I mean, in the south, they sometimes have some half time zones and quarter time. Like India, I think, is half an hour off everybody else. But the point is that it's symmetrical. There's 24 hours in the north, 24 hours worth in the south.
Daytime, yes. The way it's split up, no. And it's not like because of nations and stuff. It's just the time zones, right? There's like 37, if I'm not mistaken, in the south hemisphere, and 23 or 18. I can't remember exactly in the north hemisphere.
But there's 24 hours worth. I mean, yeah, you could split up those 24 hours into hours and have 24 time zones, or you could split them up into 10 minutes if you wanted to have 240 time zones. The point is how much time zones are there, how many hours worth, and it's 24 hours, independent of how you split them up. You could split them up into 36 in the southern hemisphere if you want, but it's still 24 hours worth.
But here's the thing: why, if the Earth is a sphere or a spheroid, whatever, right? then both north and south should have the exact same amount of time zones because they are basically mirror images of one another. But that's not the case.
You're right about that. There are mirror images, and they do have the same amount of time zones, 24 hours worth of time zones, and you could split it up, like I said, in 240 increments of 10 minutes, or 36 different ones like in the southern hemisphere, or 24 different ones in the northern hemisphere. You can split it up however you like. The question is how many hours worth, and the answer is 24 in the north, 24 in the south.
I think something in the side chat. Can't talk right now.
Oh yeah, thanks, Jenna. Jenna posted in the side chat the time that we did a measurement of the shadow on the solstice and came up with two different calculations. We calculated the radius of the Earth, assuming the Earth was a globe, and we calculated the distance to the sun, assuming the Earth is flat. I don't know why she brought it up.
What's the issue with having two different results?
Oh, I see. You were talking about in the side chat the YouTube video.
Whenever you have the chance to look at that video, take a look. I can't talk right now, so
Yeah, I'm scrolling through the video a bit, and I see that he posted a map that kind of looks like the one I just now posted, which shows that there those bands that go up and down show that there's 24 hours worth. No matter how far north or south you go, there's 24 hours worth of time zones. But then how you specifically split it up, it changes based on political boundaries and that type of stuff. But the fact remains: 24 hours in the south, 24 hours in the north. And in Australia, they only have 3 time zones, even though Australia is about as wide as the US, where we have 4. And it's just because of how we split things up differently.
I would personally say the time zones are put that way because everything expands from the north as it moves outwards. That's why, but yeah.
But you would expect there to be more hours worth of time zones if things were larger in the southern hemisphere. In fact, they aren't larger in the southern hemisphere. We have 24
Not
hours.
large. I don't mean larger. They're just expanding out, right? Everything expands from the center, and you wouldn't, right? That's just an assumption. You wouldn't. You would have the same amount of time zones. Well, time itself, you would have the same amount of time.
Yeah, 24 hours. That's right.
And sorry if I overtook your conversation.
No, man, you're fine. Had the
I was just hanging out.
wife's sister's kids flood into the room, so it was good timing.
Nice, nice. Anti, can I send you some interesting videos that I've recently come across, and just to get your feedback and ideas on it?
Yeah, please do. I just sent you a friend request.
Awesome. Do it right now. This is more short format content, just so you can get an overview of what I've been looking into recently. But later on, I can send you maybe something more in depth on the specific thing, because some of the things vary from topic to topic slightly.
Awesome.
I'm gonna just speak. It's I don't like texting. I hate texting. I don't like saying I know everything or even close to everything or almost everything. But I'm getting well versed in a lot of these topics, if you will. Did you know that the Egyptians had a note, so a musical note for every day of the week and every hour of the day, AM and PM?
You have it?
Let me see if I'm not sure if I can post it if it's too big of a image, video. Sorry. Let me try to send it. I
Can
think
you
I should.
can you play it? Like stream it?
I think I can. Let me see if I have the ability to
Or
stream.
post? Maybe you can stream it.
Oh, I can. Yes, I can. 1 second. Video. Download. Yeah, downloads. Where is it? Okay. Share. Let me share my screen. Here you go. Is my screen sharing working? Is it?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nice. Why is it so?
Did Matthew get bored?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. I'm on a road trip.
Nice.
Road tripping on the flat earth.
Amen. Hurrah.
Yeah, I was just watching that, the Flat Earth Banjo, Flat Earth Hidden Within Time Zone. And yeah, I've known about that for a while.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm not sure how strong of an argument it is, but it is interesting that there are that in the southern hemisphere they are more likely to have to have time zones that are off compared to. Sorry, I'm in this car wash here. But anyway, it is interesting that in the South there are a lot more time zones. And his failing is that there's still only 24 hours in a day, but the further out you would be, the more likely that you would need more intermediate time zones, and they would always only ever add up to 24 hours, because there's only 24 hours a day that the sun goes back to its original spot, so to speak.
We're able to hear most of that.
Say that again, my friend.
I'm speaking to Doves. She was watching my screen sharing. You get any of that, Doves? Could you hear it properly? If you're trying to speak, we can't hear you. How many actors do you think we guys need to become physicists, mathematicians, scientists before people start realizing this is fishy?
What was the question?
Sorry, how many failed actors or actors in general do we need becoming scientists, physicists, and mathematicians and making all these claims and discoveries until we realize, hey, something's fishy here. Why are we listening to these motherfuckers?
Oh, the sheep will love it.
What did you say?
The sheeple, they love it. They can tell them anything that comes on the TV, and they repeat it enough times, the general public will just believe it as fact. They could tell them anything at all about anything, and they'll just believe it. So, and they tell them crazy things like, oh, it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune and sideways glass rain on this exoplanet, and they're just like, yeah, of course it does. And they'll defend it.
Hey, I don't know about your anus, but with my anus, there's definitely diamonds coming up, bro. Sorry, I had to. It was just out there. I actually even haven't fully looked into what's his name, Terrence Howard, whatever his name is. I haven't seen either of his podcasts on Joe Rogan fully yet. If have you by any chance?
Oh, I only saw some clips. I heard Witsit talking about it yesterday.
I need to check. I really need to go through it because I really doubt that he even mentions the block domain or level plane of inertia. Because if he was to talk about that, all of that hexagonical cool CGI image of a droid flying around in all those positions stops just working. Although there is an actual practical use for that stuff, but not exactly the way he's implying with it. Man, there are some things that he talked about that are actually pretty spot on.
Yeah, I would need to go listen to it, I guess. But Witsit was saying some of the things he was saying were correct, and some things he was leaving out. But yeah, probably should listen to it sometime. He seems kind of annoying to me.
Hey, I've listened to every single annoying person you could think of when it comes to this stuff. He's pretty chill compared to the rest.
It's good. It's good to get some more people doubting the mainstream. I guess that's what he did in a way. So that's good.
Yep.
Anyone that talks shit about gravity and stuff like that, I don't mind them too much.
True, but you'll mind them a lot more when you. I don't know how well versed are you within like toroidal stuff and yeah, that whole thing, but there's a whole shebang to it. Yeah, but the stuff that he talked about, like sounds and frequencies, right? And that is almost completely spot on. Oh, crap, I forgot I have to make a call. Be right back.
And I caught the ass end of that. It just reminded me of the comedian Peter Holmes when he's talking about like science and molecules and things are vibrating and these molecules know that they're a table and these molecules are like, well, I'm Pete. You know? He's like, how do they know that? You ask scientists, how do they know? How does it do that? They're like, well, I don't know. When I looked at the when I went to go look up the definition of science, the very first thing I got was like a page of books that was like, don't know. I think my favorite Peter Holmes bit was the atheist one where he's like, so there's the nothing people and the God people, right? And the nothing people make fun of the God people, but what's the definition of like nothing, right? Like it's nothing. You have nothing. So like, what's more reasonable to believe, right? That we came from nothing, something that you can't touch, taste, smell, science can't prove, or that you came from God, something you can't touch, taste, smell, see, or science can't prove. The whole thing is pretty funny. Somebody should post a short of it in the chat. Well, what happens when you die? You go back to your creator. You go back. You think you go back to nothing. So you go back to your creator. somebody was telling me that they don't know how humans are created, but that they know that humans exist. And I'm like, bro, if your dad didn't blow a load in your mom, you wouldn't exist. Like, humans create more humans. What are you talking about? It's just crazy shit. Oh, DJ, that's funny. Ah, that's funny. I've been calling him Brain Dead Carcass. He's fucking retarded, dude. And he doxed himself last night. He posted his Eagle Scout certificate or some shit, and he thought he blacked out his name enough. But I'm like, oh, I can see here that your first and middle, your first name is Harrison, your middle name is Wesley, and your last name is like Babley, right? Like, oh, you're a doxer. I was like, you yourself by not blacking out your fucking form well enough. You know, because you're smarter than everybody else. I wonder how old he is, dude. He can't even be like 20 years old. Like, I don't know. Gregory. I know. Oh shit. Yeah, his name is Harrison Wesley Babley or something like that. But he calls me a doxer. I'm like, you doxed yourself by not blacking your name out, stupid.
Wesley Harrison.
Sweet. No, Harrison Wesley.
Harrison still sounds kind of gay.
I'm like, huh, your name is, I'm gonna call you Harry B. Maybe that's why you're miserable. You got a Harry B.
Damn, it got quiet in here. I just came back. What's going on, guys? Well, I guess everybody's sleeping right now.
I'm awake. I was sleeping all that time before when y'all were yapping.
Oh, well, at least
I
you're here.
just woke up, yeah. I just woke up not too long ago.
Are you going to work today?
Um, yeah, probably later on today. I just gotta get it's today Monday. Yeah, Monday, yeah. I slept a lot. I slept like, I don't know, 10 hours maybe.
At least you got some rest, you know. Oh, Matthew is back. What's up, Matthew? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm good.
Did you make your food last night? I know you were marinating it and then I think you went to sleep or something.
Yeah, I went to sleep. Was tired.
Did you
And
cook it?
I was no, I didn't cook it. They were just preparing to make sausage, and I just finished just a couple minutes ago. Yeah, it's not that bad. You know, just put the all the meat in the tube and then and push all the meat out into yeah the casing. Not too bad.
Cool.
But yeah, I knocked out last night, so
It's okay. Good stuff. Mm. It's really nice out today though.
hot.
Yeah. But at least it's sunny. God.
Oh, Gregory's here. What's up, Gregory? What's going on, bro? If you can hear me. Yeah, I mean, so what's new? Anybody heard anything about on the globe side or on the flat earth side? Anything new? Anybody want to share?
I don't know. It's pretty much the same arguments over and over again.
Yeah, we still can't find the curvature. I know. Yeah, I heard you were talking to DJ earlier a little bit.
Yeah, we were chatting. I can't remember exactly what about air pressure, and then later we talked about time zones.
I heard something about Mount Everest. A little bit here and there.
Oh yeah, Mount Everest. I was using that as an example of something that I believe without having seen with my own eyes.
You know, but if we want to go to Mount Everest, like all of us, you know, can pretty much go there, and you know, if we want to find out something, we can do it together.
Yeah,
The
that's
outer
true.
space,
The
but
point
the
is,
outer space is
before
different.
that, what do we do? Like before we go to Mount Everest, what should our attitude be?
I'm sorry.
I haven't been to Mount Everest, and you're right that we could buy plane tickets and go see Mount Everest with our own eyes. But my question is, before we do that, what should be our attitude towards Mount Everest? Is it okay for me to still believe that it exists, even though I haven't seen it?
I mean, that's on you on that part.
Okay. Yeah, I choose to believe it exists.
Right. But I mean, if you're gonna use that example, you know, I get it. I understand where you're coming from, but you know, the differences between Mount Everest and outer space, none of us can go, and that's a big difference right there. Mount Everest, like, yeah, I mean, if you really want to go, yeah, buy a plane ticket, go over there, right? We can all go together, right? But outer space, you know, of course, you know, we have to take it on faith, and that's a big difference.
Yeah, obviously it's a difference of scale and that type of thing because it costs a lot of money to go to outer space or whatever. My point was just a simple idea that there are some things I believe without seeing.
You know, I hope one of these days they give you a free ticket to outer space. What's that? What's that fucking that company?
Blue
Richard
Origin.
Branson.
You know what though?
Yeah.
I don't think I would go. I mean, I think it's still dangerous enough that it's not worth the risk. For example, people have been able to use submarines to go to the bottom of the ocean for decades, but I still don't think I'm getting in the submarine to go to the bottom of the ocean. I mean, just remember what happened to that Challenger or Titan, whatever it was.
Yeah, but something's off about that. Was that little like aluminum foil thing, basically?
No, that was the little submarine made out of composite materials, which was a bad idea.
Yeah. Remember that guy last night that was like, "Oh, I'm looking for adventure and this and that." I wanted to tell him, I'm like, "Why don't you go to Mars with Elon Musk?" If you're looking for that much adventure, buddy. Sure, it's
I'm
out there.
looking for adventure, but I'm more like the type of adventure of like going on a cruise or visiting Europe or South America or something.
Yeah,
I'm
going there
not going to get in a
backpacking.
submarine.
Yeah, going there like backpacking with no plans and figuring it out. That's fun. That's a challenge. Yeah, I wouldn't go out of outer space. I feel like that's a death sentence all the way. A lot quicker.
Hey Jenna, I heard you're on a trip right now. Where you going?
Now, me and my husband just stopped at a motel.
You kind of got
But
cut
we'll
off a
be,
little bit.
yeah, we'll be on our way to Ohio pretty soon.
Cool. Well, have a safe trip. But man, you living the dream. Best life. Just travel around. You know, it was awesome.
I missed that. What'd you say?
I said you living the dream. You know, I mean,
Oh yeah, dude! I
that's
get
one
to
of the best
travel
life.
everywhere. I get to travel everywhere and state to state to state, and I make pretty good money. Allows me to keep traveling. You know, it's not a bad deal. Not a bad deal. Now when I can make like $600 in 2 days, that's shit. That's a
That's
good deal.
awesome. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome. You know, I mean, America just like every state is like their own little country, right? You go to this state, that state, well, it's all different, you know. I mean, of course, we still speak the same language for the most part, right? But every state's all different in a way. They have their way of talking. They have their own slang.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
After I left Minnesota, I tell you, I was talking real funny because I was kind of poking fun at the Minnesotan accent. You know, where they say instead of a bag, it's a bag, right? And instead of milk, it's milk. And you can get a bag of milk in Minnesota, in Minnesota.
uh,
And a dragon isn't a dragon; it's a dragon.
yeah. You've been to New York, New Jersey. They also have a very strong accent too. Or Boston. Yeah.
I haven't been there yet, but I got a buddy. His name is Scotty, and we call him Boston Scotty, or AK Hot Garbage.
Oh snap.
He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. I'm like, hey, Hot Garbage, and he's like, who's calling for me? He's like, you got a beer? And there's somebody who I met who was from putting on this Jersey accent. Now, I've never ever been to Jersey, never been to Boston, never been to New York, but apparently I was doing the accent so well that the guy he was compelled to ask me, "What part of Jersey are you from?" And I just dropped it, and I was like, "Oh, dude, no, I'm from Southern California. I've never been to Jersey." Like, what the fuck?
I mean, if you're traveling around, right, you gotta check out New Hampshire and Maine, right? White Mountain. I don't know. You're familiar with White Mountain, right? Just go
Yeah,
camping over there. It's beautiful.
I'd love to
Yeah,
do that. There's a few states I
beautiful.
haven't been to yet, and they're on the list. They're on the list.
Yeah. Um, I think around this time, I mean August, September, it's beautiful time to go camping, right? Well, anything beyond there up north, it's getting just a little colder. You know what I mean? Unless you can handle the cold. But for the most part, I think August and September is perfect timing for camping. You know,
I'm always
I
camping, bro. I'm always camping.
yeah, it's especially canoe camping is one of the best. I've been to well, when I was in Maine, we went. It's called Saco River camping. On the canoe, and it's the best thing ever, right? You know, we got like 20, 30 people, 5, 6 canoe, and we stock up with our food, all kind of stuff, whatever we brought with us. Yeah, it was the best time ever.
Well, that sounds like fun. Eventually, I'll get there. It's a little bit more difficult in Joe Schmo economy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm in Texas now, man. I can't go camping. I just too many snakes around. Like it's not safe. um,
I was in South Texas. I mean, like deep South Texas, right? Where Border Patrol flies over all the time. And speaking of snakes, like I killed a 6-foot diamondback rattlesnake. This thing, I mean, it was fucking huge. And I've got the proof, right? Because I had its skin made into a pair of leather gauntlets, arm gauntlets. And I wear those, for like my costuming and stuff, you know. I get to have a lot of fun. In case you guys didn't know, like I work Renaissance festivals all over the fucking place. So I get to dress up, I get to do cool crafts, I get to sell stuff, you know. And I don't have to pay a fucking thing for rent. I
That's
set up a
awesome.
tent and pay like, $100, $200 and I'm there for 2 months, and you can't beat it. If, anywhere else I'll pay $1,400, 52,000, $3,000 just in rent and fucking utilities. I ain't got to do that with my lifestyle. Nope. I can actually make my money and save my money.
Hey, I'm right behind you. We about to find out in a couple years. I'm about to be behind you. I
You
mean,
about
you
to hit
gotta
the
like,
road, bro? You about
I
to
don't
get
know.
in on
We
the Ferris
gonna
too?
find out. I would love to go visit all the brother and sister. Just stop by. Hey, how you doing?
If you got $1,000 in your pocket and you can make it to your nearest Renaissance festival and set up camp, pay $100, $200, and you set up camp and you're good for 2 months, dude. And you got a job on site, and it's cool because you wake up at work basically. You ain't got to go far. You go from your campground to wherever the hell your booth is, and you go do your work, come back, and you chill. So not a bad deal.
Oh, so that's what you do?
Yeah, is that what you do?
Yeah, I'm a transient motherfucker. Yeah, I travel. I travel around. I set up a tent. There's campgrounds everywhere I go, and so I'll set my and I work and I make money. I can make like $600 in 2 days. I can find week work for other people in the festival. At $15 an hour, and yeah, I'm making good money. And I like I said, I don't have to pay shit for rent. You pay a camping fee for about $200 to set up your camp and be there for 2 months. And yeah, that was a damn good deal.
Are you going to be up in the spring for what is it, in October? Are you going to be in Texas?
Not for TRF. I've done TRF. The one I usually do is the Sherwood Forest Festival.
Oh, is that the name of the whole organization? Is that what that means?
Oh no. There's like 3 different in Texas. The one that I always do, Medieval Festival, and that one's where's that one? I don't remember where it's at. I'm not far from it right now, actually. I'm in at the moment. But I'll be going to Waynesville, Ohio, here in the next couple days for the Southern Ohio. I'm probably going to be making falafel, warming up some pita.
Do you dress up? Do you have a character, or you're just in like regular clothes?
It depends on like different shows that I go to. I got different jobs at like different shows. So like in Oklahoma, I was just in Muskogee, Oklahoma, and I was working in a gem and mineral shop, and so I got to dress up there. I got to put on a corset and my hat, and my brace skirt, and have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, every now and then I do get to dress up. Unless I'm working in a kitchen, then I'm wearing my grubbiest clothes possible.
Right.
And you don't ever see me. I'm in the back fucking off.
That's cool. Well, if you ever come to Texas, let me know.
Yeah, let's see. In February, March. No, it's March. March and April is the Sherwood Forest Renaissance Festival in Texas. So if you're in Texas, y'all to come to that.
You said March and April, so that passed then, right?
Yeah, it'll be next year.
But like, what part of Texas? You know?
It's like south of Austin.
What, San Antonio? Kinda? Well, it's kind of southwest.
No, that's like way south. Hold on, I gotta look it up again because I don't even remember what damn it's in. Hold up, y'all.
Man, I mean, if we ever do like a flat Earth meetup, we gotta make sure we don't fucking charge the brother and sister hundreds and hundreds of dollars just to go meet each other, or tell us like the
Shoot,
Earth is flat. For real.
I'd probably be like, let me get 50 comp tickets, right? And like, we can have a flat Earth meetup inside a Ren Fair. Ohio's way fucking cool, man. The spot that we're in Ohio, freaking awesome. The sunset and sun beautiful. You can go up on a hill and just watch the sun shrink from you in the parking lot. So cool.
Bro, like, okay, so this is kind of like maybe a little strange observation for me. When I was in Florida a couple years ago, right? I mean, I see the moon or whatever, right? Like, you see the moon. You go outside, you see it, right? And it was like, oh, okay, a normal size, whatever normal size I get used to. I came to Texas, the moon is fucking huge for whatever reason. It looks big as fuck compared to when I was in Florida, and I'm like, like, is this something due to a location? That's why it changed the, I mean, it
Yeah,
appeared
I
to
do
be
think
like
that.
so big. It's
I think that
huge
too,
compared to Florida.
because like Texas is a hot motherfucker. Dude, Texas is fucking hot. And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, Texas just happens to be in a more direct path of the sun, making it real fucking hot. I'm like, the sun is bigger in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, man. Don't you know? The sun, the moon,
Yeah, I mean,
everything's bigger in
I
Texas.
heard that term, but yeah, but I didn't. It just like it caught me by surprise when I first came here. When the first time I seen the moon, like my first week, I'm like, yo, why is it so big, right? Like I'm like, okay, maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I seen something like that in Florida, but I thought about it. I'm like, yo, I don't see this in Florida, right? Where I was at, like Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, Florida, whatever. I don't see that at all. But in Texas, everything's huge.
Yeah, as the saying goes, it's bigger in Texas. But it also, like, Texas and Oklahoma are like humid, right? And even in Oklahoma, the moon be looking pretty huge. And I'm just wondering if that's like an atmospheric lensing effect, which is causing a magnification through refraction, which could cause it to look way bigger than it is, which is why all you guys, for any Globers that are listening,
you see the sun looking freaking huge on the horizon. It appears to be setting.
Yeah.
That's that magnification effect, that atmospheric lensing that's going on. Plus, you have that combined with that sinking refraction. It's not that it's actually going down; it's just going away from refracting to oblivion as it shrinks away on the horizon.
Right. Well, I don't deny these stuff at all, but I think like I have to agree with you on your first premise earlier. You talked about maybe Texas, is the direct path for these celestial body in the sky, so that's why they appear to be way bigger for whatever reason, right? I mean, any other phenomenons or whatever, like I don't disagree with that. I think maybe it is direct path for these celestial body.
Yeah, and Texas is a beautiful place for looking at the stars. A few years ago, when I was at the Sherwood Forest Festival, I was walking around the campground and I'm just looking up at the stars. I drank 2 beers and I'm just going for a walk. I'm enjoying my. And I'm watching. I can see the Milky Way thick as fuck. I can see what looks like that howling wolf constellation, which is you rarely ever see that. But that night, I saw like 8 shooting stars, dude. Like, wow. I mean, the sky it just looked like glitter. Man, it looked like glitter. It was so beautiful.
I don't know, but like everything, it seems so different. Like even the sunset, right? When the sun start going away from you and it reach about maybe 45-degree, right, away from you, and it looks like it start dimming and dimming, right? Like it start to lose its own light attenuation, right? But it's still up there, right? And I thought that was weird, right? Compared to where I used to live, like Maine. I was up north in Maine. Maybe I see the same thing. I don't fucking know. It's been a long time ago, but at least compared to Florida, it's so much different. You know, there's something about Texas that you start to see things different. Maybe I'm not aware of it in the past, but it's kind of quite like a little strange, but it's awesome at the same time with the observation.
You ever been to New Mexico, Kimbo?
I'm trying to go sometime this year to, meet family, to go visit family. But I've been to Oklahoma a couple years ago. I've been to what's that place called? Broken Bow. Beautiful. They got a state park over there. Beautiful. Yeah.
Right on. Yeah, if you're gonna. I mean, if you go to New Mexico, just look up. It is awesome. New Mexico is like the only state that has like the minimal amount of light pollution, making it far easier to see the stars. And I remember looking through this big ass telescope. I mean, like the thing was 10 inches or more, 12 inches. It was a pretty big telescope. And I captured the supermoon, Mexico. But as I was looking at stars, I just remember thinking, and this was before I even came to the conclusion of like flat Earth and stuff, right? I just remember thinking, like, wow, these look so watery. Like, what the hell? Why don't they look solid? Like, why don't these things look solid through my telescope? They just twinkling
So how
lights.
did it look? How did it look? You remember? How did it look?
Well, when I looked up and I was looking through my telescope at the stars, they looked like just glittery. It just looked watery, like lights and water. That's what it looked like through the telescope that I was using.
Well, look, I do want to share you with like a video, like a footage. It's from a Blood Sticker. He's actually in here, right? And I thought it was strange. He actually went, on an airplane 22,000 feet, and he captured this, right? Like, oh, I'm trying to find it real quick. I got it saved somewhere. 1 second. I want to show you. Oh, right here. And the funny thing is this: I try to search his name on YouTube now. It doesn't come up anymore, like the actual channel, right? And
Dang.
I've been sharing that videos here and there, right? But when he's high up there, 22,000 feet on airplane, it's kind of take away that effect, that ripple effect. But check it for yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna post in the side chat. You know, I guess it cut through all the Atmos up there, so that would be one of the
Right
video.
on.
Yep.
Check out this. This is the. I took this picture with my phone through the telescope that I was using, and I captured the super over Moriarty, New Mexico. This is my walk screen.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh wow,
There it
with your
is.
phone?
Yes, it was very difficult to do to try to zero in that light and get that picture, but I did that with my phone, dude. I am so super impressed with this picture because I took it
No,
through a telescope with my phone.
with your phone. Wow, that's awesome. Wow. I mean, it's still fucking clear as fuck, though. I mean, with the phone. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, and it was a big moon, dude. And I was like, I have to catch this. I have to get a picture of this. And I know that my phone won't just like capture it as is. So it's pretty cool. I wish I was able to get pictures of like what the stars were, but it was a challenge enough as is to even try to get a picture of the moon through the telescope. I mean, that it took me 40 minutes at least to try to get it lined up just right. And I still couldn't even get the moon centered in the screen, as you can see.
Yeah. So I post that video. I'm not claiming what it is or whatever it is, but it just looks different when people actually capture from the surface. It doesn't have that kind of that ripple effects, the underwater effect, whatever, or star in the jar. Yeah, but check it out. It's pretty interesting. Yep.
Oh, trust me, I know about the star in the jar. Very familiar with it. Yep. How an applied frequency to a gas pocket can create light. So, and I think it's interesting. I'm not saying what the stars are or aren't, right? I'm just saying that you've got NASA and all these scientists, right? And they're saying that, the stars, they're balls of gases, right? Gaseous giants. Okay, so it's made of gas. Then I start thinking sonoluminescence, frequency applied to gas pockets, and how that creates light illumination. It creates quite literally what we see when we look up at the stars. So, just saying.
Well, see, the thing is this, like, us, we not making any crazy claim like what the stars are, right? And that's a good thing because we don't know. Nobody's fucking know.
Yeah, man.
Unlike
I mean,
Yep.
twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you. Nobody fucking knows. It wasn't just a nursery rhyme for like. And actually, speaking of nursery rhymes, if you want to get down that rabbit hole, a lot of nursery rhymes are more than just nursery rhymes.
Bloods, you hear Bloods? Probably not here.
Well, give me a second, y'all. I gotta feed my kitten.
All right, cool.
Zen, mic up, and we will talk about seasons on the Earth. This will be fun. But why? So go to a different room and talk quietly, Zen. It's oh, you're on PC. You don't have a headset, I'm guessing. What? That's all right. A wired headset is better than no headset, brother.
Yeah, exactly, DJ. I think that. Yeah, that wireless, that EMF frequency, microwave your brain. I wish, you know what? Hashtag make energy in, you know? I mean, if we want to talk about season flat Earth, that's a long that's a topic. That's a whole ass topic, and it really take an hour, 2 hours worth of discussion to walk through it. I guess though I could probably sum it up real quick. Is the difference in the flora and fauna? Zen, do you know what flora and fauna is? Just got to make sure first. Okay, flora and fauna. It's the nature, the squirrels, flowers, things that bloom, things that come about in spring. Okay. So the flora and the fauna, um, from the North Pole to the South Pole is drastically different. At least, you know, a lot of the North Pole, not like the direct North Pole, but most of the stuff up north thaws out. You know, you get grass, you get flowers, bees and squirrels, rabbits and caribou and bears. You know, all kind. You just get this abundance of life. You know, springing up in the spring when the sun comes around the north. And when you get further south, there's less and less of that abundance. There's no bees, there's no flowers, there's no trees. You might see a polar bear, right? But it's mostly like whales and penguins. So that's what's in the south. It's not a very good climate um, for any other creatures. But the reason for that is because the sun, right, on the planet isn't making a concentric circle around Antarctica the way it is making a concentric around the Arctic. Um, does that make sense to you then? Cool, cool, cool. So, like on a flat Earth, right? Um, if the sun, right, if it's geocentric, the sun is centric paths, circular paths over the surface of the Earth, over the face of the Earth. You've got your Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn, etc. Right. So the sun, for lack of a better term, is jumping these tracks. This is how you get your solstices and things like that. Um, and this explains the seasons. This explains how all of the seasons, time zones, heat patterns, heat signatures happen on Earth. And so when it starts making just concentric circle, right, where it's closer to the ice wall on a flat Earth, um, the sun comes and goes so fast. It's nothing has time to melt, nothing has time to spring up, spring forward, none of that. But it happens in the north. It doesn't happen in the south. Same thing with like a 24-hour sun. Happens in the north. It doesn't happen in the south, right? Like it should if we're on a globe with a tilted axis that 6 months here on the tilt and 6 months there on the tilt. But it's just not happening like that. So This is the sound of silence. At a guy, you are claiming that you know exactly what is up there in the sky, and you say because you have the ability to think, then you know, and that's like I think, therefore I am, right? Like I think you're a retard, therefore you are. I mean, all insult and ad hominems aside, by what scientific method can you determine what is in the sky?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
It's basically from a principle that, based on observations, that everything I've seen is physical, which I've like been able to actually walk to, right? So for
So
me to
lights are
say,
physical, I guess.
so for
Are lights
no,
physical?
the things that is emitting the light, everything that I've seen that I can actually walk to, that I can determine like a position to, right? If I can walk to it, if I can touch it, if I can see it, it's there, right? So why would I say, well, this thing is different? For me, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I say this thing is different than all the other things that I've seen that actually is
You're
physical,
giving me a
right?
very vague. You're giving me a very vague explanation. I'm asking, by what
For example,
scientific method?
for example, an airplane, a balloon, another continent, everything that I can see is physical. I don't know of anything which I can actually see that is like
So a
is it
rainbow
that
is
is
a
not the
rainbow is
same.
physical. A rainbow is physical.
It's from a physical source, right? It's refracted light, so that's kind of like
Is
that's of course a little bit
yeah.
different,
So
right?
a rainbow isn't physical. You can't.
Yes, its
Hug
source
a
is
rainbow.
physical.
Can't. It's
It's
yeah. But a rainbow is not itself physical. So my question to you is
yes,
still,
it
by
is.
what scientific?
I just disagree with that, so I don't care what you have to say. But
You still haven't answered my question. By what scientific method did you determine
I
um,
told you.
that you know what's up in the sky just based on what you've
I,
seen? I mean, every time I look up
yes,
in a
yes.
telescope and I see these watery kind of looking lights. I don't know what they are. They're just lights in the sky, from what I can tell.
I don't
Through
know
every
why you would
telescope I've
conclude.
ever
I
looked.
don't know why you would conclude with that. You conclude with that they are like magical things, or you think they're not physical. I don't know
No,
why you
I'm
would
not.
think that.
I'm saying that these things
planets that you think are planets are not known as, they're not terra firma. I'm sure you've heard that before here.
They're not in our atmosphere, you mean?
No, okay, you don't know what All right.
Terraform? Terrafirm? What did you say?
No, terra firma, firm land, firm ground, solid.
Yeah, there are things that are in the sky, yeah.
Yeah,
Things
no,
are in
there's
the
not a
sky that
bunch,
are
there's not a
physical,
bunch
like
of
airplanes and balloons and stuff, right? Things that we
aerodynamic things, right? These aerodynamic things, right? There that are physical, that we know that that those are physical, right?
No.
But you're looking at these things in the sky and claiming that they are terra firma.
Terra firma, you mean what do you mean that they are not in does that mean
They are
not
not
physical
solid.
or
Oh my
I'm
god,
not sure
I
what you
can't talk.
mean.
Oh my god.
What is terra firma? Something in the sky?
Hey, can anybody else chime in on this? Apparently,
It's
I
a
don't
waste
know.
of time. It
I
just
asked you a
I don't have
question.
no time
You
for
can
that
just say yes
anymore.
or
It
no.
just with
Yeah,
anti-flat
Kimbo.
earther, just I can't have I have zero tolerance
Oh,
with
you
them
guys
because
gonna
like
mute me,
we
that's
talk
fine.
about the
Bye.
same topic over and over again, and they just
Let me
mute
act
me, that's
stupid,
fine.
and they
let me
making claim about
reiterate.
yeah, we can determine what in the sky, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because they
Kimbo.
see
I
light in the
told
sky,
you why. You
it's
didn't give me like
pointless.
an exact reason
Yeah,
other than you saying you
it's
don't know.
pointless.
Let me
What's
reiterate,
pointless?
okay?
No, I
For
don't
the
know what's in
third
the sky.
time.
All I see is light. But your
Yep, for
claims
the
that
third
you
You
can
think it's
time.
determine what they
magical?
are, right? Is there any
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's. I'm gonna
evidence
claim
that
it's. I'm gonna claim I'm more sure that it's physical than that it's magical. I'm gonna make that claim. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a physical or not. I
You
don't
think
know
it's
on that
or
part.
not? What's
I'm just
not
saying that
magical?
no what hold on, bro. This is the problem with you guys. You guys come in here always fucking like talk over people when we talk. Can you listen?
Yes. I got some
I'm
water.
sick and tired of this shit,
Yeah.
bro.
Kimbo, he did that to me, and I was I was trying, and for the third time, let me just reiterate what terra firma is. For the third time. Terra firma, not terraform, terra firma. Terra being land, okay? Firma being firm, firm land, okay? Solids, soil. These things in the fucking sky, these planets and shit, are not terra firma. They are not solid earth. They're not solid land. They're not solids, right? Mars,
Why
Jupiter,
do you
Venus,
think they're
these
not
things.
solid? Have you been there?
No, the question is this: have you been
No,
there?
I'm wondering why she
But
determined that
how
it's
do
not
you know?
solid if she
No,
hasn't
because
been there.
that's your claim. Because you said you can determine what they are, what they made of, or
Yeah,
physical being, or whatever. Have you been there?
that's.
That's the question, right?
I don't
Can
have
you
to. I
prove
don't
your
have to have
claim?
been there, right? I did. I explained you why I think it's physical. I think it's physical
Yeah,
because I
but
can
just
see
because
it.
you explain why, that doesn't make it real, bro.
It behaves like a physical object. It looks like a physical object.
I hate it
So
when
it's
that.
a very good reason. Is there
I'm
any reason
sorry.
to think it's magical?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I dropped out in the middle of that.
Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah. Can you give me
So
a reason why it's magical?
I'm saying that these things in the sky, right, are not solid, and you are saying that they are solids. So that means the burden of
The
proof
source
is
is
on
solid.
you. The burden of proof is on you for the positive claim.
So you're not gonna give me evidence why it's magical. You're just gonna say it is.
Well, I mean, you already tried to straw man and gaslight by being like, "Do you think it's magic? You think it's magical?" I don't want to talk to anybody who
Yeah.
wants to fucking talk to me like that.
What is producing? What is?
I encourage you to look up sonoluminescence. Do you know what that is?
They not Jenna, they're not gonna look up anything. Even they look up stuff, they listen, they made up their mind already. Their mind, they argue for the globes, right? We've been through this since last year. So there's no point, right? There's certain type of people that come in here that I choose to talk to, and I choose not to, and he's one of them. It just reset like everything, like the same like homeboy Rich Evan, same thing. So
That's all right. I mean, everything that they pull up as proof of their globe is actually proof of a flat stationary Earth every single time.
Maybe today I'm just a little bit frustrated with the anti-flight earthers today. Maybe I am. I don't know, but like I don't want to deal with them anymore. Or I don't want any brother and sister. You know, what I mean, I let people talk here and there, whatever. It's not gonna go anywhere with them. It won't.
It looks like did he leave on his own accord just now?
No, I muted him.
No. I
But,
yeah, Kembo muted him, and then I banned him the channel permanently. Yeah, it's not a place for anti-flat earthers and toxic people to hang out.
I just don't appreciate it when they want to try to straw man and you know, be rude, like, you think that it's magic or something. I'm like, what? No, like, why? If I thought it was magic, I would claim it's magic.
yeah, he has the burden of proof to prove that they are physical, right? Or what they made of, right? Because we said we don't know what they are, right? We don't think there's terra firma places you can go to. That's what we're saying. We don't know, and we don't believe in that shit. So if he believe in that shit and he said that we wrong, right? Well, then prove it, right? Show us something. Just don't give us explanation and say here the explanation, and that must be true. Yeah, we've been through with him so many times with these anti-flat earthers. So it's a waste of energy. But yeah, I mean, we let you talk to him for a little bit, but it's not gonna go nowhere. I promise. This time that I'm sitting in over here, right? Talking about we experience the same thing. Motionless Earth, right? The Earth is not moving at all, right? And we argue for over I would say almost an hour, right? In the chat, back and forth. I said, bro, listen. I said, I don't have no time for this. Go ahead, you take the win, right? Because all I'm saying, we experience the same thing. We don't experience the Earth moving at all. Oh yeah, I do agree with that. So what the fuck are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about over this an hour? That's all I'm saying. We experience the same thing. We don't experience the Earth in motion at all. Period. You have to give them the win because that's what they're here for. They want to win. So after you give them the win, guess what happened? They agree with you, and that's what you're trying to say for the past hour. You know what I mean? And that's the same person. So yeah, we try.
Do you have a list of scientists who agree with your position?
That would be an appeal to credential or appeal to authority fallacy, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm just asking if you do or not, right? So if it's so true, your position, surely there should be lots of scientists speaking out against the globe Earth.
I seen
one
some
scientist that
physicists
validated the
before,
globe Earth.
but
Listen, there are plenty of scientists
Okay.
that
Well,
will tell
make a
you
list.
straight to your face that we don't know what gravity is. They don't know. Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, fucking all these fucking people. They don't know. They don't know what gravity is. We
Well,
don't know
that's not
why
what I was
things go
asking.
down.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking if you have some sort of list. So you don't have a list.
I need a list of
No one
scientists.
has
Yeah, I
compiled
know.
a
I
list.
can't. I
No
can't.
one
I can't
has
refuse them.
compiled a list at all.
So I
Can
can't
you give
just
us a
give
list of
you.
scientists that validated? Can you give us a list of scientists that validated the Earth is a globe?
I don't need to.
One.
It's the standard consensus.
That's a positive claim. That's. I mean, you're asking me to provide
That's the
what you
standard
should be
consensus.
providing.
sound
If
like
the
you gotta
consensus,
believe.
It's
yeah.
not. It's not. I don't care either way if the Earth is global flat. I don't care.
So you don't care
Well,
Not really.
you've been.
But I think
You
there's.
don't care that
I think
people
there's. I
lie.
think there's more. I mean, let's think about it. Forget about the science here. What's the implication society-wise for a flat Earth or globe Earth?
Dude, look, I make it easy for you,
Oh,
right?
what is it?
You don't
Didn't answer
care.
the
It does
question.
not matter. What are you doing here?
What does it not
What are you
matter?
doing
Why,
here?
if it doesn't matter, why
No,
talk about it then?
you're right. You're right. No, you're right. I'm agreeing with you. It does not matter. What are you doing here?
What, can I not ask the question? What's the implication?
No, well, you say it does not matter. You don't care about it.
You're
You
negating
don't
my
care if the
question
Earth
by
is a
saying, what am
globe
I doing
or
here? I
the
can
Earth
do
is
what I like.
flat
I can
or
go
whatever,
anywhere.
right? So what are you doing here? That's the question.
I know, I asked the question, now you're negating it with a question. That's not
No,
how it
okay.
works in a
Here's the
conversation.
Well,
thing,
because you
right?
say you
You're
don't
not
care.
asking,
I'm
you're
just
not talking in
responding to
good
you.
faith here, dude. You're not talking in good faith.
Well, if you don't
You're
care about the
focusing on
topics,
me rather than
no,
actually talking about the
listen, dude,
idea.
listen. If you don't
Just
care
think it's
if the Earth is flat or a globe, right? Then
I
what
don't
are we
have an
talking about?
emotional
What?
attachment to it like you do. I don't have an
No,
emotional
you do.
investment
That's
in
why
it
you here
like
in the
you
first
do.
place. I
not
didn't go
an
find you.
emotional
You
attachment.
came over
Calm
here and
down,
find us.
everybody.
Yeah, I can come where I like. I can go to where I bloody like. What's the problem with that?
Everybody
It's
I'm
not
chill
going to be
out.
a
asking you
problem. You
questions,
don't
and all
care.
you do is and all you do is focus on me rather than the questions I've asked, which are nothing to do with you and me. It's
I'm trying to address
asking
it
what's the
Because you say you
societal
don't care.
implications
So
of a
if
flat
you
Earth
don't
or a
care,
globe Earth.
why should we explain to you if you don't care? Why should we waste our time explaining to you? Why? Do we owe you anything? No, we
You're
don't.
just pathetic,
No, we
dude.
don't.
Pathetic.
So look, no. If
You're
you
wasting my
don't,
time.
if
Yeah,
you
shut
say,
the fuck.
look, I do. Yeah, you better run away. Yeah, I don't like these fucking type of people just come here. Oh, I don't care. Then what the fuck are you doing here? Simple as that. You don't care about the topic.
Right.
You don't care if the Earth is
So,
flat, the Earth is globe. Just go. Nobody's stopping you.
well, here's the thing. When he said he doesn't care either way, I mean, that was the first thing that came to my mind is you don't care either way, yet you're here. You're in a flat earth server, but you don't care either way. Right? And I can state that without, asking a question to his question. And that's what we need to be very, very, very careful of, Kimbo, is not trying to, like I try to answer questions, right, without asking a question to their question. And, he's talking about, show me a list of your flat earth scientists. And I'm like, but no. You show me a list of your globe earth scientists, That's the general consensus, is that Earth is a globe. So we're going to need all of the evidence possible, all the proof possible for a globe, right? 24/7 flat Earth wouldn't fucking exist, right? If we could find evidence for a globe.
Well, he
If
doesn't
they've
have
got all
none.
these scientists, why can't they find any curvature?
Exactly. But the main point is this, right? When people respond like that, right? Like, oh, I don't care or whatever, no matter what we say, right? Because they already made up their mind already, and we've been through with these type of people so many times. But you don't care, then just go. Because no matter what we tell you, what we say, what evidence we're gonna show you, right? That the Earth is not a globe, right? You would still believe in the globe. So there's no point. Period. If he came in here and say, "Hey, can you guys show me like why you guys think the Earth is flat, the Earth's not a globe or whatever," we'll show them. A bunch of black swan out there, right? Distant to horizon, right? And just stuff like that. We'll show them. But when a person respond to us like, "Oh, I don't care. I don't care if the Earth is flat or a globe," then you in the wrong place.
Yeah, the whole big the thing that's circled here is that 24/7 flat Earth wouldn't fucking exist if there was any evidence for a globe. So that leads me to ask these people who say, "Well, I don't care either way." Then why are you here, right? And I feel you on that, Kimbo. Why the fuck are you here? Why is that motherfucker here? Why is he here if he doesn't care? He doesn't care that nobody lied to him. He doesn't care about the truth. That's what I hear when people go, "I don't care either way." I'm like, then you don't care about the truth. What are you here for?
Yeah. See, it's a big difference. We also have other people that came in here. Oh, matter of fact, right now, like I mean, he's on the fence. I mean, he come in here. He goes by Riller. We talked to him. Root talked to him. Bloodsticker, DJ, a couple other guys would have talked to him. And guess what? Because he said, "Hey, I want to know about this topic. Can you guys show me, the evidence why you think the Earth is flat, and not a globe?" So we showed to him. Now it's been like what, a few weeks already, and now seems like he about to become a flat earther, or he doesn't believe in the globe anymore. You know what I mean? And people like that, we would love to take our time to explain to them, to show them what's going on, right? But people like this, forget it. Like there's no point. When they made up their mind already, they say, "Oh, I don't care. Yeah, it's just a waste of time." Plenty of them came in here so many times. So yeah, we dealt with them countless times. So it's just pointless. And the main thing is this, right? We got people that come in here. They want to know. Guess what? We send them to 24/7 to have access more to information, and we've been doing that. But for maybe this particular room, like we just don't like to deal with dickheads or anti-flat earthers. Yeah, today, like for whatever reason, I can't deal with anti-flat earthers today for whatever reason. Usually, I'm pretty good with it. Usually, like I'm okay to explain things. Like maybe today is enough.
Well, anti-flat earthers are absolute time wasters. These people are so deeply indoctrinated that like this is what they believe. You cannot change their mind. You can't. You cannot change their paradigm whatsoever. It is. I mean, it's embedded, right? Like a file, like an embedded file. You can't get that bitch out. Looks like over at Politics, they got Scott Mackey, they got Peter the Globe Measurer, fake
Yeah.
Judd. Yeah. See, Peter thinks that theodolites prove curvature, and I'm convinced he doesn't know how a theodolite works.
Well, Jesse got them into that, so all of them just jump on the bandwagon.
Zen, you need to wake your girlfriend up so you can talk on the mic.
Yeah, just water would debunk the whole globe already, right? And distant to horizon would debunk the globe already. I don't know how many another 100 or 1,000 explanation to give to them, because all we need is water. It's that simple.
Yep, and I always bring it back to water. Always bring it back to water. Every single time.
Yep. Distant to horizon. Right? Over water. There's no curvature, my dude. Simple as that.
Right, and there is, I mean, there really is no precise distance to a horizon, right? There would be if Earth were a globe, right? There should be a distance of 3.1 miles to a geometric horizon from a 6-foot observation height, right? But we're not getting that. We're getting way further than that. Oh, refraction. No, I don't know. Refraction is not why we can see further across water. The water's flat. That's why we can see as far as we can across it.
Well, lately they don't claim atmospheric refraction anymore. At least the anti-flat earthers, they don't claim atmospheric refraction anymore. It's because now we hit them with the standard atmospheric refraction 7/6R, right? All they're doing just increase the radius by 1/6, right? To explain why it's so flat, why we can see way further than
Right. Like,
the globe
yep.
predict. So they don't claim
They're
that anymore. Anti-flat
they have
earthers.
to claim it's a bigger ball, dude. They have to claim it's a bigger ball. Right? Each time they increase that refraction, they're increasing the radius.
Well, how did they shoot their rockets and send the so-called fake satellite into outer space if we debunk the globe radius, falsify the globe radius already over and over and over again? How they do orbital mechanics?
Orbital mechanic. You know what's really funny? You got me thinking about how I had asked, I Googled how was the ISS built, and it gave me some bullshit about how the ISS was assembled piece by piece in orbit. I'm like, whoa, hold the phone. So we're just launching pieces of the ISS into a 17,000 mile per hour fucking orbit, and somehow managing to assemble all of these flying pieces together to be one unit. It just sounds
They
so
lying.
dumb.
They
It's
fucking
such
lying.
bullshit. I know they're fucking lying. Yep. But why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Oh, I like that song. I like that song. Uh, who was in it? Elijah, maybe Woods, and maybe another guy. I'm not sure who was it, but I heard Elijah more clear on that track a long time ago, last year. Pretty good track. I love it.
There's also another one. I can't remember. I've always requested on the music bot late at night, but it's money don't make the world go round because the earth it don't spin. No, it don't spin. It's materialism.
Who made that song? Drace.
Huh?
Who made the song? Drace.
Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he been on well, he, I seen on YouTube he upload a lot of songs for the 24/7. I guess it's more like a pop song, right? But it sounds really good. You can't even tell it's AI, right? But then of course, the title is AI, ChatGPT. But yeah, it still sounds pretty damn good the way he put all the words together.
Yeah, that might be a Drace song. I don't know. Money don't make the world go round because the earth it don't spin. No, it don't spin. They got Christians addicted to paychecks and riches. They bought your submission. Have you guys seen the testimonial video from Cindy Holland, who she worked at NASA in like computers and administrative security or something along those lines, and she overheard some colleagues talking about how we've never been on the moon, and then at another time, one of her colleagues was, had told her that the Earth is flat. At the time, she dismissed it, and I've got the video. Let me see if I can put it in the chat here.
Yeah, share the video, please. I'd love to see it.
This could take a bit for me to find it. I've got like 14,000 files or something on my phone, just memes and fucking all kinds of leaks and video and audio. It's crazy.
But Jenna, did you know that if you can make your own like a little server, right, and save it in there under your own account, and that's what I've been doing, just save a little small stuff in there.
Ooh, that's cool. I should do that. I gotta figure out how to do that.
Yeah, just make your own, server. It's pretty quick. Just create one, and then just put it in everything, in categories, different category, or memes, or picture, images, or short video clips. Just like the 24/7, pretty much, right? But it's just a 24/7, a bigger server. Your own personal server should be so simple.
Oh boy, man! If I made my own server, I feel like I'd end up having globe trolls in there all the time because let me tell you, I have flat smacked some globers so hard that they now hate me.
Yeah. I mean, they hate all of us, but yeah. I think sometimes they hate, you know, some people more than others. But yeah, I got some people that
Yeah,
hate me too. So
yeah. I'm like, damn. I'm like, you ain't gotta be so mad, dude. I'm just talking about science.
I gotta go get ready real quick. Yeah. Damn it, I forgot. It's almost 3. I gotta go get my hair cut.
Better not miss that appointment.
Yeah. Well, my barber she's really nice, so she's really cool. Sometimes I can be 5 minutes late and she's still fine with it.
Right on.
Well, I give you a good tip, so
Just a tip.
I'm talking about money. You so funny.
I know. I know. I write that on my tip jars. Just the tip. Oh, dude, I just found my 2 minute and 33 second video of a compilation of people asking pilots if the Earth is flat or globe.
Hey, did you find that video yet about the testimony of that person from NASA?
I'm
When you find it,
currently
share with
searching
us.
through. Yeah, I'm currently searching through a file that has 540 items in it.
Yeah, Jenna, like come here more often, if anything, because not all of us gonna be here. Sometimes you see me in here, but I'm not here, AFK. Most of the time working. So come in.
Right on. I know, like I come in here, but like sometimes I just see like you and Crit sitting in here, and I'm like, ain't nobody in there. Ain't nothing going on.
Yeah, the past few day. Yep. I just sit myself in here. Yeah, I'll be back half an hour. I'll talk to you guys.
Have a good one, Kempo.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, here it is. Yeah, Cindy Holland, NASA worker. It's gonna take a minute to load.
Oh, and I found a video of absolutely no planes hitting the Twin Towers, too, if anybody wants that.
Is anybody still around?
Something, right? You can't just have math. That's why when they get you in kindergarten, they're like, one banana and another banana equals two bananas. If you just say to a 5-year-old, 1 + 1 = 2, they're going to look at you with the blank fluoride stare and go, what the fuck are you talking about?
If I have 5 bananas and I give you 7 bananas, how many bananas do I have?
Well, you've got a banana. You've got something physical to look at to be able to observe. And if you didn't be observing the 5 bananas, you wouldn't have math.
You have -2 bananas.
Math
between
needs,
that,
math
there's
needs
zero.
physicality.
Is 0 a number?
Well, if you got nothing, yeah. Lack of anything. Nothing to observe.
Yeah, I think the point was that math and science are just separate things. There's a maths class and there's a science class. They're not combined.
Math, measurement, math. Has math got anything to do with measurement? Has measurement got anything to do with math? I can measure something. I can measure a distance between 2 points. Is that math? Or is it a measurement? Is math a measurement? Is measurement math? As math and measurement the same thing or two separate things?
A measurement is math, using math, aren't you? Yeah.
So if I measure a piece of wood, is that a measurement or is it mathematics? Hello. Am I doing math or am I doing a measurement?
Peter the globe measurer. Does
The
he
measure.
actually measure the globe?
Oh, we don't live in a globe, mate.
No. Does Peter actually measure the globe?
No, he gave some measurement to this guy, a character called Bev.
I think the Chicago skyline might be my favorite argument now.
Not an argument.
The Chicago skyline's your favorite one?
Yeah,
Yeah, it basically means you see too far.
yeah. You're not supposed to see that far.
Who said that?
Well,
You see it? You see it?
the globe measurer, not the globe mathematician. Hmm. Have you like actually measured the globe before?
What globe?
Uh, is this the measurer talking to me? Uh, I think
Well, the globe
he's
maps come
muted.
from flat. Sorry.
Yeah, globe measurer.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, have you actually like measured the globe?
I have.
Uh, do you have any measurements?
I do.
Can I see them? Like, do you have like a YouTube channel where I can see how you measure them and
No,
etc.?
I have a set of slides that explain it.
Oh, yeah. Can I see that?
Yeah, can you look at the stream here in Discord? I'm showing it right now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Ultimate Globe Proof 2.1. Step 1. Can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distance measured in nature? Question mark. Without any presuppositions. Step 2. Show actual measurements. Step 3. Compare against flat Earth and globe. Let's
It's a
go.
question. What? This is a question.
Okay.
Want some evidence?
What? Huh?
This is a question.
What is what a question?
This is a question.
Oh, like this is a question?
Oh,
Like
like
that?
the slide?
Yeah, the slide's shite.
Oh, you're saying the question, can the shape of the Earth be determined be determined using only angles of distance? You talking about that?
Yeah, what? That's not globe proof.
No, this is just the intro slide. It's a series of 9 slides, dude.
So that one you can put in the bin. It doesn't mean anything.
Just a warm up. It's the agenda.
Yeah. Let's go to slide 2. Let's go to slide 2.
We are on slide 2.
Oh, okay. Warm up questions to the audience. Are human beings at this stage of their civilizational development capable of measuring distance from point A to point B over the surface of the Earth at distances up to 40 km? Question mark. Measuring the elevation of objects, mountains, buildings, etc. Off mean sea level. Okay. Measuring the fuck. From point A to point B, flat Earth. Quote. Is an Earth. I swear to God, this fat fucker called me again. Is an Earth where 2 points of the same elevation are always located on the same horizontal plane. If 4x, yes, then let's proceed. If 1x, no. Then we have to stop now. We won't be able to ever say Earth measures flat again. Let's go.
Throw some garbage up to know this.
I just can't wait to get to the measurements. Can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distance?
Throw some garbage. Total garbage.
Yeah, it's kind of more flat Earth evidence from the Globers. You know, he said he was measuring angles.
No mention
I'd like
of
to know the Yeah, I'd like to know the distance. He's got a blue line there. I'd like to know the distance of that blue line because I think it might even. I kind of got I can't prove it, but it's kind of got a suspicion that it's a bit of a black swan. The horizon, we're seeing the horizon beyond the geometric limitations of the globe, of the curve calculator.
I mean, what we need is this is flat Earth proof. What he needs to be presenting is how globes measured.
Fuck, man, I hate people. All right, back to it. Flat Earth. 2 points of equal elevation. Example: A, B1 are always on the same horizontal plane. Measured known values: elevation of sea level, height of object, okay, distance on surface, okay. On flat Earth, it must always be true that the measured values of A1, H, and D remain in this relationship. A1 is G, okay. Let's go to number 4.
Who are you, Mr. Cosmic? You sound familiar.
Yeah, I'm from the 24/7. From the 24/7 flat Earth. Step 1: can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distance measured in nature? Question mark. Flat Earth and globe compared. Principles of equilibrium and geometry hold true in nature, specifically trigonometry. It's a very well developed field of mathematics that is used and practiced in nature. In flat Earth, we would always measure. Wait, is this the same thing?
No, it's
If
the next step that compares the two models.
We've got a problem with the spelling.
In flat Earth, we would always measure A1 and A1. Okay, equals R10 HD. Okay, curvature, we always measure A2. Oh, I see. Okay, measured no values, elevation of sea level, object height, distance on surface. Okay.
No, you're missing a point. So, what if you read it? Can the shape of the Earth be determined using? Now, only is the problem. You have to read it slowly.
Can the shape of the Earth be determined using only angles and distances?
Now, so who's asking? What do you mean only?
Is this?
I would say no. I mean, it's just the shape of an angle. You're not measuring anything.
It's worded incorrectly.
And distances measured in nature.
And
Question mark.
What's the distance in nature? It's worded incorrectly.
Is this globe measure saying this?
Globe measure is remaining silent for now.
Oh. Yeah, what does that mean? Globe measure distances measured in nature.
The question that I'm posing here is there a way of determining the shape of the Earth by only performing angle and distance measurements? No other tricks, no satellites, no freaking stars, no celestial bodies, just angle and distance measurements performed in nature.
It's called celestial navigation, bro. Measures Earth flat.
Right. So we're not.
So we use a horizon. We use a horizon
exactly
to measure the sea level.
Yeah.
So celestial navigation, yes, is the answer.
Yeah, but what I'm asking here is
you need to prove how Earth's measured a globe, not flat.
Exactly. And what I'm proposing here is a method of doing that measurement that involves only measuring of distances and angles. This is why I asked the warm-up questions, right? Are human beings
this is how people measure the shape of the Earth all the time.
You,
This
you,
is
you won't.
this is what surveyors do. They
No,
use
no, the
distances
guys,
and
it's
angles.
pointless. What,
Yeah,
what the
so
guys.
we'll just
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
I hope
Hang on a minute.
you would be able to use distances to measure the Earth, right? So
That's what I will demonstrate. Yes.
No, it's pointless,
What
mate.
he does is uses his theodolite improperly beyond the limits of its accuracy, and then ignores the fact that you can have atmospheric refraction distort the way the horizon looks in the distance. And the example can be shown as he
I
gives a
thought
still
refraction
shot,
will help him out
and
here.
then, hold on, he gives you a still
Of
shot,
course it does.
and then you also have Skunk Bay, who gives you a time lapse over time, and you can watch the horizon rise and fall and crunch things off in the distance.
Okay.
So
All right.
the
On to
23-mile example with a theodolite is improper.
The only measurements you're going to be measuring is horizontal, level, parallel, vertical.
All right, let's go to number 5. Step 2: show actual measurements. Right. Observation params. I do not know how to say that word. Theodolite accuracy, 10 arc second. Yeah, I don't know how to read equations that well. Observer height: 17.0 meters, 56 feet. Target height: 224 feet. Distance on surface to 21.2 miles. He even has a video. Observer
Yeah,
location.
Kigo called it. This is stupid. He's going 22 miles with a single line of sight using a theodolite and an angle and a distance.
I mean, did you find curvature?
No.
Yes.
Wow. Wow. Well, how where like in there doesn't explain like how you found the curvature? Like where does it? Where can I see? Because
This is
I'm
on slide
slow.
4. Slide 4.
Slide 4.
Basically, I will show you the actual results, but slide 4 is the conceptual answer to your question. I measured an angle that corresponds to the red alpha 2 as opposed to alpha 1.
So the bottom
The bottom one,
red
yeah. Yeah.
where it's curving. That's what you saw in real life.
Exactly, yes.
So all these straight lines you're
He
saying, mate,
didn't. He didn't
where's
see
the
it, but yeah, somebody saw something.
So
where's the
wouldn't that
curvature?
I'll
wouldn't you
show you,
estimate
I'll
like
jump ahead if that's okay with you, Mr. Cosmic.
yeah
This is the conclusion, and what you see below on this slide, it's the same diagram I showed earlier, but to scale, like to real scale. That's why it looks like shit. But you
okay
guys always ask me to show to scale, so here you go.
okay
And these are the measurements from nature, and
okay.
they correspond to that second bottom case, and they're very far away from the flat Earth case.
How do you know the height of the? What are the two things you're measuring the height of?
One is a parking lot overlooking the sea, and the other one is an apartment building.
Okay, so they're not at the same elevation, like the two spots. Or they are?
No, I just showed you what elevation they're, right? Observer's
Yeah, well,
height
I mean,
and
they're not
their
even
distance.
claimed to be at the like. They're not both claimed to be 50 feet in elevation.
56
No,
foot observer height.
they're claimed to be 56 and 224.
Yeah, I'm just saying they're not this. You're not on a even in ideal whatever, right? You're not at equal elevation, or you are at the two locations.
No, I'm looking at something that's a higher elevation than where I am.
That's curious.
Doesn't matter. What matters is the relationship, spatial relationship, and the zenith
All
angle.
right, can you go back to slide 4?
Yes.
So like at the bottom right where it's showing curvature, right? So like is that not like not a good like I'm not trying to you know what I mean, but like is that not like a good representation of like atmospheric refraction?
Could be, but here we're just talking about the geometry first. We're going to worry about refraction later.
Okay.
We're talking purely geometrical relationship here. You could consider, no atmosphere, no nothing. What would the spatial relationship between point 8 and C be? On flat Earth, it's very clear, and on globe Earth, it's also clear. Basically, they're shifted in a certain way that depends on the curvature, right?
Yeah, so I'm black and I'm slow. I don't understand any of this. I don't understand math.
Yeah, there's no math. You can just see here, just by looking at this diagram, you see that on a flat Earth, which is the yellow triangle, the position of the point C1 is in one spot, right, in relation to A.
Right.
But on a curved Earth that follows the blue curvature, the point
Right.
C will start dropping and tilting away because it's on a curve, right?
Right.
Like you can intuitively figure out the bigger the curve, the more it's gonna tilt and drop, right?
Right.
So when you measure, without knowing which Earth you're on, when you're standing at point A and you establish a line of sight from A to C, which C is that building, right? If you measure an angle, the yellow one, alpha 1, that it tells you you're in this yellow case. But if you measure a different angle that's smaller, then it tells you that this thing has to be tilting and dropping away from you.
Right.
And knowing exactly by how much it's tilting and dropping, which that angle tells you this, because you already know the height, h, because that's a building. It doesn't matter
Right.
what earth it was built on, it's the same height.
Right.
And knowing the distance over surface, which is d, that immediately tells you what the radius of the earth is, the curvature. There's only
Wow.
one radius that fits that angle measurement. Or, of course, there's an error, so it's like a small range. It's not any time precise measurement, but it gives you
Wow.
like a very solid range of radius that corresponds to this angle. That's all you do. That's how you measure curvature.
Wow. I love how this is presented. All right. Anything else we need to see?
Usually I finish with the results, comparing the measurement to the two situations that I just described, without refraction, which obviously is never true, and with standard refraction. And then usually for
Wait,
comedic
refraction
effects,
is never true.
no refraction. That's never, in nature, that's never the situation. And then for comedic effect, I show this slide.
Mm.
And sometimes when Gregory is here, I show the biconditional statement.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Is this not cool to you guys?
No, it's boring.
How Earth is measured flat. Yeah, well, that's cool. You see, he's got an angle here. He's got a flat base. So, can I ask Peter, what is the length? What's the length of that blue line you got there in the running up the middle of that diagram of that photograph?
This one?
Yeah, what's the
One I'm
distance of
showing
the
right
blue
now?
line? Is the distance of the blue line the
34
distance you've got?
on surface is 34.12 kilometers.
Yeah, because I put that through the globe math and it come up short for the globe.
Wait, is that your picture?
I can't confirm that, obviously, but if I just take your word for it that that's the distance to the horizon, then that, if I put them in the globe math, then it's showing the distance to the horizon is beyond the geometric limitations of the globe. So you could even be proving.
I think I know where
you're debunking. You could even be debunking
it's a misunderstanding.
the globe radius here.
You see what he's showing right there? That blue.
No way.
It's a
Your math
It's an
doesn't
honest
add up.
misunderstanding. Yeah, it wouldn't add up at all. It's not the distance to the horizon.
Put it back on this. Put it back on the screen. I want. That's
Wait a second. I'm talking to
go back
the other
the blue one.
1 second.
Put my pictures there while I'm.
I like watching videos of black men shaking their booty cheeks. I don't know why, but when I click on a video and see a black man shaking his cheeks, it just makes my mouth drool.
Bro,
It's a distance between the 2 points, the 2 points on Earth, not the distance to the horizon.
The other picture better.
yeah, hold on. Keep that there.
First, I need the other guy to
that
visualize
globe
what I'm
map.
saying.
Wait, is that your picture? Globe measurements?
That's the still from the video that shows the full measurement.
Okay, distance on
Yeah.
surface 34.12 kilometers, elevation 60. So where's the where would I see the drop? You gotta explain it because I'm dumb.
No, that's the hump. No, that's the hump. You see
That's
that blue
the drop.
line?
Yeah.
No, that's not drop. That's the hump. You see the blue line? You see how the water is rising?
Why
Yeah.
are you speaking
That's
on
the
my
hump.
behalf? There is no hump. There's
No,
a
that's the
drop.
hump right there.
There is
No,
no
the
hump.
hump. Look, you see like if you're like the point at
When
the
you
bottom
do
of the
your own
picture.
globe measurement, then you can claim
See
a
at the
hump.
bottom of the
But when you do
picture,
mine,
right? The
you
water is like
cannot.
lower, but like as it goes up in the vertical, like the blue line goes up, that blue, real thick blue line up, and the water is at the top of it. That's the hump. And the thing that's obscuring the bottom of the things in the distance is the sagittarius of the hump. That's the
This
water
man
hump
is
right there.
hallucinating.
Hallucinating.
Water hump.
Wait, and here water also seeks level and is curving. And here water also seeks level and is therefore curving along the entire blue line. The curvature. Water seeks level, therefore water curving here. So wasn't this is it not the case? Like if you zoom in, you'll bring it back to view because it's too far, or what? Or do I sound dumb?
No, nothing. Zooming in just changes the angular size of an item.
But you wouldn't be able to bring it back in, like how they deal with the boats.
First of all, I'm not dealing here with anything disappearing. So why are you asking me about nothing disappears here. I see the building, right? That's all I care. I care about zenith angle from my position to the top or to that specific location on the building whose elevation I know from the building documentation. So
Okay.
that is all I care about. I don't care about what's disappearing, what's not disappearing. I don't care
Yeah,
about
you see
anything.
where the pink words say this is level along this entire line, here, 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 and here. That's the hump right there.
You're the hump. Okay, right now you're being the hump.
So you're saying that? All right. So wait, be clear with me then. The vertical line that's going, it's going up. You're telling me that's drop when the line goes up?
All those things were added based on the feedback from the people who frequent this
From
EC.
from the experts, yeah.
Yeah, they're irrelevant. We could remove them, but they're just to help preempt any questions that people have.
Okay, so then is the water humping or dropping, according to that line?
Water
Right?
is dropping.
Okay, so then why is it going up? If it's going down, why is the line going up?
No, it's a 3D. It's trying to show a 3D arc, right? When you look at an arc straight ahead, it looks like a straight line, but it's an arc.
Like a rainbow, like an
Yeah,
arc.
like you can't. How do you show an arc by looking at it directly, not from a side? It's a straight line, right?
Okay, so then that would be like. So where's the top of the rainbow in the picture?
There isn't. It's a drop.
Okay, where's the drop of the rainbow in the picture?
The middle.
That's the drop in the middle. So then what's it? Why is so in the middle between if I take
Good.
that blue
Where's
line, I
the
get
top
to the
of an
middle.
arc? Where's the top of an arc? It's kind of a
It's
nonsensical question.
apex. It's
Arcs
apex.
don't have apex. How does an arc have an
Yeah.
apex? An arc is an arc.
From the chord line. Like so, if we have if we drew a
Depends
chord
on the
line
perspective, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
So ask a precise question.
where's the
It's
hump?
irrelevant.
No, I mean I'm asking it, so it can't be irrelevant. I'm asking it.
In the middle.
The middle of what?
The arc.
Where's the apex of this arc from the chord line in the picture? The middle of what?
It's at 17.06 kilometers.
So you're saying that if I took that blue line and I cut it, if I fold it in half, right? That center of the blue line, that's the highest point of the arc.
Absolutely.
Okay, but the water, right, in the picture, that's beyond that, right, is higher than the apex.
No, because
how's
water
that
seeks
happening?
level. Water seeks level.
But I'm looking at the picture. The blue line, right? It meets the bottom of the building, right? Eventually,
Why
You're
are you
telling me that,
asking me all this? No, it doesn't meet the bottom of the building. It means the bottom of the other shore.
right? This right where the building's on the land on the shore somewhere. It appears in this photo that it's pretty close to the bottom of the building, like it's on the land somewhere. The building, right? So
Why
it
are
seems
you
like
worried about that? Worry about the zenith angle.
no. Where's the hump? And you're saying it's a drop, but it's raising up in the vertical.
True.
How can a
We've
drop be
measured that it's
raising
a
up
drop,
in the vertical?
but we've measured it's a drop.
How can you measure a drop that is rising in the vertical datum?
See how here the blue line is a drop from point A? That's what the measurement corresponds to.
I'm looking at a picture. I was looking at a picture that you took from me. Because it seems
Look
like you
at
want to
this.
take away
This
my
picture
playthings.
answers. No, this picture answers your question. We're standing where point A is. Do you see how the blue line falls like drops from that point?
Yeah. From this orthographic view, you're
Okay.
showing something
Oh,
that's
just wait
opposite
a
of
little bit. Wait
you
a
had
little.
shown earlier. So how's that
There's
happen?
more. There's more. First, I'm showing you a not to scale diagram to make it more pronounced. We agree that from point A, the curve drops all the way. Is that controversial that it drops?
Yes. Yeah, because I saw in an earlier
Wait, is it
graphic that the blue
controversial?
line
Is this
was humping up,
is this controversial?
rising.
No, right? Okay. Now we have a two scale situation. Two scale, same diagram, two scale. And the blue line also drops all the way from point A to point B2. It drops. There's no hump.
Okay, so from the side it drops, but
And
then when
this
you're
is what
looking,
it looks like when
there
you
you go. It
look
fucking
over
rose
it.
again. It's rising again.
No, you're just having a hard time. That's why we don't measure with our eyes. We measure with instruments, and this is the measurement.
I'm looking at the right. I mean, I'm looking at the the measure instrument. It said level here everywhere along the blue line, and the level was right. The blue line was rising.
Yes,
It was going
that's
up.
because it's just kind of hard to show the 3D on a 2D picture.
There it is.
You know?
It's right there. Now the parking lot you said was lower than the building or higher?
Yes, it is lower than the building. It's at 17.07 meters. Yeah.
And how is that blue line going up if that's dropped?
Because the Earth drops, my friend.
No.
The Earth
You're
drops.
like where the person is standing is the bottom of the blue line,
There's a simpler question you could ask.
right?
Why
and then
am
we're
I?
looking towards the building, and that blue line's going up, and you're saying it's not up, it's not a hump, it's not an
Can I
apex.
ask the same question on your behalf in a better way? Think
I got
about it. I'm looking from 17 meters, and I'm looking at 68 meters, so much higher than I am, right? But the zenith angle is a negative angle. It's below horizontal plane. That's what you should be asking. How come
Probably
me
'cause you
looking
think
at a building
down
that's
is up
taller
and up
than
is down.
me results me in dipping below the horizontal plane? That's the question you should be asking. And the answer is
I would go
because
back
the
to the
Earth
blue
is a
line and say
spheroid with a
to start.
radius of
Yeah.
6,371 kilometers.
Yeah, if something's off in the measurement because you're saying I have to adjust for the drop when I can see it going up.
Those are your words, not mine. I'm
there.
not adjusting for any drop.
I don't know what you should do. Maybe you calibrate the tool when you're saying, well, the thing I see going up is down, and then go, maybe start there.
Or maybe the Earth is a sphere.
And up is down.
Maybe the Earth is a sphere. I don't know.
And that makes up down in that picture.
I don't think you're ready for an up and down question. The Earth is a sphere.
I mean, the building that's on the Earth that you said was the shoreline that touches the water. Which part of that is a sphere?
The building is not a sphere.
Okay. The mountain in the background behind the building, is that a sphere?
No.
Okay. The measuring, the tool that's on the Earth, is that tool a sphere?
No.
Okay. The water right there, is that water a sphere in the picture?
No.
Okay. So where is it?
It's everywhere, 360 around that location. It's a sphere that extends itself in all three directions.
Not in that picture. Okay, so not in that picture.
The picture partially captures a small portion of that sphere.
And that's why a raise in elevation in that vertical datum depicted by the blue line. That's why a rise is actually a drop.
It's a drop. It's not a rise. It's a misunderstanding on your behalf.
I'm just looking at the picture. If I were to ask
Yes,
anybody,
that's
say,
okay. I'll
listen, is that blue
simplify the
line, is
picture
the
for you.
blue line going up or down? They would say it's going up, and you're saying it's going down.
I will simplify this for you, okay?
You're taking away all my stuff. That's my stuff.
Because it's irrelevant. Here you go. This is my original slide before I incorporated FAQ from the audience here. So I'm going back to its original version.
I came for the blue line, so there's nothing left for me here.
Good talk.
You still there, Globe?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I am here. Oh yeah, I do globe stuff.
That's is that all?
Yep, that's the measurement of the curvature.
Interesting.
Only angles and distances, as I promised.
Anybody got anything to say? I'm too dumb to debunk this stuff.
Improper use of equipment.
You said what?
Improper use of equipment.
Yeah, I mean, listen. There's like a ratio of a 1 to 100 for the stadia that are on the tool that you need to use. You need to use and be able to differentiate between the stadia and between the marks on the tool and the things in the distance. It's thrown off after a certain amount of distance with that ratio. The calibration of the tool isn't confirmed. I don't know if Peter did it. It's probably fucked up. So when you do surveying, you need to check your meter stick. You got to constantly check to make sure that you're on point. And then you do foresight, backsight, check that out. None of that stuff is done in this demonstration. You just took you might as well just take a camera and point it at something and say, "It's his globe." It's silly. I mean, is that blue line on the tool, on the total station or theodolite that he's using, is that truly 2 stories thick? I don't know, maybe, because it's covering up like 2 floors. So I could swear that little tool, like the crosshairs on the tool, they're only like if I were to take them and hold them in my hand, they're probably like an inch. But according to this photo, those 1 inch lines are 50 stories high. These tools are typically used over distances of like 200 feet, 300 feet, something like that, so that you can use your measuring rod to confirm that you're at the correct elevation, and that you can read the numbers on the rod to confirm that. None of that can be done in this demonstration by Peter the Globe Prover. So it's just, I mean, it's literally not even that complicated. It's like whenever you just break stuff, it'll show that you're looking at a globe. Like whenever you do stuff wrong, it'll show you that you're on a globe. It's not that serious. But whenever you take straight line segments and you extend them incrementally over any type of distance, there's no bend, there's no curve to the straight line. It doesn't curve because we all know straight lines don't curve. But when you do it in in a fashion similar to this, you get curved straight lines, and we all know that's not the case. So.
That's interesting. Got anything to say to that, Measurer?
Certainly, yes. The only thing we're doing here we're measuring a zenith angle. We're not doing any surveying here.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that could be partially true. Surveying is a measurement of changes in elevation using zenith angles as well.
Yes, and we're not doing that
vertical.
here. We're just measuring
Yes, this is
one
not a
value.
measurement.
The measurement of a single value, the zenith angle, to our line of sight of the top of the building. The other three values, the elevations, the distance over surface, they were measured independently by people over 300 years or so.
Yeah, so this isn't a measurement of anything.
This is a measurement, what is shown on the screen is a measurement of a zenith angle from the position described to the particular location on the building. That's all there is to it.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, that's what surveyors they measure the land to be going up and down all the time.
Yes, and that's not what
That's what
we're
they
doing.
do. And this is not we're not
I'm
measuring
gonna
any
head out.
drops or raises in elevation here. Yeah.
Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head out. Y'all have fun. Probably back later.
Take care.
All right, man.
It'll be black. Yeah, I mean, like Peter, you understand, like, yeah, white swan. I mean, you can capture a white swan for the globe, like no problem. You just, I mean, you just take enough measurements, you'll get a white swan in there. It's not a problem.
Yeah, anywhere you go on Earth, you're gonna get the same measurement using the same method.
Yeah, you're gonna get drop, well, or right. I don't know which one you showed the hump and then you took it away. So I don't know. Is it? You think it's a? You don't think this is any type of optical situation? Do you believe that you can measure it physically, or it's just optical?
What's physical measurement versus optical?
Like chains. Like if I took chains and did 10-foot increments, right? Like let's say I had I put a post in the ground and there's two guys with chains or something, right? And you just had you put a vertical post and you get the chains that touch the post, and then touch the post, and then you just keep on. You do that, and then you do it again, and again and again.
That's how you would measure the zenith angle?
No, I'm just. Could you do this? Could you get this?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so then what would so if we did that, right? If we did post to post with a 10-foot chain and just kept marking the posts.
Well, so let me ask you a question. You're proposing that we measure zenith angle from vertical to an object that's 34 kilometers away by what? We project like a wooden beam that's 34 kilometers long?
No, lots of posts, right? Just a distance, right? So can we go a distance?
Oh, the
and then
distance, yes, but what I have on the screen right now, the distance, absolutely. People measure distance over surface using those methods you described, or odometers, or incremental measurements, lasers, whatever. What I'm showing on the screen is the zenith angle. That's the fourth value that I need, is the zenith angle from my position to a particular position in space that's 34 kilometers away. The only way I know practically how to measure those is by establishing a line of sight to that location. And line of sight is a stream of photons emitted by that object that are hitting the instrument or my eyeball, right? Do they travel in straight lines? Not really.
So it's like kind of like subject to some sort of optical something. Maybe it's light bending. I don't know.
Well, any measurement performed using your eyes is an optical measurement.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. You think we could do it with something physical?
It'd be very hard, because to measure an angle between two straight lines, one of them being vertical, that's easy. That's a plumb line.
No, just a distance. Just a distance.
Oh, distance, yes. But the distance here has been measured very precisely over 300 years. So we're good on that one.
How do they measure the distance?
Oh, many different ways. There's so many different maps. I don't even know. I'm not an expert, but you are. So geodesic maps of the area, 300 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if it's in the UK. They did it with. If it's in the UK, they did it with chains, but
I don't know. It is not in the UK. I told you where it was. But people who measure things have lived here for 300 years.
Yeah, like I've lived in my house for like, let's say 10 years. I still don't know the distance from my house to my shed.
Because you never bothered to measure it. But people who have lived here,
I don't think time is the factor. I don't think time is a factor.
Yeah, but people did commerce and exploration of this area.
How many points of reference? How many points of reference do you have?
Many points.
So you measured at increments.
I did not.
Okay, so you only have one. Well, two, basically, where you are and the target.
The zenith angle is the measurement from us.
I don't care about your fucking zenith angle. I don't care about your fucking zenith. Why don't you do it in increments and show that it's consistent? Increments over distance. And it's not just some sort of optical effect. It's not a result of any sort of optical distortion or anything like that. Like, I think it's really reasonable to ask for a physical measurement.
Yeah, you don't even have to look at it, Peter. That's what I was saying. Like, you could, and I was gonna go down like a question with you, but or lead to something and see what you thought.
So we have 4 values here that we're discussing. Which one are you asking about being measured physically? So let me recap. Okay, we have 2 elevations.
Preconceptions.
We have 2 elevations.
Don't do it with any preconceptions.
There are no preconceptions.
Because if you didn't have a preconception, you wouldn't know what to think. You would just take that measurement as it being, well, that's just the way it is, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't draw a conclusion about the Earth being a sphere, would you?
Well, if I ask myself, how come I measure?
Who gave you the height of the? Who gave you the height? Did you measure the height? Did you double check to see that that's the actual height?
No, I did not.
You didn't. You just took it for granted.
Yes, I took it from the builders.
That would be an important step I would take, I think, if I was to do that. I would make sure that the height I was given was correct.
I would encourage you to do that when you do your own measurement.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that. But not with this type of thing. That's why I was gonna run you through something I know I've done and see what you would come up with. That's why I did the chains, and the posts. I've done that plenty of times.
So far on the list of things that he's gotten wrong with this is improper use of equipment. He didn't verify height, and he's not taking into account the refractive nature of the horizon over that distance and the weather.
He doesn't even know the distance.
If he took the same,
I'm not using the horizon.
measurement I'm sure if he took the same measurement from that location and actually did it over time, he would have different outcomes. Similar to how Skunk Bay looks different over time in the span of a single video.
Yeah, well, you are. That is a
That's
good
very
point.
true.
You are supposed to take. You are supposed to take. What is it, like 10 different measurements at different times, and then get the average within that margin, and then give the average of the measurement.
Yes, we have done that in many locations under different conditions. The one I'm presenting to you today is that one.
Would I have to do that though with chains and posts?
Yeah.
Like different. I'd have to come out at 2 o'clock, and then I'd have to come back out at 5 o'clock, and keep checking the post with the chains and make sure it's the same length. Okay. Why is that? What happens to the post during different times of the day and the chains?
The length of the chain will change due to temperature.
Okay. I didn't know that.
So Peter,
That's
you were already debunked on this by me. I showed you the Skunk Bay time lapse, and that debunked your one single photograph.
I don't think it did.
Oh, that's too
No,
bad.
I say. I think he says no. This is like the Me Too movement right here. No means no. Rad one.
Well, nothing he can do about it. He's been debunked.
Only thing he can
What's
hope
theodolite view?
every time he gets to present it, somebody who's already heard the retort is not going to be in session, and somebody new who hasn't heard him get rebutted will be here. Because that's what he hopes for, is that there will be a new audience and no rebuttal.
He still hasn't really. He took it away from me. He knew I liked it, and he took it away. He still hasn't gone over how that blue
I'll
line
bring
in
it
the
back.
center.
I'll bring it back.
Yeah, and then you can explain to me how the change in the vertical that raises in elevation is actually a drop.
Which slide did you want to see? Which slide did you want to
I
see?
just want my blue line back.
That is, it's on the screen right now.
It's all dotted now. It was solid before.
Yeah, because I made that line in PowerPoint. It's not in the tool.
Give me back the line.
What do you mean? You want me to color it differently?
Fucking color. Yeah, color it in.
Okay.
Just how I remember it.
Okay, buddy. Just stay with me. Happy now?
Ah, there it is. There it is. Yeah.
Do you like the color? You want me to change the color?
I thought it was good. Because it's like blue, like the water. Yeah.
Yes.
So that
nice blue water. Yeah.
So that vertical line in this photo that's changing is going up, up, up. Is that drop or hump?
It's a drop.
He took it again. He took it away again. I had enough of this.
Oh,
Such
my
a
bad.
fucking
My
tease.
bad.
You're just a tease. No, you're just
It was a
tease.
mistake. It was a mistake. I closed the browser by mistake. I'm sorry. I'm bringing it back up. And I'm so jealous you're smoking.
I'm lighting incense.
Of course you are.
Dude, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, how did you know? That's funny.
Where's the other guy? Did he get upset? I tell him I brought his favorite photo back up.
Peter, what does your picture measure? Are you there?
Yeah, what's the question?
What is your picture measuring?
The curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, what's the building's height? I'm curious.
It is, or that location on the building is 68.27 meters.
I'm guessing the camera angle or the camera's height is not that high.
It's 1707.
Oh, there's a measurement. Yeah, so level in one space at like 56 feet is very tall for the further away you get. So that makes a lot of sense. I see.
It's basically this situation, but exaggerated.
Yeah, I see that.
I have an interactive GeoGebra showing this, but to scale, it's really hard to work with this at scale, right? Because the radius of the Earth is so big that.
I'm sure it's only like tiny changes.
Yeah, you see it here. This picture, if I don't know if it shows well on your screen, it is to scale. So you see how small the drop is. If you look at the blue line, you know how it diverges from the horizontal.
Uh-huh.
But you can see it's dropping. It's just, it takes forever for it to drop. But it's enough at the distance of 34 kilometers to be able to measure it using just not a very sophisticated device.
Yeah. Difference from measured. So there's like a 5 times improvement in the accuracy.
6 times. Yeah, if we only. Yeah, that's without refraction, but people here pointed out that refraction is a thing, and they're right. So on that day, there being standard refraction effects, just a normal day,
Mm-hmm.
the difference grows to 89 times.
Dang.
And to be sure, if the measurement was taken on a different day with, let's say, high refraction, the error on the globe would be bigger. So we kind of got lucky that this day was like that. So over time, if you average it out, you're going to get a better result.
Right.
Why is everybody on mute in here?
It's a moment of silence for the globe.
Oh right, it's on its deathbed, or it's already dead.
A minute's silence. I don't have a trumpet to play the last post, but anyway, it's fitting.
Are you interested if I pose the idea the globe is real?
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, show us
I
your
think.
evidence.
Well, what was it? What's the chat icon in here? So, I assume this is the right chat. One thing that's often brought up, like I was being asked about it the last time, was the horizon. So, for example, in the picture I just posted, you see that the wind turbines kind of recede behind a physical horizon. I just don't get how the flat Earth community kind of reconcile like observations like
What
that.
do you mean when you say it's a physical horizon?
As in you're seeing the surface of the water block the lower like portions of the wind turbines, implying the wind turbines are at a further distance than a physical like level of the sea level.
So what do you mean when you say it's a physical horizon?
Well, what I know. We're saying okay, a horizon's observational, but the water is there. Like I assume we'd all agree, the water is there. It is forming.
All right. So you're talking about that being the crest of a curve of water.
Yeah, sure. Can call it that. Yeah.
All right. What evidence do you have for that?
We see it.
Well, no. You just see the horizon. You don't see it. You don't see curving water.
Yeah, but what is the conclusion of a crest of water
Well,
blocking out?
your conclusion is that it's a curve of water. But I'm asking for your evidence for that.
Well, how? What are we even calling? Like, I'm struggling to understand the dispute here. We're looking.
Well, you've made a claim that the horizon is a curve of water, and I've asked what your evidence is, and now you're doing this.
Okay, so there are two possibilities. It's flat, or it's forming some sort of curve or bulge or crest. So if I was to say, right, well, the sea is flat, and the turbines are just off in the distance on that flat sea, I should be able to see, because it's a clear day in that picture. I should be able to see all the wind turbines at the same level, and I should generally be able to see the bottom of the wind turbines, accounting for a bit of refraction.
So, well, why are you claiming that? Who told you that?
Who told me that? Well, it's basic observation. I haven't been told that by anybody specific.
So if you lie down and put your head down on the floor on a long corridor in like a hotel or whatever, and you have someone walk away from you, then you start to see their feet disappearing, and then up to their knees, and they disappear bottom up.
No.
Yep.
On a completely
You can do it yourself.
On a completely flat surface, you should be able to see their feet if the hallway is flat. No.
Well, no, because the hallway is flat and you don't see their feet.
Why? I really don't.
That's just what happens when your line of sight is close to a surface and something moves out a distance away from you. It appears.
Yeah, but do you? it's no, the perspective would be that you see them less clearly, but you don't. They're not suddenly hidden
No,
behind the
it's not just
floor.
that. It's not just that. Well, you've never tried this, obviously. You're just hearing about it for the first time. So how would you know?
Well, hearing about lying down and watching somebody walk away.
Listen, I've done this. I've done this at Walmart on a long aisle, like on the longest aisle in Walmart. I've put my phone on the ground and had somebody walk away from me, and their feet start to disappear. It's a fact, man. It's just something that happens. And I was arguing with Scott the other night, and I'm like, dude, are you telling me you think that Walmarts are built with a hump? You think they're not building level floors in Walmart? I'm like, are you kidding me? He's like, well, you didn't get down there and level it. I'm like, oh my gosh, Scott, dude, people do this all the time. They do it.
This guy's claiming that the horizon that he sees is a curved surface. So I'm waiting for the evidence for that.
I could, in fact, I could do it right now if you want me to just take a picture of something across the room. We're asking
for your evidence that horizon that you spoke about is a curve of water, and that's like the physical edge of the curve. That's your claim.
So my claim would be based on elimination of possibilities. So if it's flat, if the water is level, because you guys always say water is level, it doesn't bend.
Well, all you're observing is flat water. The horizon's level, a horizontal line. I mean, you're only observing flat water, so.
But you understand how like geometry works, and that if you have a flat surface, you're going to see things less distinctly at a far away.
Come on, bro. So, all right. So your evidence is just what else could it be? That's just what you think.
Well, yeah. Doesn't evidence deal with elimination of possibilities?
What else could it be is not evidence for your claim. So there you go. Got anything else?
You are right. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. So I'm asking you guys to explain why
evidence isn't justification of a claim. More accurately.
The evidence is that it's the wind turbines themselves are at different elevations based on what presumably how far they are away. Let's not even say it's a fact that's farther away.
And your claim is that apparent difference is due to the water surface being curved. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So what's your evidence for that? That was the question.
We're asking what the evidence is. We're seeing the evidence. It's in the photo.
A flat horizon. No, you just see a flat horizon, no curve.
You're seeing a flat horizon in terms of its horizontal axis.
So no curve. So you're assuming a curve opposite from you, further away from you, like straight away from you. You're assuming a curve there, but you're not observing any curve anywhere. The left to right is no curve. The water doesn't look curved. But you're saying the observation I'm making here is due to the water being curved. And I'm asking, what's your evidence that the water is curved? And you don't have any.
The premise is the observation. If you can't,
your assumption isn't evidence.
So
your assumption of the cause of the observation isn't evidence. You reasserting that it's what you think isn't evidence.
Okay, can we deal with this premise of evidence here? How do you establish evidence?
Why don't you just tell me how you established that the water was curved? Other than
because we're disagreeing on our premises here. Like you're asking me to just repeat the conclusion, but if we disagree on the premise of what evidence even
your conclusion, you just are repeating your assumed conclusion. But I'm asking what evidence you have for this assumption, and you're not.
Okay, my issue is if I cite what evidence is, and you're saying that's not evidence, then we're clearly disagreeing on the definition of evidence here.
No, you just haven't provided any evidence.
Right. Oh, can we establish? Yeah, my claim is that it's curved. My
I know.
evidence
We need
is the
evidence for that
observation.
claim, or we can just dismiss it. And so far, you provided none.
Okay, right. Let's take an analogy. I'm standing in front of
We
you.
don't need an
What is?
analogy. We need evidence for your
Oh,
claim.
so we can't we can't even tackle the premise of what we're calling evidence here.
Your claim. Remember, you just said that's my claim. Your claim requires substantiation with evidence, and you don't seem to have any.
Right. So instead of just repeating that I don't have any evidence, why don't we just talk about what we're calling evidence here?
Well, do you have evidence for it?
Okay, is there evidence that there's a bottle of wine in front of me?
Don't. No, that's not what you were asked. Don't get crazy. Is there evidence for your claim that the water is curving, causing that horizon? That was the question.
By your premises, no, there's no evidence because I can't even establish.
So there's no evidence.
Evidence.
Okay, so have you got any evidence for the globe?
Well, how would I present any? There's no standard we've established for what evidence is.
Well, you haven't tried to present any. You just made a claim.
I've literally tried to ask you for the last 5 minutes what you're calling the standard of evidence that we can go forward with.
Well, maybe if you presented some, we could talk about whether or not it constitutes evidence or not.
I could go through hundreds of pictures and videos if you wanted, but I'm
videos and pictures of what?
Evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Videos and pictures of what specifically?
You can see satellites, the sun rising and setting, the moon rising and setting. I
thought you were going to provide evidence that the Earth is a ball.
All of that is substantiating the claim that the Earth is a ball.
Saying that we have a sun and a moon isn't evidence that the Earth is a ball. We're asking for evidence that the Earth is a ball. Remember?
No, but see that wasn't my argument, was it? I wasn't saying sun and moon exist, therefore Earth is a ball.
You said you've got pictures and videos of satellites and the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not evidence of Earth being a ball.
You have them. We all have them as long as we have the internet.
Yeah, and that's not evidence of the Earth being a ball. You're asked what the evidence is that the Earth is a ball. Remember?
And so what terminology would you like me to present?
I don't care about your terminology. What have you got? Empirical evidence that we can all verify in this chat.
What do I even present? Because we can't even.
What have you verified for the globe?
Okay, we're talking about a curve. Would you like me to present another picture to specifically?
So how did you verify? Well, this is what we were still on. You haven't provided any evidence for that curve you're assuming.
Okay, so what are the pylons doing over this lake in the picture I've provided?
Don't ask me the question. It's supposed to be your evidence.
I've just provided you another photo. So you rejected the other evidence. So what are the pylons?
Was just of a flat horizon.
Right. So what are the pylons doing as they recede towards the horizon in this photo?
I'm asking about the water, not the pylons. You're saying the water's curved. Okay, did you measure that?
What are our reference points?
You tell me. It's your claim. What did you measure? How much curve did you measure?
I'm literally trying to show you. There's a picture right there in the chat.
Well, I'm not looking at the chat right now, so you have to tell me about it. What's the observer height?
What is the observer height? I honestly I don't know.
That's not going to be much use then, because you're going to need that if you're going to claim it's Earth curve. So try again, I guess.
Well, is the argument just saying like no in reaction to anything I say?
No.
Well, it seems to be.
For your claim. Remember, you said a while ago that was my claim that the Earth's water is curving and it forms this horizon. So for like 10, 15 minutes, I've been asking what your evidence is, and you haven't provided anything. You just said, well, it makes sense to me, basically.
I haven't provided anything.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So those two pictures, just nothing.
Well, you don't even know the observer height.
What if the observer height was what does the observer height say?
Your horizon's supposed to be geometric, right? So it's going to be a different distance depending on your observer height, right?
True.
So if you're standing at the beach and you're 6 foot tall, how far away should your horizon be on the globe?
Taller than someone who's slightly taller than someone who's slightly smaller, and the same goes for someone who's 100 meters up.
How far away should you observe that horizon for a 6 foot observer on the globe?
Exactly how far?
Well, approximately, if that's better.
Approximately, I don't know. It's somewhere like 3 to 5 miles.
Right. Okay. So you understand then why we need to know your observer height, because if we go down there and we're at 6 foot and we see the horizon at 10 miles or 15 miles, that doesn't match the globe, right? So
no, it does. It
claiming,
does. No, you can.
No, because your
doesn't.
Your sphere limit is at 3 miles. Remember?
No, because it's not a hard limit. It's a general limit of the physical horizon.
So the horizon isn't physical Earth curve now that was blocking those windmills.
Do you understand the difference between objects
You just contradicted your original argument.
No, because do you understand the difference?
You claimed your original argument. Look, there's a physical horizon, you said, blocking the windmills, and now you're saying the horizon isn't physical.
Do you understand the difference between optics of what you can see and where the objects are in physical space?
So the horizon isn't physical then, if the optic's going to change it?
No, it is physical because it's right there.
Then the max is 3 miles for a 6 foot observer, right?
It's somewhere in that region. Don't quote me on the exact number.
If we saw it at 10 to 15 miles, then that wouldn't be matching the globe model, would it?
Do you understand how refraction works?
If we see it at 10 to 15 miles, not 3 miles, that doesn't match the globe model, does it?
No, it does.
No, because you just said it was a physical horizon at 3 miles. Now you're double speaking.
But I tried to delineate the difference between optics of what you can see due to refraction.
Right, so it's a refracted horizon, not a physical horizon.
No.
No? It's back to physical.
Yeah, because there are physical entities.
So if we see it at 10 miles for a 6 foot observer, then the globe radius is 250,000 miles. Yeah?
Do you understand how the horizon is just there regardless? Like I don't go towards it. And
its horizon distance was your argument. You said this is a physical horizon blocking the windmills, which means your physical horizon must be at 3 miles max for a 6 foot observer. That's your model. That's your
because it's due to the optics of the observer. The horizon is still there. It would be like saying that if I can see it would be like saying that if I can see this bottle of wine as taking up 30 degrees of my angular resolution, that because somebody else far away can see it at 0.1 degree of their angular resolution, the bottle of wine must not be a physical thing that is actually in space.
Bro, you are spazzing out. You said that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. For a 6 foot observer, that is at 3 miles. You already agreed to this. So it couldn't be at 10 miles.
I agree.
You said it's not a refracted horizon. You said it's not a refracted horizon.
Yeah, but do you understand the? Do you understand the?
And then it's physical, and then it's refracted. You're all over the place, dude.
Do we just prove the flat Earth by playing semantics games with people?
No, we just point out that you've got zero evidence for your claim. Remember, you came in claiming this is a curve of water blocking windmills. I said, what's your evidence for that? Half an hour and you still haven't given us a single thing.
Right then, you've got me as a convert. You've got me as a convert. Then the Earth must be flat because semantics.
No, because of your lack of evidence for your claim. Remember?
Right. Okay. So you pointed out my complete lack of evidence. What is the evidence the Earth is flat?
No globe.
Go outside. No. Wait.
Go outside. Go
The evidence is
outside.
all around you. Yeah,
It's
observed, flat and motionless. Remember, you
well,
observe the horizon as horizontal and flat, yeah, and you don't observe or detect any motion of the surface, do you?
why would you detect motion? You live on the Earth.
Yeah, why would you when the Earth is motionless?
No, but say again. It's
Well, there you go.
if
Why
we're
would you believe it? Because it's your observable reality. It's the only one you've ever known.
if we're comparing and contrasting two different models, the flat
Reality
Earth model and the
bullshit.
globe.
Yeah, reality is flat and motionless.
Right.
No, it's not a model.
Yeah.
Go outside. Go
A
outside.
model. So
No,
the
outside
arguments
isn't a model.
the arguments are.
Or
Are we
reality is outside.
are we seriously challenging all scientific evidence with "go outside, bro"? Is that genuinely the argument here?
What's scientific evidence? You didn't know of any.
Didn't know of it.
You just showed a picture that you don't know anything about.
Science.
You didn't even know the observer height. You're talking about science.
Do people in this? Sorry. I know I'm appealing to the community, but
Control yourself. Do people in here? Is this guy? Is this girl? What's she gonna say to me? Write it in your diary, bro. We're not interested. We are interested in evidence for the globe, if you have any. That's it.
My counter evidence to yours is go outside, bro.
Go outside. It's flat and motionless. We agree.
So our two.
Okay. So no. Let me frame it then. So we have all of observable reality, and you have a story that you don't really understand.
I mean, you can frame it whatever way you want, but I'd rather deal with things in physical space, not just hey, I can play a.
What do you mean? No, you don't want to deal with physical space. You want to talk about models and these cartoons that you've been shown since you were a child. I'm talking about physical reality. Remember the horizontal horizon, the motionless surface? Yeah, you're interested in that.
How would you know if you're in motion? Should we deal with that? How would you know if you're spinning on the Earth?
Why do you think you're spinning? What told you were spinning? How fast do you think you're spinning?
Well, what in terms of velocity or angular angular acceleration?
How fast do you think the ground beneath your feet is moving?
It's something like 0.06 some RPM that the Earth is moving.
It's very slow.
All right, what's that in miles per hour?
It depends on where you are on the globe, because obviously, if you're near the pole,
where you are, how fast do you think it's going?
Something like hundreds of miles per hour relative to like a static observer in space.
So you think the ground is moving at hundreds of miles an hour? Okay, what evidence do you have for that?
We can literally prove it with instruments on Earth.
Instruments? Which instruments?
One of your own flat Earth community used a ring laser inference gyrometer, and it showed 15 degrees drift per hour.
This sounds very scientific. So how did that tell you that the ground is moving at hundreds of miles an hour?
Because it measures the inference between lasers casting angles in a ring formation.
But you're trying to measure Earth spinning, aren't you?
Yeah, you'd use it measuring instruments.
So lasers are Earth.
So your proof for the Earth's motion is a flat earther from a few years ago. So it took until a few years ago that a flat earther proved it.
No, that's one proof.
So how did you? So when you see the gyro move, when you see the gyro doing its thing, how do you link that to your belief that Earth is spinning?
Is this another one of the what else could it be?
Yeah, it's
Okay, so not evidence then. Okay, so who did actually measure it and didn't just say what else could it be, assuming emotion?
What? How else did other people measure it?
Well, you said it was proven before that, so let's see if this person actually proved it, since that didn't.
Okay, well, snipers for years with the Coriolis effect, pilots.
Snipers proved it. How did they do that?
When you fire a bullet north or south relative to either equator, they notice a
Don't
drift.
even go there, dude. You're so wrong.
Oh, really? Who told you that? Have you done this?
Prove it. What, have I done it? Have I done it? Yeah, because I've fired sniper rifles at targets.
So when the bullet's in the air, the ground is spinning in comparison to it.
Yeah.
It's spinning underneath it, right? So when an object leaves the Earth's surface, the Earth's surface is spinning beneath it. That's your claim.
It's spinning. So how you understand it is the bullet, when it's fired, it was spinning relative to its velocity from the position with which it was fired. So when it hits the target,
there's a difference. But you're saying the Earth is spinning separate to the bullet, so they're in separate frames.
It's in a separate reference frame when it's fired north or south relative to the Earth's equator.
Only north or south?
Because because that's how geometry works.
What the fuck?
It only works if you're fighting due north.
Wait, why not east or west? East or west, it should be speeding up your bullet or slowing it down. Doesn't that help too?
No, because it's being fired with the same.
So the Earth spins beneath the bullet. So if I take off in a helicopter and just hover, the Earth spins beneath my helicopter too, right?
No, because the Coriolis the Coriolis effect accounts for the difference between pressure.
So Earth doesn't spin beneath. So Earth spins beneath bullets, but it doesn't spin beneath helicopters. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because they're different reference frames. They're traveling different velocities.
So you're saying the Earth is spinning beneath the bullet. Why is it not spinning beneath the helicopter?
Well, it sort of can, depending on the speed of the helicopter in a certain direction in a vector
hovering.
that's.
I'm just hovering.
If you're just hovering, you're hovering with the atmosphere. So you're static with reference to the atmosphere.
Taken around, so there's no rotating underneath the helicopter, but there is rotating underneath the bullet.
No, you can have that with a helicopter as well. You might need a fast helicopter,
So if I just stay still for a few hours in a helicopter, I'm going to land in a totally different place.
No, because you didn't just listen to my point.
Well, you're saying that it will rotate underneath the helicopter.
No, not when it's static, because that's when the atmospheric pressure is the driving force moving it around
when
the
I
Earth.
Hover, so the Earth isn't spinning underneath a hovering helicopter, but it is spinning underneath a moving bullet. That's your point.
Yeah, because there's a difference in where atmospheric pressure.
Why does the helicopter decide to be velcroed to the ground, but the bullet doesn't?
Because the bullet is moving through a different inertial reference frame in the speed that it travels. So it's
so
still.
If we fly in the helicopter and we travel, then the ground will start spinning beneath it. Is that what you're saying?
No.
This guy's hopeless.
Well, not hopeless. I've been dealing with the argument the entire time.
Dude, if it's one sec. He said that it's moving within a different inertial reference frame. Well, if it's an inertial reference frame, then everything within it is within that inertial reference frame. That includes your air, so you no longer have velcroed air.
No, because that's not how inertial reference frames work. If I throw Do you understand
is it in the
how
air?
like
Is the helicopter in the air?
Yeah, it is in the air.
Okay, is the air right in the inertial reference frame?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not part of the Earth's non-inertial turning reference frame.
The atmosphere generally isn't. No.
Generally.
Okay, so you no longer have that claim.
Well, how is it not
you
my
previously
claim?
made.
I was talking about like fast objects like bullets, planes, and a fast moving helicopter.
Yeah, you think
If your hovering helicopter, right, is not the Earth isn't turning underneath the hovering helicopter because you said that it's within the air, right? It's part of the air, which is going to be static with the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Right, but then in another breath, you say that the air is in the inertial reference frame. See, if it's static and velcro to the Earth and moving with the Earth, then it's part of the Earth's turning non-inertial reference frame. You're basically saying it hasn't entered an inertial reference frame yet.
No, it's always within an inertial reference frame. What are we dealing with?
Then it's not velcro to the Earth. Not Coriolis then, exactly. It's not moving with the Earth then. It's separate and individual.
Okay, can we understand? Do you think the Coriolis effect is just universal to anything that's moving on Earth or hovering on Earth?
Can you define the Coriolis effect for us?
The Coriolis effect it's a measure of something's velocity through an inertial reference frame, which will differ based on your what would it be like your latitude of this rotating sphere.
Nah, afraid not.
Well, no, isn't an argument, so I can dismiss that, can't I?
Well, yeah, if you don't want to know what it actually is, sure, you can dismiss it. It doesn't change what it is.
Well, if I fire a rifle and I have to account at a certain distance that it will glide to the left or to the right, whether I'm firing north or south, just regardless of what I think about a flat Earth or a globe Earth, what am I to do with that information?
Cool story.
Well, file it in your imagination folder since you've never done that.
Imagination folder. Yeah. Have you ever come across videos of snipers firing at long ranges, and whether they're
Not any real sniper. No real snipers do that. And if you think Earth spin affects bullets,
you know what they were missing?
and if you're firing one east to west, it's going to affect it that way also. If it affects bullets, it will affect helicopters and planes and drones.
It does.
Holy crap! So you can just go up in your hot air balloon and then wait for Washington State to come barreling towards you while you're sitting in Maryland, and then eventually Maryland will be underneath you. Eventually Washington State will be underneath your balloon, and then you can set your balloon back down, and then you're in Washington.
We're presented with.
It does affect the planes, so presumably all the flight times east to west versus west to east are massively different then.
There's some difference, but it's generally it depends if you're flying in an exact east or west vector.
The equator, it's supposed to be going at about 1,000 miles an hour spinning.
Yeah,
so that should be a big difference in the flight paths and the flight times if you're spinning with it or against it. And you just said that's coming into play, so they should be different.
You're moving with reference to it if you're traveling east or west.
It's when directions, you would have a big difference if the Earth is spinning underneath you in one direction.
Well, it depends. It depends where and when.
Not
it depends
really,
where
you're. Use your common sense. It's not that complicated.
Well, I can't just disregard evidence and cite common sense
What evidence?
as the
What evidence?
rebuttal.
Yeah, I can't
ball.
just disregard my made up stories and then ignore and then accept common sense and my observable reality. Yeah, you couldn't ever do that, could you? Why would you do that?
When the ancients were around thousands of years ago, were they right about the common sense of spirits in the brains, and lightning being an act of God, and all of this nonsense?
Gonna prove
I don't know why
is this how
you
you think you're
always
going to prove
ask.
that the Earth is a giant spinning ball? You think that's evidence? That's
Why do we always declare evidence to be flat Earth evidence when you could get a spinning ball and shoot a bullet to a target on there? So you can have a little ball spin with a target on it and a little BB, a little thing, and count for your little
No,
globe.
he ain't doing that.
Yeah,
No,
and
he ain't doing
that's
anything.
what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to
This
show a
guy
ball.
isn't even Googling Coriolis after being told he doesn't know what it is.
Well, he's never seen Coriolis on a ball. They don't know what it is because they need a
Yeah,
ball.
he can't even Google the definition. Come on, what's this guy going to figure out?
Saying the Coriolis effect is.
Well, there's a difference between Coriolis and Earth spin. Earth spin is something different than
Earth's not spinning.
Coriolis effect, which is actually a fake effect. It's not real. It's an apparent effect. So the actual Coriolis isn't something that actually is happening. It's just what you're seeing. It's something somebody sees. It's apparent.
So anyway,
you're looking for a good reason to justify ignoring observable reality and disregarding common sense, and so far you haven't come up with any good reason.
Your claim to observable reality is go outside, bro. That's not really
in
good
observable
enough.
reality. Do you not realize that you've only ever experienced the flat, motionless Earth? Have you never heard them say, "Oh, it's too big, you can't see the curve, you can't detect the spin"? You never heard that? You never figured that out?
What am I figuring out? What are you presenting to me
You're
as
figuring out that according to your lived reality and what you experience every single day, you're living on a motionless plane. That's what you experience, right? You understand that? Even if you don't believe it.
If I was sat in a plane and I didn't feel turbulence or I couldn't look out the window,
we're talking about being outside on the Earth in reality. Do you?
are you not on the Earth in a plane?
Bro, why are you trying to escape what you observe about the Earth?
I don't know what I can honestly say to you that is.
Well, do you agree? Do you agree that you don't observe curvature or motion of the Earth, or do you not agree?
You can, because I just showed you a picture which you can observe at ground level. You can zoom in.
You weren't able to give us any evidence for that being a curve. You agreed that it was a horizontal line, is what you see.
It's a well, it's going to look horizontal if you're on a giant sphere,
flat.
isn't
it? Okay, so you observe it to be flat, exactly like I said, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You don't observe any motion of the Earth, do you? Unless you're in an earthquake.
Unless you're using specific instruments or doing some specific method
that
to
would be begging the
ascertain.
question. Right.
How is it begging the question? So detectives find a dead body. They're trying to ascertain what happened. Is that begging the question if they try to get to the bottom of it?
So if I were to say, after observing a dead body, there is no dead body, would you take me seriously?
Right, and that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying to me when I'm showing you pictures.
The flat bush Earth, and you're telling us, no, that's not there.
Yeah, I'm saying the Earth isn't flat or I'm saying the Earth isn't flat or motionless.
So you're saying it's not what it looks like. So I go in, I'm a detective, I find a dead body, I go, holy shit, there's a dead body, and you're in there going, it's not what it looks like.
No, it's not that it's not.
It's a corpse.
But it would look the same. It would look the same on a globe Earth. That's the thing.
Right. So your story is it does look flat and motionless, but that's what my big spinning ball looks like. That's your argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you agree with me. You've only ever experienced the flat, motionless Earth. You're trying to provide justification for abandoning the only thing you've ever known, and so far you haven't given us anything.
I have. I've given you 2 pictures. I've given you various
You
arguments.
couldn't tell us the
You've said
observer height.
that I couldn't tell you the observer height.
Right, so you can't tell us that it's a geometric horizon Earth curve like you claimed then.
If it's going to curve, it's going to curve at any level, isn't it?
No, it's going to curve at the point that the globe model predicts. We already explained this. 3
No,
miles
it's going
per
to.
6-foot observer.
It's going to curve at any level. It's a curve. That's
No,
what
it's
curves
supposed to.
do.
What's the radius of the globe?
What's the rate? It's 6,250 kilometers.
Right, so then it's going to curve at that rate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so not any rate, the rate that conforms to that radius value.
Yeah.
Yeah, so unless you can tell us that it does conform to that, then you don't know that you're looking at that. You understand?
It does conform to that. That's what we see.
Well, you don't know because you don't know the observer height. You don't know that it conforms.
But why would your observer height make a difference to its radius?
It would make a difference to where the horizon is supposed to be.
It doesn't make a difference to its curve. You can view a different horizon due to atmospheric effects or observer height.
Are you on Google right now? Are you on Google right now?
Well, I have Google.
Right.
Yeah.
Type in distance to horizon calculator.
It's nearly 11 o'clock where I am. So what?
Can you possibly type 5 words in Google?
Can you not just do it yourself if you're the one
No,
putting
because
this
you're the one that
argument
doesn't
forward?
understand. You're the one that doesn't seem to understand that your observer height is going to change the distance to the horizon on your globe model. You're the one that doesn't understand that, not me. So you're the one that needs to do it to try and understand your own belief that you don't understand very well.
Okay, say we take this premise, and I was speaking along these lines as well. I wasn't contradicting myself, but you can claim that if you want to.
Contradicting yourself. You mean you just contradicted yourself like 20 times in this conversation? But okay, carry on.
But if we're saying the horizon is based on your elevation. What I was trying to say is that was a physical horizon regardless for any observer.
Well, no, you'd have to prove that. That's the assumption that you're failing to prove.
So okay. Say we say people see different horizons at different heights. Do you agree?
What if they see different horizons at the same height?
Different horizons at the same height.
Yeah.
Why would people see that?
You tell me.
I'm asking you.
Well, I guess because the horizon isn't the physical limit of a 39-59 mile radius globe.
So two people. Two people in the same location at the same height, looking at the same horizons, are going to see different horizons. Is that what you're trying to say?
Not at the same time. At different times.
Oh, at different times.
Yeah. Same observer height, different times. Why would they see different horizons?
What are you? Why are you trying to say at different times? What are we referencing here?
Why am I trying to say? So let's say you go out in the morning. You're 6 foot on the beach. You observe the horizon, and it's, let's say, 3 miles away. You go out in the evening, and then you observe again from the same spot, and you see that it's 10 miles away.
Right. You've got different atmospheric conditions at different times of day.
Okay, so the atmospheric conditions changing are what's changing the distance to the horizon that we can observe. Is that right?
That you can observe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the horizon distance is dependent on atmo condition.
Optically, yeah.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
I don't really follow.
Yeah, well, it's affected by the conditions, not the curve.
So wouldn't the best controlled measure be for two people of the same height to just view the same horizon?
You think two people standing side by side at the same time are going to observe two different horizons?
No.
So what are you talking about?
So they observe the same horizon. I'm struggling to understand how any of this.
You were correct. You got it. The horizon, how far we can see, is dictated by the conditions of the day.
Which is going to be the same on a flat Earth or a globe Earth.
Right, but on a globe Earth, it would only be 6 or 3 miles for a 6-foot observer because that's the physical limit of the water that you can observe. After that, it's curved down away from you, so you can no longer see it. So you couldn't see it at 10 miles later on that day. If it was a physical horizon like you came in here claiming, doesn't matter what time you go out at, 3 miles would be the limit, according to the sphere geometry that you claimed was physical and real.
Which part of this contradicts the idea of the Earth as a globe?
Well, the fact that your curvature isn't where it's supposed to be.
Isn't where it's supposed to be. I just agreed with you that atmosphere.
3 miles for a 6-foot observer.
Optically, optically it's variable.
No, but physically it's 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. That's where you can no longer see any more water because it's curved down below the curve. That's your religion.
Well, call it my religion, call it anything. Like if this is the thing, if flat earthers want to call globe earthers religious people, it's like, yeah, go ahead, okay, we accept.
Yeah, it is a religion. The heliocentric religion is a religion. Who do you think Helios is?
Right. So why did pretty much all scientists hundreds of years ago abandon the geocentric model?
Did you ask them all? Or did you just read the textbooks that you were given as a child and watch the documentaries on TV?
Do you have this
Isaac
historical
Newton
sources?
was sitting by a brook one day when an apple fell from an orchard onto his head, and this gave him a startling revelation.
In fact,
why do things fall? It was a real scientific breakthrough. These globeheads have been globeheading for hundreds of years, according to the textbooks.
Do you know who posited heliocentrism?
Well, it's got a long, storied history to it. What do you
think? Goes back thousands of years.
Yeah, and for thousands of years, we still don't have one proof. Doesn't that tell you something?
So everyone's just been lying to themselves for thousands of years.
Well, I mean, they've just been passing down this tradition that they were told as children, right? You're on the side of this giant spinning ball flying through a vacuum. How do you know? Well, we have space photos from the government, some videos, some cartoons in the textbook. Some guys thousands of years ago did something or other.
So all photos from high altitude to orbit come from the government.
Who else makes them?
You got one that you believe in or something?
So when I was in A level, we literally did a weather balloon experiment with a giant balloon attached to a camera. Like, so I'm not involved in the government. I'm not a CIA operative.
What was the reason for you doing that?
So we could literally see the Earth from like 70,000 feet.
You got the balloon up to 70,000 feet? Who paid for that?
What were you trying to see?
Who paid for it? Do you realize these materials aren't even that expensive?
Who paid
Why
for
would you
it?
have to do that? Why wouldn't he just like show you a video of high altitude footage? Why did he ask you guys to do that?
Yeah, because he didn't believe the ISS. He doesn't believe real science and other pictures and photos, right? You don't believe all the other telescopes? You don't believe that?
Convince you? So did that convince you that the Earth was a ball when you did that thing that you just claimed you did?
It wasn't the thing that convinced me. But having seen the video up there, it'd be quite hard for me to watch that video, seeing the horizon, seeing the sun setting behind the curved.
But the horizon's horizontal.
It wasn't in the video.
In the video. So there's your problem.
That's what.
Have you ever heard of a guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Oh yeah, he edited the footage. We sent it to him, and he said, "I'm going to do my little wobbly do," and it came back to us, and suddenly the Earth was a globe.
What? What the hell did you just say? I said, do you know of a guy called Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Yeah, the American scientist.
Right. So he says you can't see curvature at 120,000 feet. Why would he say that?
You can.
So why is... Because he's like the astrophysics guy who hangs around with the astronauts and hangs about with NASA and stuff.
So you've either misquoted.
Yeah, 120,000 feet.
Well, he's wrong. If he said that, he is wrong.
So how come you know better than the guy who hangs out with the astronauts? Are you an astrophysicist?
No.
You know better than the guy who's got an astrophysics degree and hangs out with the scientists?
If he said you can't see the curvature of Earth until 120,000 feet, then yeah, he's wrong.
So how do you know better than him? What's your background?
Literally a video.
So do you not think he would have a better idea than you? Do you think he's done more than maybe watch a video, since he's the astrophysicist who's on TV and hangs out with the astronauts?
It's an appeal to authority.
So it's not an appeal to authority when you appeal to the space cartoons. I've just posted the video in the chat. You can watch it.
Wait. Do you understand what an appeal to authority is?
Yeah. It's when you guys...
So why is my camera an authority figure instead of an instrument? It wasn't my camera, to be honest. It didn't even belong to me.
What kind of camera was it?
I'm not sure on the exact specs of the camera, because I mainly just blew up.
What was it?
I don't even know, to be honest. It was like
used.
It's that type of. It was like a massive white balloon.
What year was this?
It was 2015, I think, late 2015.
Late 2015 in the UK, you launched a balloon to observe curvature of the Earth in school.
Do you honestly think that Neil deGrasse Tyson hasn't seen imagery?
Man, that is hilarious.
Do you think he hasn't been in an aircraft? I mean, like, when he says that about not being able to see the curve from that altitude, he's literally talking about imagery that is presented to people, supposedly depicting the curvature of the Earth.
I don't go off what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. I go off evidence. Like, Neil deGrasse Tyson could be wrong about things.
He's talking about that, he's talking about the alleged evidence. Dismissing it as evidence.
The astrophysicist, the theoretical one. Do you have the real one that actually goes out there and touches stuff and does stuff out in space, or they just sit here in a chair like him?
What you mean? You mean like us when we launched a weather balloon up into low orbit?
No, because I mean, you don't know what a UFO is here, on Earth, right in your own backyard. You don't even know what a UFO is, but you guys are so smart.
Or an unidentified flying object. I think most people know what UFOs are.
What are they?
An unidentified flying object.
No, you said you know what they are.
Yeah, an unidentified flying object.
No, that means you don't know what it is. That means it's unidentified, stupid. Now, how did you identify the Sun, Mercury, Jupiter, Pluto, and Mars, and gas balls, and other magical beliefs that you have? How did you identify what they are? You didn't dig into them like you have to do Earth to find out what Earth is. You didn't do any archaeology or paleontology from your chair 93 million miles away, did you?
We can literally see them in the sky.
A UFO. Yeah, what's a UFO? You can see a UFO, little boy. Yeah, what's a UFO made of? What kind of gas?
Well, you don't. Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I don't know what a UFO exactly
is. You don't believe in stars and planets and shit like that either, because they're not real and you can't touch them to prove it, right?
They're not real. They're not real.
I mean, they're not real as like what you think they are. They're a UFO. We'll go
Okay,
with
so
that.
tell me what they are. Okay, so
They're
tell
a
me what they are.
UFO. Say it with me. UFO. Unidentified fucking objects.
How do you know it's an object?
How do I know it's an object? There's no such
Have you
thing as a
seen?
non-object, stupid. There's no
Exactly.
There's no
Exactly.
non-thing. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no such thing as nothing. What do you mean? What are you saying right now, brother?
Exactly. So it's an object.
Cool story. Where's it at when it disappears?
Where's it at when it disappears?
Yeah, I thought you had high altitude footage, and clearly you know it disappears after about 60, 70, 80,000 feet.
What do you're the one saying objects can't not exist. So what are you saying when you say disappears?
Stay with me now, slow guy. They disappear. How did you not film them disappear? And I thought you filmed the stars at high altitude.
Not the stars.
You didn't film stars?
Well, the exposure of the sun is kind of blocking the stars, isn't it?
No, that's your fucking story, Goofy.
If somebody shines a high intensity torchlight in your face, can you see a tiny light off in the
Not
distance?
shining in every telescope or every motherfucking thing that you've ever used. When's that not happening, stupid? When's the sun ever stop shining throughout space for all your Hubble and everything else? Hold on, bro. You're getting closer to the sun. You're closer to the sun with your fucking Hubble bubble double, right? Now, how the fuck are you not getting blocked out if you're closer to it? Now you're going to make up more dumbass excuses that go against your other reality you just tried to set forth, which light blocks it all out.
Understand how night works.
No, we don't understand what you don't demonstrate. Demonstrate a sun and how it makes the stars disappear when it shines on them in your little model.
Well, you can do that just knowing basic exposure physics.
No, you can't just know anything, stupid. Stop imagining stuff. How do you demonstrate what you think you know?
How do I demonstrate what I think I know?
Yeah,
I test it.
just made up, the religion.
Yeah, I test it. It's called the religion of science.
How'd you test stars and sunlight on them?
How do I test stars?
Yeah.
Well, you can observe stars.
No, how did you test them?
Test them? What, like grab a piece of...
What's a star?
It's a giant gas ball.
Show me that in a lab.
Show it in a lab. What?
Yeah,
make a star in a lab.
Yeah,
make a star in a lab.
Yeah, of gas.
Do you understand how physics works?
I understand you just made a fucking claim that gas balls can exist. Apparently you don't understand how physics work. I don't believe gas balls can exist. You do. That would be your fucking claim to demonstrate.
You don't believe gas balls can exist?
No, not unless you demonstrate them. Religious man, preacher of gas balls. Are you the god of gas balls? Do you produce them yourself?
Okay. I have say a football in my hands.
That's not a gas
what is
ball.
that?
We need gas in a spherical shape. Stay with us, third grader. At least you got a little comprehension, right? Gas in a shape. No, I don't mean you mean. You said gas was a star in a spherical shape. Now show us. That's your mean, not mine. I don't believe the dog shit. It's your claim.
Yeah, the sun. Or
one in the lab. Start with the hydrogen in a sphere, then make itself two hydrogens in a sphere. Then the two hydrogens make themselves helium magically in a vacuum chamber somehow. Let's go. Where are you getting 100% hydrogen to start? I love this. Where's your naturally observed hydrogen?
Naturally observed hydrogen. Well, it fills the universe, doesn't it?
100% naturally observed hydrogen. Some human somewhere told you a story that's real, right? And you believed it?
Right, so what story do you believe?
that you don't have any fucking claim to prove. You have claims to fucking believe. You have stories to believe. I don't have to believe your stories, and I don't have to replace your ignorance. All I know is that you can't demonstrate what you made up. Therefore, it's a religion. It's your religion, and no one else in the world has to buy that dog shit, and you'd be pretty stupid for doing it yourself.
Nobody else in the world.
Right. Who can demonstrate balls of gas?
People looking at the sun.
No, looking ain't demonstrating, retard. How do you produce a ball of gas to prove it can happen in reality? Not in your fucking imagination. Stop looking at mirages.
You could blow up a football, for example.
No, stupid. We're not going to use plastic. We're going to use gas, and it's going to hold its own shape like a star that you think you're looking at in a fucking vacuum. Why is this hard for you?
I think it's more hard for you to grasp like basic concepts in
for
physics.
what? Me to believe your fucking cockamamie story? It should be hard for every human in the world to believe your dumbass story when you can't produce any of it. Not for the nth degree. Not on a fucking no part of it. None. Nunski.
He has identified the concept. He's identifying the concept and he's challenging it. It's not an inability to comprehend the concept. He's comprehended it. Challenging it.
Hydrogens making helium. What's not to fucking comprehend about the lie? Now, you said you started this off. I asked you what stars were. I compared them to UFOs because we don't know what a UFO is, and if we don't know what a UFO is, you're not gonna convince anybody that I know of that you know what something 93 million miles away is, especially when you can't produce it.
Yeah, if we just take stupid logic that you have to produce stars or black holes in a lab.
No, that's what you're doing, taking stupid ass logic. Let's make this up, Democ. I don't have to demonstrate. Fuck all, pay me, right? Just stupid logic, right? Don't demonstrate shit to nobody. Just tell us stories, right? That's your logic.
You're not demonstrating. Is this what science is to you?
No, it's what your science is, dummy. Not demonstrating nothing.
So what's your science? How do you carry?
Demonstrate the fucking gas ball, and then that would show me that it's real and it has a possibility of being so in our one physics we have before we die and waste our whole life believing your fucking cockamamie shit. If you can demonstrate it, then I'll believe it. I will have no choice because it will be demonstrated. Do you understand? Then it's fact.
Have you seen amateur astronomers point like their telescopes at the sun? Has anybody seen amateur astronomers point their telescopes at the sun?
I've seen imagery that's claimed to be of the sun taken by amateur astronomers.
Right. So what do they see? Or what do they claim to?
Like a furry carpet.
It's not. Yeah, but you guys.
Dumb shit. They claim the sun can fart and turn off your phone, your electronics, from a solar gas flare. So a gas farts out another gas, and it makes a wink, wink solar flare, religious boys, and then that turns off your computers from a gas fart from a gas ball that makes your sun.
I don't think you know how your computer works to begin with, to be honest.
Yeah, it's called heated up plastic. I don't think your fucking brain works. And I don't think you know how anything works because you can't demonstrate fuck all. Hey, believer of nothing who doesn't need a demonstration. Don't tell me about not knowing how stuff works. I like demonstrations, stupid fuck. You don't. So how would you know how anything works? You just got to believe it. You don't get no demonstration. Do you, bud?
Why are you so angry?
Why do you think you're getting a demonstration of anything? You're not getting it. So how does stuff work without your demonstration? How did you know it works? How does any human know what the sun is without demonstrating what it is? By making it up?
I'm not chatting to the really angry guy because I feel like logic left his brain a long time ago.
Logic left your demonstration a long time ago. So the guy who likes comic book sons and wants all of his kids to believe in a fucking comic book Stan Lee son and everything else that he can't produce anywhere. Hey, maybe one day, kid, we'll be able to make one of those fucking magic balls that we tell you what it is and don't know and have no clue. Maybe one day we'll find 100% hydrogen in nature somewhere. We'll observe that as a part of the scientific method. Oh, that didn't happen. Oh, you don't know what helium looks like either. You don't have 100% of that either. Huh. So kids, keep believing these idiots and you'll be fucking left knowing nothing. Nowhere. No demonstration. Keep paying these dudes to tell you fucking stories that you can't go do nothing with. No physical attributes. Nothing. No sun you can take home and put in your pocket. No moon rocks. Nothing. Just believe these dorks. Yeah, that works. Fucking watch your cartoons, kids. All your globe math is right there, right on the cartoon. Don't worry about no real stuff. Touchable trees and dirt and water and stuff. Don't worry about that. That's above your pay grade, touching stuff. Guys don't want nobody to learn nothing, do you? Just want to keep selling them fucking stories. This is where we are. We gotta believe your fucking story. No, we don't. We don't gotta buy it either. You guys should all be fired for being fucking liars. Should be a put up or shut up season.
But anyway, we're sort of like going away from the surface of the Earth, discussing things in the sky are or aren't.
Yeah, it always goes there, doesn't it, unfortunately?
What happened to the surface of what we live on?
So many globers are afraid to talk about the curvature.
I was talking about the curvature for the last hour with that other guy.
Did you present a measurement of the curvature?
I can't present you with an exact measurement.
I can, so why cannot you?
Okay.
Yeah, sure thing.
These guys here, they've been into this for many years, so they ask very specific questions. For example, how do you measure the curvature? Telling them about suns and stars and Coriolis effect does not directly answer that question. So they just make fun of you and they toy with you like a cat with a mouse because you just dance around the main question, which is, can we measure the curvature? The answer is yes, and the value is 6,371 kilometers.
Oh, how'd you do that then?
We've been over this today. I don't want to hog the mic.
Yeah, of course. That's why you never answer it. You actually can't. You can do it with maths, but you can't actually measure it directly. You can calculate it, but calculations aren't worth anything, so who cares? I can calculate how fast Superman flies. I can calculate how many calories it would take to become a fat ass. I can calculate lots of things that don't exist in reality.
What, like fat people?
Like anything.
The point is that you can calculate stuff that doesn't exist in reality, right? You accept this?
I can calculate a tower of pancakes that doesn't exist right now. I can calculate how much syrup I'd have to put on the tower of pancakes that doesn't exist. Do you comprehend? Calculator of nothing.
So anyways, Oliver, these guys here are professionals, okay? So you have to engage them on the question that they ask you.
I wish I was paid.
So you're describing yourself as intellectual professionals.
No, he's describing us as professionals. He's not one of us. I don't know if you caught that already. He's a global.
So I've got a question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
We don't deny reality. We're professional reality lovers. We love reality. What you can demonstrate is what we're going to put our money on every single time. Not a fucking fairy tale from a kook.
I just want to make sure Oliver actually heard what I said. Did Oliver actually hear what I said? Because it's important that he understands this.
What?
That Peter isn't one of us. Do you understand that, right? He's one of your lot. Okay, so when you said you guys are describing yourselves as professionals, you understand he isn't one of us? It's just an important thing to understand. Yes, no. You going silent for no reason?
Oh, I'm brushing my teeth, so.
Okay.
I've got a quick question for Demok. The other day he mentioned about a car as an analogy. We know what a car is. What's the power output of your car, Demok? Approximately. Or anyone on the flat Earth, what's the power output of your car?
I have absolutely no idea.
400.
400 horsepower.
Yeah, 400
And how
horses.
how do they get that? How do they measure that power?
I think 490 with a good tune, like a crazy tune.
Yeah. But they can't measure the power directly, right? It's a calculated figure.
Right.
Yeah. On that dyno as well.
Yeah. So the dyno doesn't measure power. It measures torque and it measures speed and it calculates power. So why is a power figure that we all accept and trust any different to any other derived thing from a calculation where we know the relationship, like the relationship between points on a surface and radius and curvature?
So you're conflating two different types of calculation, one that's actually derived from a measurement, and then the other one where a calculation is being substituted for a measurement and pretending you're not knowing the difference.
No, well, unless I misinterpreted what the measurement was. If we measure points on the surface of the Earth and calculate some other property of the Earth from those measurements, it's the same as calculating power. You measure a known quantity and calculate something else from it.
But why would you even go to the other one? What's the point?
The point is that calculated values from measurements are as valid as the measurements themselves.
They're valid
when it comes to things like geometry.
They're valid calculations,
geometric
but they're not valid
relationships.
measurements. Yeah, they're valid calculations, but they're not valid measurements. You can't just say that a calculation is a measurement because it isn't. It really
But it's as good as a measurement, isn't it? If you can't measure the property of the thing
not the
and you can only
same.
calculate it.
Not the same.
It is.
It's actually suspicious that people try and conflate the two. Well, you're free to think what you like. You can think that, Pegasus exists in reality if you want. I don't. It's up to you, isn't it?
Yeah, but you don't have any evidence for the Pegasus. You can't measure one and calculate another, can you? Or calculate another property of it.
You're the one believing in the Pegasus in this analogy.
No. Peter's just put in the chat there was circumference and radius for the two things. So yeah, it's even a more less of a calculated value than power. The units are still the same even.
Oh no! Did Olive leave? Oh, I wanted to ask him a question.
Everyone hates Mondays like that.
Hey, who was asking about horsepower? Was it Dazza?
Yeah, that was Dazza.
Sorry. Yeah, I was away from the phone. Sorry. Yes, it was me.
How many horses do you have?
How many horses do I have? I do kilowatts.
Okay.
So a motorcycle with 100 and a car's about 200.
Oh, nice.
200 calculated horsepower.
And my vehicle is 1 horsepower. Yeah, it's a horse.
And four. I'm saying four-legged. Yeah.
Yes, but, I can't drive, but I can ride a horse pretty good.
No one talking.
Seems pretty quiet.
Yeah.
It just seemed a bit weird because there's so many people in the call.
Smells like frat earth in here.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hmm. Or any flat earther here?
Yep.
Oh God. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther as well.
Yeah, you've already
Okay.
fucked up. If I were you, I would take that attitude and just leave it at the door. Otherwise, we're not
Oh
going to talk to you.
man.
Yeah, but come on, man. You've come in and you've got, oh God, fuck off. Like, come here wanting to have a conversation or leave. It's up to you.
I think a conversation's a bit, in the way that you're putting it, it's a little, debatable.
But you see, you're that's just your ego talking. Like, you're not actually here for a conversation.
I just want to know what you think.
I don't think you do, though. I think you're here to mock us.
Well, thinking and the facts are a bit different, yeah.
Well, how you're acting is that you're here to mock us. So we can't even get onto the subject matter until that's dealt with.
Well, I'm waiting for you to explain why you think the Earth is flat,
So do you want to have a conversation or do you want to mock?
Well, I just said that I'm waiting for you to, speak your idea.
No. Your avoidance is all I need to know. Daz, you can go ahead if you want. I'm not dealing with this idiot.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, well, personally, I think I know Earth measured flat. Navigated, surveyed. Flat. There's no curvature. There's no measurement of curvature anyway when we're doing navigation. It's all on flat. There's no observable Coriolis effect, Earth-based Coriolis effect. So I have no reason to believe that Earth is rotating. The black swan shows the horizon beyond the geometric limitations of the globe. We can confirm that because we have a confirmed distance of the oil rigs. And it's observably flat if you go up in or if you've seen high altitude balloon footage that isn't fisheye, it'll show Earth to be completely flat. So the horizon is flat 360 degrees, whether you're at sea level or whether you're 150,000 feet, 150,000 feet. Sorry. Yeah. About 100k feet. It's still flat.
So would that not be because of the massive proportion in terms of how you're viewing it?
Well, it's a set. The globe is a set circumference.
So,
which breaks down to roughly 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay. So what does it look like because that's kind of the whole reason why I joined, because I can never really get an actual answer out of that.
Oh, like, do we have a map of? Do we know what the entire Earth looks like? You mean?
What I'm saying is, from
What's
based
the
off what
edge?
you're saying, what would that look like? Like as an image per se.
Yeah. So I'll post some images. This one and how it's measured flat. This one is it's.
Okay, so right, I think I'm confused here, so I want you to call me stupid because I'm near certain. So off like the first image you sent, are like how do I explain this? So off that image, if I were to start from one end to the other, wouldn't I just fall off? Is that what that's meant to depict?
Oh, okay, so where is the edge, sort of thing?
Yeah.
That's your question. Okay. Well, I don't know.
Okay.
But we don't have a globe edge. That's the problem on your side of the argument.
I mean, a sphere does not technically have an edge.
It doesn't have an edge like a table, but
right.
It has a lead. It has a leading edge. So there is a point where you shouldn't see beyond it. Like if you put a little toy ship on a basketball and move it over the curve, you won't be able to see it.
Yeah.
At a certain distance, whatever the diameter is, or whatever.
So
the Earth globe. So the Earth globe's diameter means that we can't see. The edge should be 3 miles away on the globe, but you see further than that, and we've got. I mean, the Sea Sparrow missile.
Yeah.
It shoots about 80 miles at least with the laser across the water.
Okay.
So Sea Sparrow needs like 100 miles of flat plane to work to function.
Like for me, in terms of debate, I come here using just logic because I do more of like legitimate like politician shit and economics and much better at that. But so like we're saying, like with a table, as like the picture that you've heard sent would suggest. If I am walking on a table, I'm gonna eat shit once I reach the end because I'll fall off. But a sphere does not have anything I can per se walk off of. If you know what I'm saying there, because like if I keep walking on Earth, I'm just gonna keep going around and around, and because of our atmosphere and gravity, I'm never going to just fall off. I'm always going around and around till I fucking die. But that doesn't happen. Yeah, and in happy little circles, the nice circumference. So that's what I'm a little confused about here. You know what I mean? Because
Well, the claim from the globe side is that boats have gone around at 3 miles.
Right.
But when we zoom in, we can see it with the P1000.
Okay.
So where are things? So where are things going over or around?
Right, but off the picture with like to go over the edge per se, like we can't say that we're just going around it or over it because that would be completely visible once you're at the actual edge of it to go on its side per se. Like with a sphere, I'm always on the ground. I'm always walking, I'm walking, and I'll never see a complete bend, assuming like we're on a flat terrain, obviously, I would never see a part where it just drops at like a sharp 90-degree angle. And plus, let's go, like, let's say an eclipse. The only shape that always produces a circular shadow is a sphere, no matter what angle it's at. And if the Earth was flat, like a lunar eclipse would not be as we see it. It would never be a perfect circle. So for an eclipse to happen, having a perfect circular shadow, no matter where the angles are, it would make no sense for it to be flat because it would be a different shape every time. And as I said, the only shape to constantly make a circular shadow, no matter what,
That's not true.
100% is true.
No, you don't get just a shadow of a sphere from just a sphere only. That's not true. A well can be a tube, and if you shine a light in a well that's got a circle wall, it's just it's not a sphere at all, brother. None. So that disproved the whole garbage you said.
I'm saying by the angle.
Light, I'll say it again, one more time. Shining a light in a well, the light hits the edge of the well that's got a piece of a circle arc, and that's going to look like an arc shadow. And you're going to say, look, spheres made that shadow. And they didn't. So you'd be wrong. Stop saying
you can also shine a
leaf,
a flat surface onto a sphere, and it creates a circle.
Yes,
an arc
or a quarter. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this gentleman's been rigmarolled. He's been rickrolled.
I disagree with that, but alrighty.
Okay, well, what do you disagree with?
You gotta consider angling here. Like if I have a cone.
Wait, what do you disagree with? That you can get if you have a flat line and you project that line onto a sphere. Are you saying that that line can't be curved?
I'm saying the only shape, no matter what, with light shined at it, no matter the angle.
I'm telling you,
that produces a
I'm
circle
explaining to you why you're wrong. Can you just
100%
answer
wrong.
my question? So if I have a flat line and I project the shadow of that flat line onto a sphere, will the line be curved?
This is hilarious. It's a bit hard to argue with arrogance.
Can you answer the question though?
This is a waste of time.
Okay, you're wasting your time, then fuck off. If you can't answer a simple question, then fuck off. It's fine.
He did, he left.
You don't need to be here. Like everyone else comes in anyway. You're just a retard.
I mean, I can hold a leaf up and get the idea of a shadow on the ground that's like a sphere, but it's a fucking leaf. I mean, what is he talking about?
It's a really bad argument. The only way you can get a sphere shape is from a sphere. A shadow of a curve is from a sphere. It's a stupid argument.
He came in looking to mock, and that's why when I said to him, "Do you wanna like not do that? Do you wanna like come in with a different attitude?" He declined, and I was like, "Ah, no, I can't be bothered. I already know this."
Yeah, I heard you dip out of that one.
I was like, no, this is a waste of my time. If you guys wanted to, that's, I guess it's good practice because, you know, whatever, but no, not for me.
I think when they leave, it says it all, right?
Yeah, he couldn't answer a simple question.
Right. And he said something about this and this. No, you're a fucking idiot and you can't answer a simple question because you know you've been proven wrong that quick. Stop making fucking claim. The fastest way to get your claim debunked, make it. That's what happens in reality. And if it can't be debunked, then you're good to go. But the fastest way to get it debunked is to declare it your claim. Correct? Or like declare it's a fact 100%. You know, without, you know, like how old is that dude? Where's he been? Does he know every instance of every? That doesn't even make no sense to say shit like that. My robot nerd.
Robot Denmark would be terrifying. Imagine a Demok that didn't need to sleep.
Oh no, that'd be bad. That'd be bad for the world.
You'd just be outside Fight the Flat Earth door 24/7, just debunking his arguments.
Some people act like I'm a fucking zoo animal. Like they're like, I never met one of those before. Like, what am I? A fucking gorilla, zebra, giraffe, monkey, bear? What are we talking about? I'm a human. Look, we see a flat earther in their natural habitat. We've never really seen a flat earther like this before.
It's like they come in and act like we're both retarded and crazy at the same time, and then wonder why we don't treat them with respect. It's like, yeah, that's a two-way street, bro.
Yeah, and simple question. Like, I hate the idea even asking questions to like come to a relevant conclusion, but you kind of got to with these guys, and like because the physical attribute of what you're trying to say with your question is real. So in that case, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. You know what I mean? When you say like, how does the sphere work, and we both can go demonstrate that question of how it works and what you would expect is a true form of what you would ask. Now, asking the dumb shit like, why don't you believe this? That's stupid. How can you be so sure it's horizontal? Well, these dudes don't have an answer. They'll try have you second guess what a fucking straight line is, or a horizontal line, or a curve. Are you sure that's curved? when you take a ruler and you just make it zero sea level, they can't go below that and stay at sea level. So, I mean, where's their globe? If you can take a horizontal ruler and put it right somewhere and say, hey, that's sea level on the globe right there, the ruler's lined up. Now go below that somewhere. Drop down below that ruler. Up close, personal, right next to it. If you're on a globe, you should be dropping down. Drop it low, globe. He said he don't know how to do science. We said, yeah, that's what we know. Rovers can't do science to save their life. They've never even seen a science experiment done. Where's the globe with no assumption? Where is that one globe? that could be demonstrated somehow. A real spinning ball with stars and stuff like that fixed around it on the wall, or, you know, where's that globe model at?
Yeah, first of all, it's a globe. The range of a laser guided missile would only be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is that would be the range of every missile and laser guided missile. The army would just have to throw their arms up and go, "Well, that's it. It's only 3 miles. It's as far as we can shoot." But man, Sea Sparrow goes 100 miles, and you see those fighter jets flying at the speed of sound, and they're just really close to the water, and they're just going so fast. There's no way they're accounting for curvature at that speed.
Nope.
Phenomenal. They're basically invisible when they fly past. It's cool. It's unbelievable. And no, yeah, it's completely flat. No dip. I've got to admit that story about those people stuck in the space station is pretty scary if it was real.
Imagine the submarine.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrifying. Stuck in a submarine, bottom of the ocean. Oy. All those people that went down in the submersible they tried to break that record, and the thing just crumpled up like a tin can.
Are you guys doing okay?
Oh yeah.
I think Discord
I would
had
just take.
an outage.
Who's going to light the fuse?
It doesn't the rocket only go as far as the rocket drops? You know, when you shoot a rocket horizontally and then you drop a rocket, as soon as that rocket hits the ground, the other rockets already hit the ground also, right? Just like a bullet. Same principle. You know, when you shoot a bullet and then drop one vertically, and then as the one horizontally goes, it hits at the same time. That means no rocket is ever going anywhere but hitting the fucking dirt or water, just like that bullet at the same time. Drop it, boom, it's done. Now, if the rocket takes any time longer than that to go to its destination, like when it goes up in the air and does a rainbow, that's fucking ridiculous. It's done. Game over. Because Earth ain't no 2-mile fucking rainbow. It's 3,959 miles. You got to go that way. And they ain't never done that in arc. It's the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen in my life. They think an arc smaller than the St. Louis arc is going to be the arc of the fucking Earth? Are you kidding me? A McDonald's arc is the Earth's arc, you guys. It's that little M. Just half of it. It's a whole Earth,
Guys,
boy.
let's do an AMA.
What?
Let's do an AMA, like the title says. Ask me anything. One question to a flat earther, one question to a glober. We can go round robin like this.
All right, let's do it.
But not a debate. No arguing. Just honest questions, honest answers.
You're not going to give me the honest answer.
Yeah, I will.
Can globes be demonstrated at all ever physically? The actual real reality of a ball in a lab?
Yep.
Then you'd have to do that. Because if you say yeah, you have to show us where and who and how.
Yeah, but I said no debate. I know you're not going to buy it,
Well,
but
then the
yes.
point of this is moot because we're not going to get your fucking answer. You're
Then
not going to be
ask
truthful like I
questions that
said.
are not too controversial.
Come on, they're not
Okay.
truthful either.
Have you
We
ever
want truth.
Have you ever seen Earth as a globe?
The only time I've seen all of the Earth as
Yes
a
or no?
globe.
It's a yes or no
Yes,
answer.
yes.
Okay. Where?
In photographs.
No, you. Have you ever seen Earth as a ball?
A fragment of it, yes.
No.
I've seen the curvature, but not the whole Earth. No.
You haven't seen the curvature.
Can photographs be faked?
Yeah, that's why he's asking me if I personally have seen it.
Oh, argument over then.
There's no argument. It's ask me anything.
Yeah, I did. You said no.
Yeah.
So no one's ever seen Earth as a globe.
Some people claim they have.
Yeah. You believe them?
Yeah.
You do. Okay. Nice Q&A. Awesome.
All right. Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
Why do you think things fall?
Because they go down.
Thanks.
Because you like to pick them up and drop them.
That's an even better answer. I like that one.
Specific gravity.
I love that one.
Well, yeah, it says that gravity is not an actual force; it's just buoyancy and density.
I agree.
Oh, so gravity's not a force. Yeah, I agree.
No, I think it has to do with density, but not a force.
Gravity can't be a
Yeah,
force
it's not a
because
force.
there's no value. Right.
I
There's
don't
no
think it's a
value
force.
of a force. No force.
No force.
A force is a force, of course, except for a gravity course of a horse.
I wouldn't have said it better than that.
May the pseudo force be with you.
And no one can talk to a force, of course, except for the famous Mr. Ed.
This conversation is just forces for courses.
Can I ask you a question, Peter?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever spoken to a Brazilian girl, a woman from Brazil? Have you ever done that?
Yes.
Have you? Isn't it wonderful? But anyway, I was going to ask you. Hang on, I forgot. Sorry. Oh, do you have a what is an elevation angle? Can I ask you that?
An elevation angle is 90 degrees minus zenith angle. My definition for elevation angle is taking 90 degrees and subtracting zenith angle. Then we get elevation angle.
I think you have 90 on a ball.
I don't think the question assumed any type of earth. I think it was like a generic question about what is an elevation angle. So ball or no ball, we take the zenith angle that we measured to something and we subtract it from 90 and then we get the elevation angle.
Okay. So 90.
You had a nice diagram that was showing that, by the way. You showed it earlier.
Why
So that
subtract from 90? What's 90 got to do anything with anything?
just complements the angle.
From what?
When you have a 90 degrees,
You don't.
you have your vertical and horizontal. They complement each
You have
other,
a
right?
sphere. You don't have a 90, you have a spherical arc.
Nobody asked about a sphere.
So a 90 doesn't have anything to do with the sphere, correct?
No, we're just talking Euclidean geometry right now.
So
Where
90s
did the
have to do with
sphere
the
enter the
horizontal
scene?
reference frame, horizontal and then vertical rise and run like horizontal line and then vertical up, vertical down to that. The horizontal line would be the reference, right? To the vertical to make the
I don't
90.
know, man. It's too complicated for me, what you're saying.
Vertical and horizontal is too complicated. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
It
I
makes
think
it T.
Daz should show that picture
Those
that he
lines make
had.
a T or an L. One vertical line connected to a horizontal line. That's your 90, right? That's a letter L. It's an L.
I think so.
Yes, sir. So please don't say it's too complicated. That'd be weird.
I'm a bit slow today.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure it had nothing at all to do with the sphere ever. Like, no way, shape, or form.
You don't like spheres, so.
Corners don't like spheres. Cubes don't either. Neither do horizontals.
Yeah.
I can't convince them to stay on one. Horizontal line, stay on that sphere. Nope. A cube, match up with that sphere.
Oh, I
Nope.
can show you a demo. You want to see a demo?
You can show me a what?
A demonstration of a horizontal on a ball.
A horizontal line not going any higher or lower than itself? Show me.
It's, yeah, one sec. It's particularly dear to my heart because it's me in that video.
Can't make a horizontal line on a sphere.
There you go.
It's not physically possible, brother.
I
You don't have
posted
to
it
waste
for
your
you.
time. I wouldn't waste your time, hula hooper.
I just did. It's too late. I posted it.
Well, like I said, you're wrong. There's no horizontals on the sphere, brother. A sphere has not the attribute of a corner, not the attribute of an angle, and not the attribute of a horizontal line ever. Nowhere.
That is correct.
Right. Correct. Now that's what we want to pay attention to. Now, when you go outside and look at your house and it's got 4 corners on it and they all touch perfectly, could you possibly be on a sphere?
Yeah. Best example would be of a house that's built on a slope.
But slope equals sphere?
No, just to show that you can build a house on something that is not perfectly flat. Happens all the time.
You build a house on a slope? What?
Yeah, people do that. A lot of them here in Seattle, very, very hilly area that we live in.
Yeah, I'm on a house on a hill, but it's still
They don't dig
90
into the
degrees.
hill at all.
So your house is level, right?
Yeah.
But
Are
it's
you
on
talking
a
like
slope?
a hobbit house where you're like walking like slanted up like
Right, right.
you
It's
drop a
not like
marble
that, right?
drop a marble on your floor and the marble just rolls down?
Exactly.
Sounds like Hobbit land.
I know it's not like that, right? It's people figured out how to make it how to adjust for the terrain.
Do you know a sphere can't have a horizon that matches anywhere near your eyes or anything like that? It doesn't even have one. A sphere's horizon doesn't come up above your feet. It doesn't even match your feet. A sphere would have a horizon below your eyes.
Yeah, that's true.
Hello.
That's
And then
another true statement.
that means you would stare horizontally at the moon when it came down to your horizon. You'd see right to it on a globe.
I wouldn't know
But
about
since
that.
the moon's not dropping directly down below 2 degrees and not down to that point past the horizon, really, literally, and it's not going down below dirt and water. You see what I'm
I'm
saying?
curious why we were talking about the shape of the Earth and you started talking about things in the sky. That's weird.
Because they're not dropping below
Yeah, but
anything.
that's weird. I mean, who cares
No,
what
it's
they're
not.
doing?
No. It's not weird to show you that you don't live on a ball and there are no stars below your feet. It's
So
not weird.
you're using the things in the sky to prove that we're not on a ball.
Well, it's the same as elevation, brother. You
No,
can't
no,
drop elevation
but
below
let me
your
get that.
feet.
Let me make sure I
Can you hear me,
understood. You're using
motherfucker?
the
Stop
things
trying to
in the
talk over me
sky
when I'm speaking,
to
because you're not
talk about the
making no
shape of
sense.
the Earth. That's
We're
weird.
talking about elevation, which would be the shape of the earth. Because to get around the fucking shape of earth, you would have to follow the elevation or the attribute of it. Now shut up. We're
I
looking
don't
for
know. It's
stuff to go
strange.
below dirt and water.
Sounds
Don't
like a
fucking
strange
tell me
argument.
no what I'm arguing, Dumbo. You speak for your fucking self, idiot.
It's a very strange argument you're
Yeah,
making.
you're a fucking weirdo. Don't worry about it. Don't be a weirdo and say weird shit all the time. It wouldn't be a strange argument you're bringing forth. And shut the fuck up and speak for yourself. I'll speak for if my argument's strange or not. I think it's just fine that no globe can be presented globe elevation with a horizontal line on the wall.
Is there anyone else in this VC who thinks that it's strange to talk about things in the sky in order to determine the shape of the Earth?
No. When I want to see a star go down below the dirt and water, like a glober imagines, but that doesn't exist, and I want to know why they imagine that.
One of the
Like,
things I've learned, and I mean it,
have you
from my
learned
flat Earth
that the
friends, is
Earth
that
goes
invoking
out
the things in the
farther
sky
than
does
the
not help
moon and
the
sun that
question
you
about the
imagine
curvature.
drop? So Glovers imagine that moons and suns and stars are going down below their feet. Retardo. I don't. I could care less. But they imagine it. So what they would have to do is film it. Because a proof for me would be stars going under down below you to rotate around you. That would be a proof of a globe. Not looking up at them, retardo.
Not on this
Watching them go
VC.
down around you like a boomerang. Go out that way, come back down around towards you, go underneath. Below. That would help us determine a ball. Fucking right.
That's not
It
the
would
standard
determine
we
the
use
stars
around
go
here.
down around you, and you're getting orbited by stars, right? We know the stars are moving, but which way? Above our head that way, or down below the dirt? Globers think down below the dirt. Flat earthers think above us, circular fashion, horizontal plane of stars. So they can represent the idea of the orientation of something. I didn't say looking up is going to prove anything to you. No. Fuck no, that'll never prove anything. But if you had actual evidence that the stars went down, below, and around what you're on, that would prove something. That'd be idiotic not to say that.
Invoking things in the sky to talk about the
I
shape
didn't
of the
invoke
Earth sounds
anything.
like crazy talk to me.
What did I invoke? I didn't make anything up. I didn't do any magic tricks.
Just sounds like crazy talk. That's all I'm
Sounds
saying.
like you're invoking shit. Yeah, I want it. Yeah, the crazy talk's a globe with no curve that we can see or touch. Can't stand on it. That does sound like crazy talk. So
Yeah.
if your globe had a horizon, we could stand there and stare right at the moon, straight forward and down. We look down at the moon, down. We'd stare at the moon looking down, not forward, not up, down. All the stars looking down.
I love hearing eating noises on the live stream. My favourite thing.
We're just looking for the moon down below 0 degrees.
How is it? Sounds like fun.
I mean, testing the water. I mean, it's the best way. You know, if you want to say, how do we guarantee like the surface of something that we're standing on is what? Yeah. Now, do you want to prove if stars can go below your dirt and water? Then you have to look at the stars and see if they went below your dirt and water. You know what I'm saying? That's just the only way to do it. But if you're not worried about the stars, and you say fuck the stars, then you just have to measure water curving from a horizontal. Then we'll be done. That'll be simple enough, right? Go outside, pour some water out, and measure that shit curving. It can't line up with a horizontal not any more than a millimeter. No curved water should ever line up with a horizontal any more than like a fucking millimeter. So put your ruler on there and watch it level out and teeter totter out, and we'll be good to go on your arcing water. So big arcing water, I might add.
I don't know. What do you need?
Imagine that, a Glober using my own argument against me. Oh, a bitch, we're teaching these boys well, aren't we? He said, you don't look into the sky, ever. Okay, the stars disappear. I agree. And I don't think stars going below you would actually prove anything either. Other than you'd be able to prove that they went below you. So to see if a so-called illuminated UFO light star went below your dirt and your water and your feet, below a 0 point, it's interesting to wonder. The rocket's parabolic arc, how wide is that arc? How many miles wide is that arc it does? Like 10 feet? It like goes up and then comes back down, and it's only, the width of that arc is only like a penis. It's only like, it's not even that much. It's like, so if I shoot a bullet 15 whatever thousand, and I don't know what, shoot it up in the air and it comes back down, now it's leaving the earth. That's what a rocket does. You just shoot it up, now it's coming down, leaving the earth. It's like an automatic mathematical guarantee, huh? No matter what you do with this rocket, shoot it up vertical, it's finding the earth's curve, but it's going down past it no matter what anybody fucking hopes or believes. It's just doing that. But no human can be sitting there watching it. No helicopter, no hot air balloon. Nobody posted their live watching the rocket go straight down, past 0 degrees, down 1, 2, 3, 4, 30. Stop seeing it now. Okay, cool. It's gone. It's down. Space. Woo. Good job, boys. Yeah, and your bullet's supposed to go that way and come back and boomerang back this way. Anything that shoots fast or goes that way and gravity's supposed to stop it. Gravity's supposed to put the brakes on it. It's supposed to go and then pull back this way like a fucking boomerang. Everything should be like a boomerang. Is that why Australians made boomerangs? They were like, we're on a ball, so we got to throw our rocks out, and they come back. Coriolis.
It's a good one.
Yeah, but then it only worked with a boomerang. They were like, no, we got to design it like this, like one of those helicopter leaps, and they're like, yeah, we'll make 2 of them. We'll put one on this side of it and one on this side of it and make it like a boomerang, like almost like a V. So you got one going up and one going down, and it levitates itself to a certain fraction, and then it brings itself back through resistance, lift and resistance. So you throw it out, it gets resisted, it lifts, and then falls back down to you. You throw it up at an angle, 33 to 45 degrees, that's your object, boom, come back down, zoom. So why is gravity not doing that with rocks and everything else? You're supposed to throw it, and whatever mass is around it, it's supposed to catch that rock and make it put on the brakes and then come back that way to that object. So all things on Earth should be like a boomerang if Coriolis and gravity are real. Correct?
Yep. Boomerangs come back because of the rotation of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. The Coriolis makes them spin. So your boomerang can only spin this way, in this side of the equator, and it spins this way on this side of the equator, no matter how you throw it. It just has to.
That's right. Yeah.
And then don't throw it past the curve of Earth, whatever you do, because if your grandma's standing by you, gravity will bring it back 3 times faster than you threw it out. So you throw it out with all your might, and then gravity's going to make it come back like 9.8 meters per second squared. You can't throw it that fucking hard. The hell? So gravity's going to bring it back faster than you fucking impeded a force onto it going up. Isn't that weird? At an angle, it's going to bring it back at 45 degrees. Not down. It's going to bring it back at an angle. Isn't that weird? Just imagine you take a blanket or a carpet and you throw it, fling it up in the air, and it just stops and then starts spinning the other way and then comes back and settles down. You're like, what the fuck? Goddamn Coriolis. Had to fix my blanket. I tried to throw it one way, or I don't know, just a piece of construction paper. You try to fling it out, and it just stops and goes. Zzz, we got to spin the other way, you stupid paper. How do you do that? Like a frisbee? Does a frisbee encounter Coriolis? So when you throw the frisbee,
You never heard of the Frisbeeolus effect?
no. I was wondering, like, so when you throw the frisbee and you throw it and it goes to the right and it goes clockwise, right? It has to put on its brakes depending on what side of the equator you're on, and then go the other way, or like, or does it just stop? You like throw it and it just stops in front of your hand, like, it just drops to the ground. You're like, fucking
No.
Coriolis.
I mean, didn't you hear that Neil deGrasse Tyson, world-renowned science communicator,
The field
said
goal?
that, during a field goal that the ball moved a third of an inch or some bullshit?
Yeah, I'm trying to experience that shit. I want to know how we can use that to our ability. You know what I
I
mean?
think there's only one way to actually experience that on Earth, and that's by taking hard drugs.
Oh, we got a free base mercury. Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Or if you drink like a lot, then your head can spin. That's not the alcohol, that's the Earth.
Oh, yeah. Which way does your head spin?
As Tyson said, the universe is a drug.
East to west.
East to west. Okay, east to west. East to west.
If
I got
Grass is
right.
getting high on his own supply, he sees the universe everywhere.
You know what's funny is that flat earthers are bigger fans of Neil deGrasse Tyson than Globers.
Yeah, I mean, he gives us tons of dumb shit to quote to you guys that you all just deny and then throw money up,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. I
is
I
flat.
have to say that I have never heard of him. I mean, I knew of him as a kind of a celebrity of sorts, but I've never heard a single statement from Neil deGrasse Tyson until I got interested in the flat Earth movement.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a dumb motherfucker, and he's held up as this
It's
really
pretty
clever.
meaningless as far as like learning of science or physics. You never hear of him. Maybe as a child in like elementary school, maybe they show you videos. I don't know, but I've never heard
Yeah,
of
I
him.
mean, he's a
Well, he
propaganda.
And he's
he
not a good one.
he gets in a chair and he has debates and he sweats so bad that his shirt starts to unbutton and like unravel the
He
knitted.
tries to be like too funny, and he tries to
Right. Hold on, though. He starts
have
too
people
much
focus
energy,
on him as a
so
celebrity as
his buttons
opposed to
pop out because of the sweat. You know what I mean? He sweats so bad
anything
because he's
else.
like burning 8 million calories on stage. You know, when you lie on stage in front of a lot of people, it burns calories. You know that,
And
right?
then he turns into Bill Nye eventually.
Well, he sweats a lot, and then he gets up and fights Lawrence
Yeah,
Krauss and all
Bill
the other.
Nye is another idiot.
Yeah, Bill Nye's got nothing on Dolph Lundgren.
Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe.
That was some terrible German. Sounded Austrian.
Yeah, it's funny. I forgot how much I understand from German.
He said he loves you and you're his baby, didn't he?
What'd you get on your D-Labs for German, Peter?
On my what?
What kind of grades did you get on German, or are you? Do you speak it? Yeah, Neil deGrasse will fight with him. He like tries to fight with him like Mike Tyson. He's like, no, you don't. And he gets up out of his chair and runs over at him like a football player. And he makes him nervous. And they shit themselves. They're like, oh, I gotta change my now, Neil, you fucker. I mean, imagine when you get the wrong answer and then Neil deGrasse gets up behind you and you're like 70 years old, like Joe Biden, starts bear hugging you on stage. And then behind stage, before you can get to your car, he's going to try to punch you in the face. He's going to say, motherfuckers, I told you. I told you I'm the king of science here. You listen here, you little old gray-headed mother. That's what I think he's doing. I think he's there to intimidate those dudes. Because if they actually try to tell the real truth, it's curtains. It's lights out. He also got sent to Joe Rogan. He was like, Joe Rogan, let me talk to you for a minute. Then Joe Rogan's very next episode, Joe Rogan said, oh, I'm a retard, stupid fucker. I don't know anything. Isn't that weird? Nobody finds that weird? It took one episode for Joe Rogan to be smart and know about flat earth and fake moon landings and all that shit was fake. Then one episode later, it was all real. Isn't that crazy? One visit with Neil deGrasse Tyson and it all becomes real. Wonder who he's really connected to. The black, Jewish, Italian CIA mafia? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he did flip from believing that it was fake, the moon landing was fake, to it's real. He's kind of flipped on that.
As soon as Neil came on his show, it's like, I swear to God, dude, I felt like Neil deGrasse Tyson bought his show. He's like, hey, guess what, Joe? Yeah, let's have a debate about that. And Joe's like, all right. He's like, but we can't have a debate on your show anymore. And he's like, well, why? And he's like, because here. And he hands him the deed and the contract, and it says Neil deGrasse's show. And he's like, what the? But don't worry, Joe. If you agree with everything I say, you can keep your fucking show. And we'll double your salary. We doubled your salary, but we bought your fucking people out. This is our show. The Joe Rogan podcast will end right here if you fucking don't if you don't back what I say. And that's what happened. I mean, and his proof was we can calculate the amount of fuel. I almost spit my drink up when he said that. Well, we know we did this because we can calculate the amount of farts that Bob's going to let off. We can calculate the amount of farts Bob's going to let off after eating a bowl of beans. And that's how we know everything. I was like, what the fuck did he just say? You're going to calculate. That's like Jethro Bodine. Add the dot and the naught and the 5. Carry it over, squared minus the 2 and the dot and the naught. Yep, that's right. We're right. We figured it. We did the figures. We had the figures. I figure all your figures figure out, and I reckon they're right. I figure. we're looking for that next new disease. You know, we're always striving for the best diseases we can find. So we're gonna like check Mars and the Moon. You know, since they got no life on them, something must have like eliminated all life. You know, so we're looking for that next best thing. Who wants to be the first guy to go find that next best thing that kills all life? Who wants to go? Come on, just get a little moon dust in your crotch. Get a little Mars dust in your craw. It'll be okay in your ear holes and your nose, eyelashes, sniffing the moon dust with microbes that kill all life. Who wants to go first? If they were smart, they'd be like, this disease came from Pluto. This is the Pluto pox. This is the Uranus warts.
So astronauts bring back zombie virus from Mars.
Yeah, zombie chicken pox, Mars herpes. That's scary, brother.
That's scary as hell.
Well, what could be on that planet waiting? What could be on that planet waiting to eat the next life form, waiting to make the next host? Think about it. And they bring it back, and it splashes in the number one thing where all life is supposed to be started in water, the fucking ocean, evolution. If they thought that was real, what are they trying to do to us? Bringing moon dust and dropping it right in the ocean. I'm just saying, if there was creatures in the dirt, DNA, whatever, evolution, bringing moon dust and dropping it here would make some moon creatures here, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, if they're saying, oh, there's life on Mars, let's go and get some and bring it back.
Right, and not even life, but death. A living thing that represents killing everything. It is death. It's like a death sport. Yeah, I mean, imagine what they could bring back. The microbial killers. The LSDs, the molds. Just thinking fucking penicillin is weird here, right? What kind of Mars penicillin they got? And I want to know why the poison is always the cure. How the fuck does that make sense to you? It doesn't to me. Snake venom is the cure. Poison is the cure for poison. What the fuck? Come over here and we'll poison your poison. All right. Give me 2 poisons to poison my 3 poisons that I've been poisoned. What's the matter with you? Why I don't feel good? Well, here, take this stuff we got from a snake tooth. Huh? What? Huh? What? What? Yeah, he just snake spit. That's not witchcraft. I don't know what is. Right? 3 squirts from a snake's tooth. 1 dash and more than Mrs. Dash salt. Like, what the fuck? 1 stem cell from a baby chicken. one feather from a dinosaur. They're gonna make new Pokemon and shit. Like, is anybody ever really sick and cured, or is everybody really just dormant or active?
To me, I think getting sick is a real thing. And the reason I would say that is because from my personal experience, I'm feeling good and then I'm feeling like shit for only that duration, and then I'm feeling good again.
Hey guys, I'm gonna try and bring us back on topic. AMA was the theme today. What's like the most confusing thing about the globe model that you guys have? Like the thing that doesn't add up the most in what they tell us, or in what we tell us as the globers.
Well, I don't know if it's the most obvious inconsistency, but they tell you globers that the moon's on one side of the ball you're spinning on, and the sun's on the other side of the ball you're spinning on. Yet if you use your own eyesight and observe during the day the sun and the moon above the horizon at any given time, that sort of blows big holes in their idea that the sun's on one side and the moon's on the other and you're in the middle, because you wouldn't be able to observe that if it was true.
Yeah, I think it took me a while to wrap my head around that one too. But I think the model says if the moon is completely on the other side, well, first of all, it's not in the same exact plane. So,
Do you mind explaining? Do you mind explaining for a total glober, total glober? Why that? I don't understand that point there about the moon. In it being because of the theory that we have about the lying ass modern scientific theory, whatever that might be, explains how the moon rotates pretty well. Do you want to explain why that is false, or there's some holes in the evidence?
for me, there are no holes. I just sometimes struggle with the geometry of things.
In what way? Like I mean, this is a flat Earth channel, so I want to fucking globe you in the other way. But what do you mean? What are you saying?
I suck at geometry. One of the things that I've really helped me since I started talking to flat earthers is I had to put some effort into brushing up on my geometry. So when people describe the different relative positions of the sun and the moon and the earth, I have to really like think to imagine exactly what is happening. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
There are some people that are really gifted with geometry. For example, one of us globers here, Manufactorum, is like naturally gifted, and he immediately sees, like when you describe to him a geometry of things, he grasps it immediately. For me, it takes a while to figure it out. So I don't have a problem with understanding why, for example, we see the sun and the moon during the day. Like some people struggle with that. They think it's supposed to be exclusive, like it's either the sun or the moon. Or I don't have a problem with understanding moon phases either. Why there's new moon and full moon and all that. So
Well, have you seen just how crisp their Terminator line is on that spinning globe of yours, and just how crisp the one side is occupied by the darkness with the moon, and the other side is so bright from the sun shining on it? Like, if you were standing on that ball and it was how they present it to you, you would never observe those two celestial objects above what you're standing on ever. You would
Why
only
not?
see one at one point in time during the day or night.
Why would that be?
It's their model. You better go ask them and figure it out, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
it's my
asking
model.
me.
No, this is the problem with
like
conspiracies. This is the problem with conspiracies, right? When you do this, well, I don't know. But that's a good question, right? Maybe you should go look into it more, right? That is it's a total fucking fuckery with the person and anyone who is your audience. And to be fair, I wouldn't have gotten conspiracies without that kind of bullshit ass line and
Who's
reasoning.
talking about conspiracies?
I mean, are we not?
No, when did we're just talking about different models of explaining a phenomenon.
Okay.
Well, I kind of see how the globe is a conspiracy because it takes two or more people to believe it or conspire that it's a real thing. You know, like a globe peer reviewer. So in that aspect, the globe is a total conspiracy. Yeah.
To believe that there's a flat Earth, clearly, like you'd have to, right? But I mean, I don't want to have to say all the bottom parts, so I'm a little annoyed that you dismiss
There's
me.
nobody believing. That's your problem. Stop saying that. The globe is a belief. Everything that you brought forth is a belief. We said we don't believe you're garbage. Prove it. Demonstrate it.
I understand that. I understand that. Right? I
That's
do
where we are
understand.
right now. It's not that we have to prove anything. We don't have to demonstrate shit to you about anything. You go outside,
Right,
test
that's fine.
reality,
You don't have.
measure
That's
water.
correct. That's correct. Right.
Stop talking over me, dude.
If you want me to give you a direct, do you want to
No,
hear
I'd
the
like
direct
to let me finish my
argument
sentence.
to that? Do you want to hear the direct argument?
I'd like to finish my sentence. That's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So water in front of you right now. Either show me how that curves away from a horizontal line, or get up on your wall, up close and personal with a Sharpie, put a horizontal on the wall, and show me how globe elevation works different than that horizontal line for everyone in the world.
And if I may add, the globe is a claim, flat Earth is an observation. We don't believe it's flat and stationary. It's a knowing. We know. It's an understanding. We used to believe shit that you still believe.
Okay. I would hope that you would not treat me as someone uninformed, right?
Okay,
Because
sorry, I was using that in a generality.
I understand. I understand. Correct. I understand.
People who believe in the globe and heliocentric model still choose to believe that. They don't know anything different.
I don't know who you're talking about.
The problem then now, it seems to me, as someone in the middle, I think I mean, I really have evidence in my head and experience that the Earth is round, right? Like I've flown in airplanes, over 100 different times, and so I have a certain, but that could be. I understand.
I jump out of them, so I've been in a few too.
Right. The point is, I understand. From the flat Earth side, okay, all that. There could be a lot of hubris going on, and just misunderstandings. I get it. I get the idea, but why have flat earthist type people refused to produce any type of evidence that would say that it is flat and it's not round?
Dude, I fly 6 times a year. I fly 6 times a year. Approach it from every year. A neutral stance where they
For
say
14 years, 6
basic
trips a year.
observations
14
do not
years.
show curvature. And they're
It's flat.
correct. Basic observations, everyday observations, do not point to the Earth being flat, round. So you can start. It's an honest place to start, I think. And the rest, what follows after that, in my honest experience, is one gigantic misunderstanding.
Yeah, we heard you, but you were over
I've never heard I've never heard a truth that is afraid of noise, right? The truth, if things are true, then you have nothing to hide from, right? But all I'm hearing when I talk to flat earthers is I'm hearing hiding. That's all I'm hearing is dodging away from. I'm literally steel manning their position and giving them all of the benefit of the doubt, and still they will go away from any question I give them. And so to me, if I ask those same requirements of any religion, I would say you're lying, and your God is fake. And so that's about the position. That's about the point where I'm at with the flat earthers. I've tried to talk to this channel multiple times over a couple of different weeks now. I come in here with pretty fucking good faith. I'm not shutting anyone down. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not doing any of those things.
What's your proof then? What's your proof? Where's your drop over distance?
What is your proof? What is your
Where's
proof?
your drop over distance?
What is your proof?
It's flat. It's flat. I fly 6 times a year.
You can scream at me.
I fly 6 times a year. Okay, I'll lower my voice. I fly 6 times a year.
You're inviting the wrong type of argument.
14 years,
You're inviting the wrong type of
6
argument.
times a year. 14 years,